Anthony Campagna is going to show us some of the great things you can taste and enjoy.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming out tonight. So one of the things we wanted to show was all of our food items. We wanted to have fun and be themed after movies and the holiday. One of the items that we started with was waffles. A lot of people love to have waffles at brunch time. So we wanted to have homemade warm buttermilk waffles. We have candy apple dust on top of the waffles. One of the other items that we wanted to add, we wanted to say local. So Lancaster, the Amish have a great Christmas tradition. So we wanted to kind of play into that, and we have
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to News Now from Fox on this Monday, December 28th, the last Monday of 2020. Starting you out with some positive energy, taking a live look over the beautiful sunrise over Daytona Beach, right down the road from us here in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias this morning. A little bit of holiday news now from Fox Hours. We are launching at 8 a.m. instead of the usual 6 a.m. Eastern time. But, you know, we know you guys are maybe on a little break, a little Christmas break, sleeping late, so we did want to wake up with you just a couple of hours later than we normally do here on News Now from Fox. Again, I am your host, Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias on this Monday morning. I'm going to say hello real quick. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. Once again, I'm Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias on this Monday, December 28th, the last Monday of 2020. We hope that you all had a wonderful Christmas or whatever holiday you were celebrating in the last few weeks. We know that you guys wake up with us every morning and continue to follow our program throughout the day. We did have some really good Christmas coverage. Andrew Kraft and Rain Augustine tracking Santa on Christmas Eve and catching up with him Christmas Day. I even got to interview Santa myself, so I hope that he brought wonderful gifts and wonderful joy to your families this holiday season. Thank you so much again for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. If you are new to our show, a new News Nower, as Pilar Arias likes to call it, we are a nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and stories happening across the nation. Really a front row seat to everything that is going on in our world now. We have recently gained access to several live videos happening across the world. And here at News Now from Fox, we are a national operation. I will be here with you from Orlando, Florida for the next 3 hours before we pass things along to our headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you will see a face that you have probably not seen in a while. Christy Connor joining us after returning from maternity leave. We do welcome her back here on News Now from Fox. You'll also be joined by Daytona Everett later this afternoon, and we even have a host in Los Angeles, California, who I'm sure you've seen on the weekends following our own Reign Augustine, Stephanie Weaver, joining us from California. So again, a national operation here at News Now from Fox. We are continuing to follow all of the latest news making headlines across our nation. I do want to bring you a live picture of Times Square here on News Now from Fox as they are getting the stage ready for New Year's Rockin' Eve. It's a tradition that many of your families, I'm sure, watch every New Year. Now, there will be no massive crowds, but don't worry, plenty of music will still be on tap for New Year's Eve in Times Square. Using a combination of television and streaming, the show will go on despite the pandemic restrictions against huge gatherings. The co-organizers of the event said the official Times Square New Year's Eve event lineup will feature live performances by Gloria Gaynor, Pitbull, Anita, Jennifer Lopez, Billy Porter, Cyndi Lauper, Jimmy Allen, and Machine Gun Kelly, the Waffle Crew, and so many more. So there will still be celebrities ringing in the new year. I'm sure many of us are excited for 2021. 2020 has definitely been a year like no other. Again, continuing to follow the top stories making headlines across our nation, which is why I am going to take you to Capitol Hill. And that is because President Trump announced last night that he signed a $2.3 trillion economic relief package. It was breaking overnight, and millions of Americans will soon be receiving another $600 direct payment from the federal government. That's part of this massive coronavirus relief bill that President Trump signed last night, preventing a government shutdown, but another shutdown looms. So let's get the latest report on the signing of this relief package from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson here on News Now from Fox.
That's right. After increasing pressure from both sides of the aisle, President Trump has signed the emergency funding, but he also wants some changes. The massive $2.3 trillion spending bill includes $900 billion in emergency relief funds. In a statement, the president said, quote, "I will sign the omnibus and COVID package with a strong message that makes clear to Congress that wasteful items need to be removed. I will send back to Congress a redlined version, item by item, accompanied by the formal rescission request to Congress, insisting that those funds be removed from the bill. Lawmakers are likely to ignore the president's request to cut any spending. Here's what's in the bill. A $600 per person direct payment, extra $300 a week in unemployment benefits for 11 weeks, $284 billion in funding for Paycheck Protection Program, and extending the eviction moratorium. But Democrats want $2,000 cash payments, a position the president supports, but many Senate Republicans are not on board.
And I think that the aid should be much, much more targeted. It should be targeted to people who've actually lost their job, small businesses that are actually in danger of going under.
Given the terrible economic crisis facing this country, yes, we do need to get $2,000 out to every working class individual in this country.
House lawmakers returned to Washington today to vote on those $2,000 checks, but Senate Republicans say the bill is dead on arrival. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lucas Tomlinson for that report. And like he just mentioned, the Senate will meet in a pro forma session with no votes expected today. Later in the week, they could hold votes on whether to override the president's veto of the NDAA and extend government funding through the start of the next Congress. Also, the Senate will meet after President Trump signed this COVID relief and government funding bill, and the House returns with votes expected on overriding the president's veto of defense authorization bill and increasing COVID stimulus checks from $600 to $2,000. So we will continue to follow the latest news regarding this COVID-19 relief package, because we know that millions of Americans have been eager and watching to see what sort of support they will get in this relief package from the federal government. Again, Lucas Tomlinson breaking it down in that most recent report as we continue to follow how businesses will be impacted by this relief bill. For the last couple of months, they have been doing everything they can to stay afloat. Specifically, in our morning brief, I want to take you to this next story out of Denver, Colorado, where a Denver bar owner, desperate to keep his business afloat in a desolate business climate, is tapping into a local thirst for the unique and rare, hoping to outlast the coronavirus pandemic a day at a time. Fox's Ashley Mickles has the story.
It is really unbelievably quiet. When you are walking outside, when you're walking down the street, you don't pass very many people.
And that pandemic void is spilling over into places that should be packed.
The Fog Knock Tap House has been here since June of 1997.
He's now just hoping to keep it that way.
It's really tough to watch a quarter century of your life slowly get kind of flushed down the drain.
He started this tap house with his brothers to cater to craft beer lovers.
Fortunately, we're allowed to sell beer to go.
Unfortunately, it hasn't been a huge hit, but they have a secret menu that just may be.
We have just probably a couple thousand bottles of beer that are vintage.
Very rare, highly sought after stuff.
This stuff here, they stopped making this in 2008.
All of it's now for sale.
Some of these beers are probably some of the last beers of their kind.
Imperial stouts, barley wines, and big sours.
They age really beautifully.
Bottles you can't find anywhere else.
This is probably one of the last beer cellars in the United States of its size, and I don't think we'll ever replace it.
He says selling off the prized collection is, of course, bittersweet.
It's not doing me as much good as this place being open.
So far, though, it's paying off.
What we've sold so far will, give us at least 6 more weeks of life, and if we can sell the whole collection off, that'll probably give us closer to 4 or 5 months where we can hopefully survive through this thing.
And that hope, he says, is better than his hops.
All right, thank you to our Fox affiliates for that live report, I'm sorry, that was not live. I am live, joining you here from Orlando, Florida. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Regina Gonzalez in for Pilar Arias this morning, continuing to follow the stories making headlines across our nation, specifically President Trump signing a $2.3 trillion COVID-19 relief package, and how businesses are trying to stay afloat during this pandemic, relying and hoping that they will see support from this relief package soon. We are expected to have a live report from our sister station, Fox 29 Philadelphia, talking to restaurants who will be taking a hit not having New Year's Eve celebrations and events like they typically do this time of year. Staying on that topic and continuing our morning briefing, this next story that I want to bring you is also from Colorado, where a horse farm is overwhelmed during this pandemic as horse owners are surrendering their animals, not being able to afford to take care of them during this pandemic. So I do want to bring you that report here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Well, they deserve a chance just like any other animal, and it's important for us because these horses didn't ask for this.
Volunteers with Next Step Horse Rescue in southern Colorado asking for your help so they don't have to say no.
A lot of owners just got to a point where they just can't sustain, they can't maintain, with their horses.
With already 40 horses on property, it's putting them over capacity.
We do have a waiting list that we are starting to create to get horses to come into us.
Volunteers say they're just doing what they can to get every horse needing a second chance into their stable.
We definitely have had a huge increase in horses being surrendered. That's one of the main things that's really hit not only us, but some of the other rescues that's in the area.
Everybody deserves that second chance. So I like to offer that hope to the kiddos and then also to the horses.
Once the horses are there, they go through the nonprofits program and the search for a new home begins.
I like to look for horses at rescues because they have a story.
We're all in this together, and hopefully we can get through this pandemic together and hopefully, get to, the other side.
All right, again, several reports throughout the year on how businesses are staying afloat during this pandemic. It has truly been a year like no other, 2020. Again, we are in the last Monday of 2020 here on News Now from Fox. So if you are watching on the platform that has a chat, feel free to tell us what you are excited for in 2021, what you are excited to leave behind in the year 2020. As we continue to follow the top stories making headlines across our nation, we have received updates from federal authorities all weekend regarding an RV exploding in the middle of downtown Nashville. In the most recent update, they did find the man responsible and say he worked alone and he also died in the explosion. So our Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan does have the latest on this Christmas Day explosion that has rocked millions of headlines across the world, and we are still continuing to receive updates from police and federal authorities. Yesterday, they actually did have to stop another suspicious truck on a highway in a nearby town in Tennessee, but that ended up being a false alarm, thank goodness. So I do want to bring you this latest report here on the Nashville bombing on News Now from Fox.
Officials investigating Friday's bombing here in Nashville say more people could have been injured or worse if not for the quick action by law enforcement. This is Anthony Warner, the man police say is responsible for the Christmas Day bombing in Nashville. The 63-year-old was killed and several others injured when an RV exploded early Friday morning. Officers initially arrived to find the RV playing a recording, warning a bomb was going to detonate in 15 minutes. Police quickly went door to door telling people to get out immediately. James Wells was one of those officers and recalls the moments before and during the blast captured on surveillance video.
I just see orange and then I hear a loud boom, and as I'm stumbling, because it rocked me that hard, I started stumbling, I just tell myself to stay on your feet, stay alive.
The explosion blew out glass windows, knocked over trees, and left some of the downtown streets covered in bricks and rubble. Officer Wells suffered hearing loss because of the blast. He's one of the cops being hailed a hero for the urgency in getting people to leave the area, likely saving lives.
This is going to tie us together forever, for the rest of life.
Police don't yet know a motive, but they do believe Warner acted alone.
As I've said earlier and several times before, Nashville is considered safe. There are no known threats against this city.
Prior to the bombing, Anthony Warner was not on law enforcement's radar. The FBI is asking anyone who may have known him to call so they can help establish a motive. In Nashville, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Ray Bogan for the latest report. Again, federal authorities have kept us updated on this bombing and the effects that it has had on the police officers that were involved in evacuating several buildings and pedestrians along that route after receiving word that the bomb was going to detonate minutes before. And we do have an update on those police officers and their status, and they're sharing their experiences about what they felt and what they were going through on Christmas Day before the RV exploded. However, before we hear from the police officers themselves, I do want to bring you the latest update on the Nashville bombing that kind of elaborates even more so than that news package that we just saw. Again, here on News Now from Fox, we are all about the live, the raw, and unedited. We play press conferences in their entirety and really let you make your own opinions and assumptions and everything that you can possibly think of from watching these full conferences. And if you live in the Nashville area, this will especially help you. Again, federal authorities have kept us updated all weekend, and we have brought you those reports here on News Now from Fox. So I do want to bring you their latest conference from last night, talking about them identifying this suspect and how they believe he worked alone and that he, again, died in the explosion. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we are on standby for a live report regarding the COVID-19 relief bill and how it will affect restaurants in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area, courtesy of our sister station, Fox 29 Philadelphia. So we will, again, bring you that live report here when we get it on News Now from Fox. Again, some of you will see that quick 2-minute break. When we return, you will be in Nashville hearing the latest update from federal authorities on the Nashville Christmas Day bombing.
Responsible for the work you've seen going on these past 48 hours. Speaking today will be Donald Cochran, United States Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee, David Roush, Director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Doug Korneski, Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Memphis Field Office, Mickey French, Special Agent in charge of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Nashville Division, and John Drake, Chief of Police, Metro Nashville Police. At this time, I'll turn it over to United States Attorney Cochran.
Thanks, Jason, and thanks for being here. On behalf of the investigative team, I wanted to give you a major update in a development that we've come to in this case, and that is, based on the evidence that we've gathered to this point, we've come to the conclusion that an individual named Anthony Warner is the bomber, that he was present when the bomb went off, and that he perished in the bombing. We base this conclusion on forensic evidence, including DNA evidence that you'll hear about, as well as evidence that was gathered at the scene of the bombing. Because this was a collaborative effort, what I want to do is turn the microphone over to each of the agency folks here. They're going to talk about their agency's role in the investigation and how the evidence that they gathered and how the tests that they conducted led us to this conclusion. So let me start out by introducing Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Director David Roush.
Thank you. I first want to say we appreciate the collaborative effort that has taken place in this investigation. Local, state, and federal authorities have worked hand in hand in tandem around the clock since the incident, and it's paid off. TBI agents, analysts, and scientists have been assisting in this investigation from the start, gathering data, checking leads, coordinating interviews, and processing critical evidence in coordination with the FBI and the ATF. Overnight, TBI forensic scientists processed evidence from the crime scene for DNA testing. The evidence was compared to evidence collected from a vehicle used by the person of interest in this case. At approximately midnight Central Time, forensic scientists with TBI confirmed a match of the DNA at both locations belonging to the person of interest in this case. TBI continues to support this ongoing investigation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Doug Korneski, Special Agent in charge of the Memphis Field Office, responsible, which also covers Nashville. I want to take a moment to update you on the intensive efforts of our investigative team. Today, as Director Roush mentioned, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, as well as the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, completed their DNA testing of a sample of human remains recovered at the scene. Those results were consistent with the suspect identified by U.S. Attorney Cochran. We're still following leads, but right now there is no indication that any other persons were involved. We've reviewed hours of security video surrounding the recreational vehicle, as well as we saw no other people involved or around that vehicle. Again, this information is what we know after just a few days of investigative efforts. Crucial tips from the public, corroborated by other investigative activity by our team, initially identified a likely suspect. Some expert work by the Tennessee Highway Patrol subsequently uncovered a vehicle identification number from the remains of the suspect's RV that were positively matched to a vehicle registered to that individual. We continue to ask that those who may have known the suspect or encountered him contact our team at the 1-800-CALL-FBI phone number. These pieces of information will help us understand the suspect's motives. These answers won't come quickly and will still require a lot of our team's effort. Though we may be able to answer some of these questions as our investigation continues, none of those answers will ever be enough for those who have been affected by this event. We still have work to do. Our evidence response teams will continue to process the scene downtown, and our agents will continue to follow on each and every tip that we receive. As is often said by the FBI, the greatest crime-fighting weapon we have is the cooperation of all law enforcement with the help and understanding of the citizens we serve. Thank you, and I'd like to now turn it over to ATF, Special Agent in Charge, French.
Thank you. My name's Mickey French. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the ATF Nashville Field Division. I'd like to commend all my fellow state and local partners. We've had a tremendous working relationship in this investigation. ATF's brought unique resources to this investigation, to include the National Center for Explosives Training and Research, which we call NCETR. ATF's accredited national response team and all of its specialists, as well as the United States Bomb Data Center. These were crucial and instrumental to provide links and resources in this investigation. Additionally, the ability to leverage technology with traditional law enforcement techniques has been crucial in bringing this case to a relatively close. Although we still have a lot of investigation to do, we've gotten off to a great partnership and great start, and it's been tremendous. Thank you.
I cannot truly describe all the hard work that has gone into this investigation since Friday's explosion. We've had hundreds of ATF, FBI, THP, and TBI partner with us in this investigation. And we can tell you that Anthony Warner is the man believed to be responsible for this horrible crime. There is no indication presently that anyone else was involved in this crime. As I've said earlier and several times before, Nashville is considered safe. There are no known threats against this city. A renewed curfew is going into effect beginning at 4:30 this afternoon in the area impacted by the blast. It'd be James Robinson Parkway, to 4th Avenue, to Broadway, and the Cumberland River. At noon tomorrow, the curfew will be in place, narrowed into the impacted area around Union, 4th Avenue North, Broadway, and the Cumberland River. The footprint will get smaller as processing of the blast scene continues by the FBI and the ATF. Thank you.
Okay, at this time we'll try to take a few questions. I know it's kind of hard to hear out here, and we'll address it to the appropriate agency. Just a second.
I didn't hear the question.
Anything on motive or why he wanted to set off this bomb?
That's still all early in the investigation right now.
I have a question for the FBI. Prior to this incident,
I'm sorry.
was Warner on any authority's radar prior to the explosion?
No, he was not.
Can you talk about the VIN? Was it a VIN number that was found, and how that was?
The VIN number, you want to talk about that?
VIN number, how you were? Because this blast, this is a massive blast. How were you able to find that VIN number?
Well, our special agents with Tennessee Highway Patrol are trained in that. We have responsibilities there, and they were able to come out starting Christmas night and then coming again once daylight, came up the next day, yesterday, and just help identify on particular vehicle parts.
Was the vehicle part that you found in the debris that ultimately led to that?
I can't answer that exactly. Vehicle parts help connect the vehicle to the suspect. I believe tips and other information came in to help identify him.
Question for the FBI. I was curious regarding the actual questioning of I know that there have been associates of Warner's that have been questioned about a 5G paranoia that he may have had. What can you tell us about that?
So right now we're looking at any and all possible motives. We're not at a position where we can speculate on that now. We are interviewing individuals that we've identified that are known to the suspect. We are also asking the public to, if they know him, have spoken to him or know his ideology or anything that might have motivated him, we're interested in speaking to you. So again, we're looking for those tips. That is still under investigation. We're collecting evidence from the crime scene as being processed at our laboratory.
Have you been able to build a timeline of the case, surrounding life, basically?
We're still working on all those
Anything you can say
activities.
about what was inside his home? Any sort of evidence you collected there? Letters?
We can't comment on that at this point.
And to be clear about 5G, that is one of the many leads that you are investigating, one of the many motives.
We're aware of certain things online, and we're looking at every possible angle.
Do you consider this domestic terrorism at this point?
I'm sorry. We can't comment on any of that right now.
The fact that this DNA match is being so quickly, we always hear it takes such a long time to get a DNA match. Can you talk a little bit about
So I can comment on that briefly. So the question was regarding how we were able to quickly match the DNA. Because we had a known suspect at the time, we were able to have a known sample and then collect some items from the suspect for some relatives as well, and be able to match that DNA positively was his. When we're just matching two samples, it can be done rather quickly. I can't comment on where we got it from.
Do you consider this domestic terrorism?
I can't comment at this point.
Can you confirm that you found known DNA at the scene and whether or not there was parts of it gone?
We have no information at this point that was.
What would make it?
Okay, last question.
What would make this an act
Sir?
of domestic terrorism? What would it take to make this event an act of domestic terrorism?
Sure. When we assess an event for domestic terrorism nexus, it has to be tied to an ideology. It's the use of force or violence in the furtherance of a political, social ideology or bent. We haven't tied that yet.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. If there are any further updates, we'll let you know via our social media channels and our news releases. Appreciate it. Thank you all for your patience.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox. Again, you were just listening to the latest update from federal authorities on the Nashville bombing. Exciting times here at News Now from Fox. We are capable of taking live hits with reporters, and I am joined right now with an update on the COVID-19 relief package and restaurants. We are joined live by Hank Flynn from Fox 29 Philadelphia, who joins us from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Hank, how are you this morning?
I'm doing all right, Regina. Thank you for having us on News Now. This is exciting.
Absolutely. We're happy to have you.
We are at Steam. We're at Steam Pub in Southampton. That's Bucks County. And what I want to do is run through some of the different measures, and you've seen them in your town as well, that restaurants are going through the bend over backward in order to stay relevant, just to stay in business right now in what's typically a good money season between Christmas and New Year's. I was a waiter once, I was a bartender once. We used to clean house this time of the year, even bank money, put it aside. Right now, a tenth, maybe a fifth of the bartenders and waitresses are working. They're doing their best. Right now, I can show you this, right? This is the Quick Stop Takeout Beer and Wine room. You can go in here when the restaurant itself is not open and buy beer and wine. The restaurant owner told me this place was completed about a month before the COVID hit, and he said if that were not the case, he might have been up the creek. This little room in here that is partitioned off by rented tent walls, this is where the owner hopes people will come, and here's one of these $300 heaters, will come, buy their six packs, sit and drink a beer. It's a long shot. Wouldn't you rather do it at home? I would too, but they're trying to keep people here. Out here, that tent over there, Regina, you're looking at what now passes as the dining room for this particular restaurant. Typically here at Steam Pub, they'll do 250 dinners on a New Year's Eve, a full bar scene. It's a restaurant with a bar made out of a train car, big facility, good times, but that tent over there will be the New Year's Eve scene. 8 to 10 tables inside, maybe 40 people. 1 or 2 waiters when there would have been dozens running around on a typical New Year's Eve. Here, there'll just be a couple, not making nearly as much money, not serving as many dinners, and everyone just trying to hang on until the vaccines get around and we can get more back to normal. That COVID stimulus money the president did sign, that stimulus yesterday, Regina, $900 billion sounds like a lot of money until you realize that it's going around everywhere, and there's a lot of people who are going to be living on just that unemployment right now. And restaurant workers, Regina, they a lot of times don't file taxes on the tips that they make, so they wind up being a little lower on the scale for unemployment, making less money on unemployment than they would have already. But there's a lot to talk about, Regina.
I was going to say, going off of that topic, you know, this relief bill will help unemployment benefits for millions of Americans. Does the unemployment benefits work the same for restaurant owners?
Right. For restaurant owners, it depends. They are owners after all. As they say, it takes money to make money. Most restaurant owners either have enough to get a restaurant started. As an owner, you're working a different thing. Restaurant workers, however, waiters, bartenders, a lot of their income winds up coming in cash. So it's down to their discretion and their word of honor how much of it they want to claim on their tax returns. A lot of them don't claim as much as they make for understandable reasons. They're trying to keep some money instead of paying it to the government. It's cheating on your taxes, but what it also does is keep them at a certain level so they don't register as making as much money as they would have otherwise. So when they do get unemployment, they get less than they would have. And that's according to the owner here, who we've spoken with extensively.
And now, Hank, you said that you were a bartender, a waiter. I was too for several years of my life. What would you be doing in a situation like this?
I dread to even imagine, Regina. I was once an actor. You're going back 30 years. And tending bar at night, waiting tables at night, allowed me to go to auditions during the day, go to school, do all the things that you couldn't do during the day if you were working. That's what tending bar and waiting tables at night allows you to do. Yeah, you lose some sleep, but what young person doesn't? What would I be doing now without unemployment? I would probably be working 3 or 4 different jobs. I'd probably be working in landscaping right now. I'd be going hand over fist to grab any gig that I could just to keep food in my mouth and a roof over my head.
And Hank, you mentioned New Year's Eve. This is such a huge time for bars and restaurants having sit-down dinners. You pay one price, you get the meal, the drinks. How are restaurants, especially in Pennsylvania with curfews and restrictions, taking a hit this New Year's Eve?
Regina, they say that necessity is the mother of all invention, and these times are times of necessity. So when I talked to Marty, the owner here, basically he says communicate with him as a diner. Tell him what you need. Again, you can look around here and see the signs. I don't want to call it desperation, but there's tents that are rented, set up in the parking lot because they're not allowed to have indoor dining. Pennsylvania doesn't allow indoor dining until the 4th of January, and that's for now. With the COVID numbers staying high, Regina, there's every chance that the governor will push that deadline further down the road. You can see $300 gas burners here, propane burners, a propane table, this rented tent side. Owners trying things out, throwing money at the problem, trying to make it work. But the owner here, Marty, says please communicate with him. He had turkey dinners for takeout on Christmas, anything that they can do that they feel like will get you, the customer, in the door to buy dinner, drinks to go. They're licensed for that here. You want to get cocktails to go? You can get that. You can get anything you want. The question is, do you as the diner, are you willing to come here and get your takeout? Do you want it delivered? You've never had more options as the diner. The restaurant owner and the workers here, they've got fewer. So it's a buyer's market, at least as far as getting food is concerned, but it's never been a tougher time here on restaurants. And I love eating in restaurants. I wonder about the year ahead, Regina.
I do too. Well, Hank Flynn with Fox 29 Philadelphia, thank you so much for joining us with that live report. You have a happy new year.
Thank you. You do the same. Thanks for having me.
Again, a huge thank you to our sister stations for taking live reports with us here on News Now from Fox. Exciting times on our show, being able to do that. Again, a huge thank you to Hank Flynn with Fox 29 Philadelphia, showing us what restaurants are going through, not just during this pandemic, but as a COVID-19 relief package is signed and expected to be voted on. And, you know, we have New Year's Eve coming up, taking a live look over New York City, Times Square, where New Year's Rockin' Eve again will still be underway, but it's going to be virtual a bit. There's not going to be the huge live crowd that you are used to seeing in Times Square. Again, I am from New York City. My family has done New Year's Rockin' Eve, and despite restrictions, there will be no massive crowds, but again, plenty of music will still be on tap for New Year's Eve in Times Square. They will use a combination of television and streaming, so the show will go on despite the pandemic and restrictions against huge gatherings in New York City. So we will continue to follow all the latest updates on how businesses are being affected here on News Now from Fox. 8:40 here on the East Coast. Again, I'm your host, Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from Orlando, Florida this morning, in for Pilar Arias, the last Monday of 2020. Everybody, if you are watching on the platform that has a chat, feel free to let us know how you will be spending your New Year's. A lot of restaurants in cities with restrictions across the nation. I did see that they are planning on having some sort of event until that restriction time is implemented. I know in New York City, where I'm from, my mother told me that restaurants are allowed to stay open until 10 o'clock at night. So a lot of restaurants will still be trying to do New Year's Eve events, keeping social distance, keeping restrictions in place, but again, trying to make some money during a detrimental year to the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to follow the top stories happening across our nation, we just recently brought you the latest update from federal authorities on the Nashville bombing that happened on Christmas Day. And the bomber was in the RV. He died in the RV in the explosion. And again, federal authorities believed he worked alone. That all happened as a Florida man is now being charged with several counts of murder and other charges after a Rockford, Illinois bowling alley shooting that left 3 dead. Again, one of the top headlines from across our nation this weekend. Yesterday, Illinois police did give an update and released more details on the suspect. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Some of you will once again see that 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be in Rockford, Illinois for the latest update on a bowling alley shooting that left 3 dead and several people injured.
Minutes The officers were able to locate what they believed was a suspect, and he was taken into custody without any officers firing their weapons. Suspect had attempted to obscure his identification and hide his weapons prior to the officers taking him into custody. Most of the incident was captured on surveillance video from inside the business. There's 6 victims from last night. 3 are deceased, 3 are wounded. The deceased are a 73-year-old male, a 65-year-old male, and a 69-year-old male. The identities of those victims will be provided by the coroner's office when appropriate. Wounded by the shooting was a 14-year-old male who was shot in the face. He was subsequently airlifted to Madison and is in current stable condition. 62-year-old old
All right, everybody, it does appear that this feed is a bit fuzzy. Again, that was going to be a report, the most recent update on a Rockford, Illinois bowling alley shooting that left 3 dead and several people injured. The press conference was a bit fuzzy. If you are new to News Now from Fox, we are all about the live, the raw, and unedited, playing press conferences in their entirety. But sometimes the video can be a bit flimsy. It can be a bit fuzzy like you just saw. So we will work quick to fix it here on News Now from Fox. As we stay on the topic of the Nashville bombing, 6 cops are being hailed as heroes for evacuating the area right before that RV exploded in the middle of downtown Nashville. Yesterday, there was a press conference where they were identified and shared their experiences on Christmas Day morning. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox and really get a feel for what these officers were going through as they knew they had minutes before an RV was about to explode in the middle of downtown. So again, some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be hearing from Nashville PD on what they experienced minutes before an RV exploded in the middle of downtown.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Don Ehrman with Metro Police. And in just a few moments, I will introduce you to 5 heroes. First of all, we have an update for you from Chief Swan about road and traffic closures in the downtown area. And then Mayor John Cooper and Chief John Drake will speak with you briefly about our 5 officers, and then we'll introduce the officers to you. First, Chief Swan.
Good morning. So just to give a quick update on the infrastructure, as we work with our federal partners, law enforcement partners, and the footprint shrinks as far as the investigation, they will release the properties back to Metro. Once that happens, we will do a preliminary sweep. We'll have our public works, codes department, fire department, along with all utility districts that will go into the affected area just to make sure that it is safe. Then we will release that back to our business partners and residence owners. So I'm happy to announce this morning between 4th and 5th Avenue down to Broadway will be open. So as of 10 a.m. we will release that. We're doing the sweep right now as far as our preliminary sweep with all our partners I mentioned earlier. We'll let our business partners come in. That liaison will be from the Office of Emergency Management working with our downtown partnership. As far as the communication update, we know that AT&T yesterday as of 8:30 last night, they've restored all the mobile communication. And then this morning, they got back into the workflow, and there will be times where we will lose communication because they are trying to restore the 4th floor. At the 4th floor, that will get our critical infrastructure back into play, and that's internet, along with landlines and our 911 system. They're feeling very confident by the end of the day they will have us up and running at full capacity, but please remember that there are a lot of moving parts and there are a lot of things that happens, and we will try to address that as it happens. So again, I appreciate everybody's patience, and we will proceed with getting Nashville back on the road of reopening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And then very quickly this morning, I just talked to Senator Blackburn, and she was reporting to me on a conversation she had with the President. Grateful to her, Governor Lee, the delegation, Congressman Cooper, Fleshman, Rose, that federal help will be a priority here for rebuilding in Nashville. And of course, it needs to be. Our businesses have suffered a lot with COVID, and this doesn't need to add to that difficulty. And so everybody's working together really well to try to make that happen as quickly as possible. Today I want to recognize our 6 officers who saved lives here in Nashville. It's a great thing that our city has such heroes. Officer Llewellyn, Tapping, Cypress, Wells, Hosey, Sergeant Miller. You know, their actions saved lives, and I think they may consider what they did was just a regular part of their duties. But we in Nashville know it was extraordinary, and it's thrilling to have them in our community, and we need to recognize their heroism. I know they're not accustomed to all of this publicity, but it's marvelous that we can celebrate the courage in our community. And the entire nation, I think, is grateful and deeply interested in hearing from them. And with that, let me turn this over to our Chief Drake, to do the introduction. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Before the officers say a few words, I'd like to reiterate that we feel Nashville is safe. There are no known threats against this city at this time. But that's not what I wanted to talk about today. I want to talk about our men and women of our police department who do heroic efforts every day. But on this particular incident, officers responded to a shots fired call, and unknowing anything else at the time, they began hearing announcements that something was about to detonate coming from an RV. Immediately, they didn't think about their own lives. They didn't think about protecting themselves. They thought about the citizens of Nashville and protecting them. And they went about knocking on doors, and had they not made their efforts, we'd be talking about the tragedy of people and lives lost. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to our heroes. They may not think they're heroes because they go about this job each and every day, but they are our heroes, and they had a really heroic effort that morning. Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our 5 officers. Sergeant Miller is traveling out of town this morning and couldn't be here, but these 5 officers behind me graciously agreed to speak with each of you. What I've asked them to do is to come up one by one and talk about their response on Friday morning, starting with the officer who arrived first and then the other officers in that order. First, I would like to introduce you to Officer Tyler Llewellyn, Central Precinct overnight shift. Officer Llewellyn.
Hello everyone, I'm Officer Llewellyn. Initially we got a shots fired call. I was running zone that night, so I took it. Officer Hosey backed me up. I arrived on scene. Initially I didn't hear any shots fired, nothing like that. We were told that shots were coming from inside the building at 178 2nd Ave North. Upon arrival, I checked because it's a liquor store / apartment complex, an Airbnb that has the same address. Checked the bottom floor, couldn't see anything immediately, couldn't hear anything. At that time, I requested a code to get access into the building. Was waiting on Officer Hosey to show up and the code. Shortly after Officer Hosey showed up, as soon as she got out of the car, almost immediately, the RV started making an announcement. Somewhere along the lines, Don't quote me exactly, but there's a large bomb within this vehicle. Your primary objective is to evacuate. I wasn't quite sure what I heard, so I looked at Officer Hosey just to verify we heard the same thing, and then it started over. At that time, I called and notified Sergeant Miller. He said, get everyone you can out there. I requested all units available from our precinct to come. They show up. I asked Officer Toppin and Wells to block off 2nd and Broadway, 2nd and Commerce. They did. Officer Sipos and Hosey went inside to start knocking on doors, and Officer Wells came up. At this time, Sergeant Miller's there. I asked him for any further directives, stuff like that. At that time, we set up our cars to kind of set up as much of a barricade as we can, keep people out. We go inside. Just before we go inside, probably about 5 minutes after we're there, I'd say that the timer then started counting down. Officer Hosey and Officer Wells are the first ones that noticed that. In between this, I did look at the RV, noticed that all the shades were down, and kind of walked around it to see if there was a tag, anything like that, to try and get more info. I did not notice one. From there, myself, Officer Hosey, Wells, and Sipos went into the building and knocked on all the doors we could to notify as many people as we could that we had a possible public safety concern and that we needed people to evacuate. We noticed that there was a basement exit, so we asked everyone to go down and out the basement. We essentially made contact with, I believe, 6-7 apartments and asked them to evacuate. The rest, we never got an answer, so we moved outside and tried to move down the street. I went northbound towards the hotel up that way, and Officer Hosey, Sipos, and Wells continued southbound towards the other places. From there, pretty much sometime later, the music started, and I notified over the air to notify other officers, and then after the song, it continued to go back to the announcement for a little while. After it switched back, I did notice that
as we continue to listen in on the 6 officers being held as heroes in the Nashville bombing, some of you will see a quick commercial break.
Hey, you need to get inside, notify anyone you can, and please evacuate. Shortly after that, the explosion went off. I got knocked to the ground. I immediately got up. Luckily, no injury, nothing like that. I noticed a gentleman in shock with his dog. I checked on him, got him inside, went back, checked on Sergeant Miller, who was inside his car at the time. He seemed all right. I opened his door. He was cutting his airbag that went off away. Then I ran down, noticed Officer Hosey putting out radio traffic, and I noticed Officer Wells, or Sipos, sorry, to my left. At that point, they seemed okay, so I ran forward into kind of the debris area. I noticed what appeared to be 4 people that came out of, I believe, 178 2nd Avenue North that we weren't able to get contact with. They seemed in shock and in awe of what was going on. At that time, to get their attention, I yelled at them and told them they needed to get to safety and run. They took off running northbound on 2nd. I'm not sure where they went from there. From there, I did a quick sweep of the road and everything else, see if I could see anyone else, and I noticed that the other cars were on fire in the area. Wasn't sure if possibly they were going to explode too, so at that time I pulled back and resources started coming to us, and I just assisted the best I could with keeping people back from that point. So that's essentially the role I played, and I'm going to turn it back over.
Thank you, Tyler. Officer Brenna Hosey was the 2nd officer on 2nd Avenue that morning. Officer Hosey is a 4-year police department veteran and also assigned to the midnight shift at Central Precinct. Officer Hosey.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brenna. Like Tyler said, we got the shots fired call, so I was going to back him up on 2nd Avenue North. As he said, as soon as I got there and stepped out of my patrol vehicle, we started hearing the announcements being made. Kind of had that confused look on, is this really what we're hearing right now? After he notified Sergeant Miller, we were trying to think of the best way of action. We were making sure the entry code worked. As soon as Cypus showed up, he and I started knocking on doors, waiting for Sergeant Miller and everyone else to arrive on scene. We were able to clear the first floor, and then Sergeant Miller, in his thinking, had us come back out and move our patrol vehicles to a more strategic position, so if we needed to go back to our patrol cars, we wouldn't be affected at all. So I'm giving him credit for that, for probably not only saving our lives, but saving our patrol vehicles and the way that he had us positioned. So we go back in, start clearing floor by floor on the 2nd Avenue North apartments. Once we made contact with everyone we could and made sure that they were getting out of the building is when we started to move down, keeping in communication with dispatch, trying to get entry codes for all the Airbnbs that were on 2nd Avenue North, trying to make entry. At this point is when we heard the 14 minutes until detonation announcement, so we're moving as quickly as we can. We make it all the way down to 2nd and Commerce. There's actually a B detail officer that I'd been in contact with that lives in one of those apartments, asking him if he was okay, telling him what was going on, and then if he could start helping evacuate people out of his building, because we did not have access to it at that point. Once we'd made it to 2nd and Commerce, we realized there wasn't much else that we could do once we evacuated and made contact with everybody that we could. So I told everyone it's probably best that we just go back to our vehicles and regroup until the bomb squad gets out there and we figure out what we need to do from there. At that point, we had heard the 3 minutes until detonation. So myself, Llewellyn, and Cypos had headed back northbound on 2nd. I had made the turn onto Church Street while Tyler went to go talk to Sergeant Miller, and that's when the explosion happened. I was thrown forward, knocked to the ground, but I was able to catch myself. I was fine. At that point in time, I tried to get the air, but Amanda had beaten me to it, letting everyone know, or letting dispatch know, what had happened. I made a phone call to a loved one to let him know that I was okay, and then I ran to the intersection to check on Miller and Llewellyn to make sure they were okay. Saw Cypos running towards the intersection as well. That's what I got on the radio to make sure Wells was okay. Couldn't get a response from him, but from the blast he had some hearing loss. So that's when Amanda got on, said that he was okay. So I was just trying to make sure all of our people were okay, and then going from there, trying to figure out what was the best course of action to keep everyone that was either in the immediate blast area that we weren't able to evacuate, or anyone that was coming in, and how to best keep them safe.
Now I'd like to introduce you to Officer James Wells, also assigned to the Central Precinct Midnight Shift. James has been with us just under 2 years. Officer Wells.
Good morning, Officer James Wells. Shortly after the shots fired call came out, Officer Llewellyn had came over the radio and said I needed everybody here immediately. And just by the tone in his voice, we knew it was serious. And, he said it was a possible bomb situation and that Sergeant Miller was aware. At the time, I was sitting right next to Officer Toppin, so we got over there as quick as we could. Not knowing that the RV was the vehicle in question at the time, we actually pulled right in front of it. This is right across the street. We pulled up, and then when we heard the announcement, Toppin was like, "Is that the vehicle in question?" And Llewellyn said, "Yes." We immediately hopped in our cars and backed out, and then so we started setting up the perimeter to start shutting down Commerce and Broadway to make sure nobody could come in or out. And then Llewellyn called for more people to come help evacuate the building, which I did. At that point is when I heard, you have 14 minutes to evacuate the area. And at that point is when I started to prepare my mind for secondary things to happen. I actually told everybody when we come out to make sure we look at the high ground in the parking garages, just in case, as I felt like maybe an active shooter might have followed that, just because it felt, at that moment, it felt real, and it felt like there was going to be some secondary activity. So every time we came out of the building, we made sure that we were looking around and checking high areas, just making sure nobody was peeking around and looking at us. So we continue to go door to door, trying to get codes from dispatch to get in. We get down to 2nd and Commerce, and then that's when we hear the 3 minutes as we coming out of the building. And at that point, I told them I was going to go back to my car and get my heavy plates, just mentally getting prepared for whatever was about to happen. And so as I'm putting my heavy plates on, Llewellyn tells me that Sergeant Miller told me to pull my car back because I was actually in the intersection at first. So then I pulled my car back in between the buildings, and which is the parking garage, and then 2nd and Commerce to get out of the blast radius. And at that point, I get out, and I'm starting to go back toward Llewellyn and Hosey. And as I'm getting ready to walk toward them, walking back toward the RV, and this might not be politically correct, but this is my truth. I literally hear God tell me to turn around and go check on Topping, who was by herself down on Broadway. And as I turned around, for me, it felt like I only took 3 steps. And then the music stopped, and as I'm walking back toward Topping now, I just see orange, and then I hear a loud boom. And as I'm stumbling, because it rocked me that hard, I started stumbling, I just tell myself to stay on your feet, stay alive. And I just take out in a full-out sprint, and I'm running toward Topping to make sure she's okay. And we kind of meet in the middle, and we just grab each other, check each other, and I'm yelling at her to get her gun out because, like I said, I felt like there was going to be it just had a feeling that, it's just weird. It just felt like something out of a movie. And so we're checking on each other, and she's asking me, she's telling me that they're trying to raise me on the radio. I couldn't hear, so I just lost temporary hearing in my left ear. So as she yelling, I'm saying what, and a couple of explicitives telling I couldn't hear. And they get me to the paramedics. I call my wife immediately to let her know, just before anything got out, to let her know that I was okay. And while I was in the ambulance, they were trying to get me to go to the hospital, and I just didn't want to be by myself at that moment, didn't want to leave them. And then I heard that there were 3 people that were injured, so I told the paramedics to take care of them. And I was like, per policy, I got 10 days to get checked out. So it's like, y'all go check on them, go check on the civilians. And then I immediately went to go find Topping, just kept asking where Topping was, and we found her, and that was my part in it.
Officer Michael Sipus, assigned to the Central Precinct's midnight shift. Michael's been with us also just under 2 years. Officer Sipus.
Thank you. So I was I believe the 3rd or 4th officer on scene of what at the time was a shots fired call. I pulled up in front of the building that the initial call came from. Didn't know at the time I was almost directly across the street from the RV. Exited my vehicle. Heard it making the announcements, essentially telling us there was an explosive device in the vehicle, not to approach it, that we should be evacuating the area. At that point, I moved up the street a little bit, at which point I met up with Officer Llewellyn and Officer Hosey. We started making plans to get into the buildings, start knocking on doors to let families know what was going on, and get them out of the building.
All right, everybody, it is 9:06 here on the East Coast. You were just listening in to a press conference where you are meeting the 6 officers being hailed as heroes for evacuating downtown Nashville minutes before the RV exploded on Christmas Day. I am cutting in here because we do have a live event. Elderly people 65 and older getting vaccinated live in New Jersey. So we are all about the live, the raw, and unedited here on News Now from Fox. So I do want to bring you to this event, and we are just moments away from a live report on vaccine distribution in Central Florida from our very own Fox 35, Amanda McKenzie. But for now, I will head to New Jersey. Some of you will also see that quick 2-minute break.
Close up. Will you just point out who Sam is?
Not today. We can have a separate day.
Hello. Hello. How are you today? I'm good. How are you? I'm going to switch my mask. Good. Thankfully, it's nice weather. I mean, it's chilly, but it's nice. True.
Hello, Amanda. Can you hear me?
We're just prepping, right? We're just prepping. It will be one.
Cameras ready.
All right, everybody, you were just watching a live picture of people older than the age of 65 getting vaccinated in Old Township, New Jersey. You may have seen the camera moving a little bit. We're all about the live, the raw, and unedited here on News Now from Fox. And you may see this lovely young woman in the corner here right now. That is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. She is joining me live right now from Central Florida because vaccinations are also making their way to people in Central Florida beginning today. So Amanda, good morning to you. I know that you are at a local mall that will be a vaccination distribution site. What can you tell us?
That's right. Well, starting today, it's a very big day for the general public. This is the first time the general public will be able to receive the vaccine here in Central Florida. Before, it's just been the frontline workers and first responders. They're still continuing to get their vaccines, but now Governor Ron DeSantis has opened up that priority list to anyone aged 65 and up. So when he made that announcement of the executive order on December 22nd, a website went up and thousands of people started registering right away. In fact, all of the slots for this week sold out in just 6 hours. So demand is certainly high for this vaccine.
Now, exactly, you said demand is high for this vaccine, but how are people and, health officials administering the vaccine at the mall excited for what this means moving forward?
That's right. The Oviedo Mall has a plan in place. They are working with the health department. So they say this isn't their first rodeo. They know what it's like to do mass distribution, especially when it comes to vaccines. So they are prepared. Starting today at 1 p.m., that's when they will open it up for those who have already reserved their spot in line to receive that vaccine. Now, this will also require them to come back another 28 days later. But per day, they say they can do up to 700 vaccinations. And that does sound like a lot, but as we were talking about, demand is high. Thousands of people continue to sign up for this vaccine by Moderna. And I should also mention this is all being done free of charge. So this is an opportunity for those folks in those vulnerable populations, elderly or those with pre-existing conditions, to get this vaccine, something that a lot of folks have certainly been eagerly awaiting. After speaking with the Seminole County Medical Director, he tells us while no one has died in this county under the age of 35, he says the death rate for those individuals in the 65 and up category is anywhere between 7 to 10%. So really an important step here today.
Absolutely, Amanda. Now, when is this vaccine at the Oviedo Mall open from? What are the hours?
So today, with this being the official launch, the hours are a little bit different today. It'll just be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. But then every day after that, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., the only exception will be Sundays and this Friday, which is New Year's Day, a holiday.
And, how can people register? I know you said that they can only take 700 per day and that they are booked up, but how can people register to get vaccinated at this mall?
So they do have to register in advance online or over the phone. There is a consent form to sign as well. We do have all of that information available for folks to go to our website, fox35orlando.com. And yes, up to 700 people per day. So that is quite a bit. And if you think about what kind of operation they're running here, out of the number of hours that they're open per day, that's about 2 people per minute getting vaccinated.
And do you know, Amanda, is this the only mall in the Central Florida area right now doing this?
So right now for Seminole County, this is their first location that they are announcing for doing these general public vaccinations for the 65 and up population. Now further out north of our Central Florida area in Alachua County, they have already announced that people can register in advance to receive the vaccine. That's where I'm from. My parents have actually already signed up for it. And I'm told by Alachua County officials that they will be receiving those doses this week. And then folks who've signed up will just have to await a phone call letting them know the time and location to get that vaccine.
All right, perfect. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie live in Oviedo, Florida. Thank you so much for that report. You have a great day.
Thank you.
And again, we are once and always grateful for our sister stations here at NewsNOW from Fox being able to do these live updates with us here, taking back to... I'll lower this audio a little bit.
Ready?
Here we go. You are continuing to watch elderly people in New Jersey get vaccinated. And we are seeing an appearance from Governor Wolf. So let's continue to listen in here on NewsNOW from Fox. Some of you will also see that quick 2-minute break.
Manuel, you want to stay with her? I just make sure she's okay. That's it.
Make sure she knows what's happening. All right. He's to give you a vaccine now, okay? We're getting the shot. Okay? I'm going to be gentle. It's going to give you a little prick, okay? You'll be okay. Okay? Governor doesn't get those fans passes like you. Look at me, okay? Bobby favorite. Hey, there you go. Good job. Good job. All right.
Rosemary, we're honored to have Rosemary right here. She's been a trooper. She's used to having her daughter Shannon come always, and it's been hard for her not to have her daughter come visit, but she's excited to be really the forefront to making this change right now. So, Rosemary, thank you so much.
Thought he was going to go behind on the side of the door. Okay. Great job. Great job. Are you cool?
How are you, baby?
Want to go inside?
Yes, I'm here. It's our wonderful governor. Yeah. He's back. He's what's leading the way and keeping us all safe over here. Okay. So we don't have a lot to do in your room. That's our policy, so we're very excited.
They need to watch you for the next 10 minutes.
How long have you been here? Do you remember Esther? 14? Wow. She's been here 14 years. She's the first nurse. She's getting the vaccine. You're in good hands. She works on the third floor. This is Esther right here.
You're welcome. Yes? Exciting, is it?
All right, Esther. You pull through, Esther.
Esther, did you go to Felicia? No, I did not. Where did you go? Thomas Edison State College. What is Thomas Edison? Thomas Edison. Oh, how'd you go to I went to Felicia. You're Felicia. Yes, I knew one of you went to Felicia. Yes, very good. And they told me guys doctors at Thomas and the MD and
All right, how are you?
Good.
You ready?
How are you feeling ahead of the Are you feeling excited, nervous?
Rosemary's daughter, you come to visit her always every day. Good job.
Give her a Band-Aid, you're all set.
Congratulations.
You take a picture of this? Yeah. Come on, Judy.
Here we go, that's it.
Good job, beautiful. Thank you.
I mean,
36 we'll head out, okay?
I can't see.
Thank you. All right. All righty, Rosemary. Shannon's watching this. Shannon's very excited and very happy for you.
Yeah, this is.
This side?
Yeah.
No alligators. No alligators. All righty, Rosemary. You're doing it. You're doing it. Wait for the camera. Wait, say hi to Shannon. Go back to your clock of this day. All righty.
Congratulations.
There's a rumor that you're 103 years old.
What year were you born in, Mildred? 17?
Yeah. Wow. 1917.
Wow. Where were you born, Mildred?
Newark, New Jersey. Oh, I went to school in Newark.
Well, no, it's great.
Really, really
This is Jill. She's been here a long time with us, and she unfortunately has 6 children at home. And she's very excited to do this.
Oh, bless you, Jill.
Protect the residents and also her family. Unfortunately, beginning of COVID, she had to take off to protect the children. But we're so happy to have Jill back over here. So, Jill,
your kids okay?
They're doing well now. Thank you.
First time it happened, I was like, what are we waiting for? And then I realized, Are you next, Joe?
Jill, you're on camera.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm going to be getting in myself this afternoon. Congratulations.
No, this is our health commissioner.
Very cool. That's awesome.
How are you? What's your name? Yeah, I did my job, I told you.
What's your camera say? Ready, Stella? There we go. Ready? Ready, Stella?
Good job. Hey, sir. Good luck to you. Yeah, they're ready for you. No, you're good. All right, it wasn't a hospital. It should help. Not a hospital. It's a clinic,
Charles, you ready for this? Son and daughter are very excited or happy that you're going to be part of the way we're going to stand the regular.
Good job. I drove through Macon. I found 4.
All right, it does appear we lost that feed there. Again, you were just watching as the COVID-19 vaccines are officially beginning to be distributed to nursing home residents in New Jersey. That specifically was in Old Township. You were watching as Governor Phil Murphy, not Wolf, I said Wolf before. You gotta sometimes get your states confused. I do apologize. Governor Phil Murphy was watching as nursing home residents and healthcare workers did receive the COVID-19 vaccine. We did just speak with our own Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie on vaccine distribution happening at a Central Florida mall for people 65 and older who register. Again, they are booked up for this week, so everyone trying to get the vaccine as it becomes available in states across the nation. As you just watched nursing home residents get vaccinated, we do have a report from our sister station, Fox 5 New York, breaking down what we can expect from this point on in the state of New Jersey. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Again, some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break at 9:30 here on the East Coast.
Across the state are scheduled for inoculations throughout the week, and that number is expected to increase as more facilities set up vaccination clinics with CVS and Walgreens as part of a federal program. The rollout coming a week later than other states, including Connecticut and New York, because state officials missed a federal deadline by 1 day. Following nursing home residents and staff, the pharmacies will begin vaccinating thousands living and working at assisted living facilities, development centers, federal housing for seniors, group homes, and other facilities. In all, officials say the Garden State has set aside roughly 500,000 Pfizer doses to cover about 17,000 facilities, with vaccinations running through January and into February. Giving shots to the state's healthcare workers will also continue today.
I think you're going to see variability, and I think that variability is critically important because as the hospitals fill up, the first priority really needs to be to save lives and to reduce the burden on hospitals.
What I call open season, namely when anybody who's anybody, you don't have to be a priority person, should get vaccinated. I think we're going to get there probably end of March, beginning of April.
With herd immunity, Dr. Anthony Fauci estimates in the U.S. a few months after that. A new round of vaccinations coming as COVID cases continue to surge across the U.S. On Saturday, the nation shattering another record no one wants to break. 1 in 1,000 Americans have died from COVID since the nation's first reported infection in late January. Still, Dr. Fauci believes the worst is yet to come.
As I've described it, as a surge upon a surge, because if you look at the slope, the incline of cases that we've experienced as we've gone into the late fall and soon to be early winter, it is really quite troubling. You mentioned the numbers yourself quite correctly when you're dealing with a baseline of 200,000 cases, new cases.
All right, again, that was the latest from our sister station, Fox 5 New York, on what we can expect with vaccine distribution happening in the state of New Jersey for nursing home residents. Again, you were just taking a live look at that happening at a nursing care facility in Old Township, New Jersey. Governor Phil Murphy standing by as healthcare workers and residents received the first dose of the vaccine. Taking a live look over a ski resort in Pennsylvania. I'm not too sure exactly where this is, but it looks like a cold day in the Northeast. A lot of this snow has made perfect conditions for skiing and snowboarding. The reason I am taking you to Pennsylvania is because we try to talk to Dr. Mike Sirigliano every day throughout the week here on News Now from Fox as he talks about the latest coronavirus headlines, vaccination news. Usually it's me, but since I am hosting this morning for Pilar Arias, we do have our own Paul Rupel speaking to Dr. Mike about all things coronavirus related. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, everybody. Okay, it appears that Dr. Mike and Paul are frozen. I will work to get that video here for you on News Now from Fox. But as we continue to receive updates on vaccine distribution happening across the country this Monday, December 28th, let's head back out to Florida, where I am located right now here in Orlando, Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis gave an update on vaccine distribution for elderly people in the state of Florida. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox.
South Florida Water Management Board. So there's a lot of work left to do in this upcoming year. These are going to continue to be priorities as the legislature meets and we do the new budget. But I think that we have a groundswell of support throughout the state to continue making really strong progress on protecting our water resources and restoring our Everglades. And with respect to Biscayne Bay in particular, I want to continue to see healthy coral reefs, sufficient seagrass, and necessary freshwater inflows. And we will continue to work with folks in Miami-Dade County, including Mayor Cava, as well as my state agencies, to make that happen. So thank you. Mayor, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Governor DeSantis. Thank you to our Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez, and our Department of Environmental Protection Secretary Noah Wallenstein. This is a great, great day for us here in Miami-Dade County, and of course, this incredible paradise that we call home. We are making a critical investment in our community and in the future, especially of our beloved Bay, which is our lifeline for our economy and our health. It's the western shore of our beautiful Bill Baggs State Park right here, Biscayne Bay. It's the jewel of our South Florida environment and our regional economy. Oh, I'm going to take off my mask. So it's not an overstatement to say that our entire economy and our community's prosperity depends upon access to clean water. In recent years, we've seen the tragic near collapse of Biscayne Bay, the result of nutrient pollution, our historic over-reliance on septic over sewer, and our aging water infrastructure. We've seen the impacts of this crisis firsthand, especially in recent months. Our seagrass meadows are in retreat. There are algae blooms that are plaguing the formerly crystal clear waters, and the fish kills were literally bringing the crisis off our shores vividly to the surface all too recently. And our beautiful coral reefs are in jeopardy as well. My administration is committed to taking urgent action to reverse the damage, save the Bay, and preserve our environment and economy. And today I am thrilled that we are able to announce this new funding from the state that will be pivotal in helping us to tackle this crisis head on. The good news is that we have a plan of action to guide us forward through the important recommendations of the Biscayne Bay task force. And just last week, we released 2 additional key reports that will help move us towards solutions. The first is a septic report that gives us a tactical approach for how we're going to identify the most urgent and most effective places to start converting our homes and businesses off of septic and connecting them to our sanitary sewer system. And the state will also be very important partner in making sure that we target those investments to help us accelerate this transition. And we also released our first annual Biscayne Bay report card, and our report card is designed to help the public clearly understand the health of Biscayne Bay in different parts most affected by the pollution, and it will keep our government accountable every year with this annual report so that we can showcase the progress we are making to save the bay. A critical part of our marine ecosystem is our coral reef. As was mentioned, we're the only place in the United States, continental United States, with a coral reef. We are blessed. It's a tremendous value ecologically. It's also a powerful contributor to our economy, and it quietly works to protect the life and property by absorbing the power of incoming storms. So it's an important feature of our hurricane strategy as well. And the counties of Southeast Florida have banded together to work with the state to address this mysterious disease that is plaguing the reefs, the stony coral tissue disease. It has devastated the reefs, and the funding announced today will go a long way towards restoring the health of our coral ecosystem that is so critical to the health of our bay and ocean. And so we're taking an important step today towards the saving of our bay and of our reefs. So on behalf of Miami-Dade County, I want to thank Governor DeSantis, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and our Lieutenant Governor for their commitment to facing the urgent threats facing our ecosystem in partnership with us here in the Miami-Dade County. You're making much needed investments to protect our environment, our economy, and our public health for now and for the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Secretary.
Thank you very much. My name is Noah Valenstein. I have the privilege of serving as Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection here in Florida, and thank you to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Mayor. What a team. Growing up and certainly with the team at the Department of Environmental Protection, our lives are protecting the environment here in Florida. In the 1970s, you saw a real large environmental movement start nationally and sweep the nation. And as professionals working in this area, we always talk about that. A lot of us grew up watching that, and that inspired us. Right now, we've got an environmental movement that's going to sweep the nation, but it's starting here in Florida. In 2018, so much began to start happening for the environment that we sometimes have to pinch ourselves at the agency. So as the governor mentioned, just in the last year, we had landmark legislation that gave our agency 50 to 100% increase in environmental penalties across the board. We now get to talk about Everglades restoration projects, not in terms of decades and will the project happen, but now with the EAA Reservoir, we actually started design of that project and broke ground in less than 3 years. This is a great time to be working on the environment in Florida and something we're all thankful about. Protecting our coral reef system here, again, the 3rd largest barrier reef system in the world, one of Florida's crown jewels of environmental resources, is so key. And again, that's another great demonstration of what happens when you have a partnership like there is behind me, is we saw the outcome of poor water quality and impacts from runoff from an urban area this summer with a fish kill. And so often in the past, you wouldn't see movement, or there would be a stall, there would be questions, but you wouldn't see action. Right now, we're already standing here ready to invest in a solution because the governor had already lined up having funding for the environment and making it a priority, and because we have local partners that care and are willing to join together, follow the science, and take action. And so on behalf of the Department of Environmental Protection, it's a wonderful time to work on the environment. We're making great progress, and we're excited to ensure that Biscayne Bay is preserved for generations to come.
You know, one of the things that that I would tell Noah and just tell our guys as we were fighting for the funding was, particularly when you deal with things like Everglades restoration, the state has to show we have skin in the game. We wanted to come and lead the way, provide resources, so that when I went to Washington, I could say, we're not asking you to do this for us. We're here. We want you to help us but we're gonna work hard. And I think when you're willing to do that, it makes a difference. And so for Miami-Dade to be able to say, absolutely, we have skin in the game, makes it very easy for me to then work and say, of course, let's work together and get this done. So I appreciate your commitment. And thank you for working very hard on this, and we're going to continue at it. This is just so important. Every time I fly into town, and we kind of take the route when you go out to the Atlantic and then come back. I mean, it's really awe-inspiring. It's a great part of the Florida and a great part of the country. And with that, Glenna. Hi. Sure. Well, so it's both. So so we wanted $625 a year on average for water resources, including Everglades. So it's not $625 all for Everglades. And so some of the other septic sewer projects and all this, anything that's getting our water quality better is included. This particular money was a part of the $625 plus we got this year, and it was initially set aside to kind of be a Springs pot of money. But I think as it worked through the legislative process, Noah, they then added, hey, let South Florida get involved with it. And so this was really the first time any money like this has been used. So I think it's been successful, and we're happy to be able to do it and to make an impact with it. Yes, sir.
Some local leaders in Miami-Dade have said they've had some trouble reaching your office to talk about COVID prevention efforts. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to speak with Mayor Tava or Mayor Suarez about some of their concerns.
No, I told Mayor, I said, I congratulated her on her win and said, I'm willing to work with you on whatever we can to help the county. This is an important part of our state. You know, she's a strong mayor of a county that's bigger than like probably 20 states in our country. And so it's really, really significant. You know, I told her that she ran on a certain platform and she's going to pursue that. And if I don't agree with everything, I'm not going to come nitpick on that. I'm going to find examples where we can work together. So our door is always open. And in terms of some of the COVID, we discussed, and I know Glenna may want to talk about some of the vaccine, but what we did in the initial Florida, so the priority was long-term care residents because they're the most vulnerable, and then really the tip of the spear, healthcare workers for that first shipment. And the thought behind that was they're in high contact with COVID folks. If you have a bunch of them get infected, then our hospital capacity goes down. So we wanted to knock that out. Florida was the first one to be in nursing homes. Most of the other states aren't even starting until, I think, today, and some of them not even till the end of the month. So we did that. We worked with Pinellas and Broward because they had a lot of stuff, but we also had some facilities in Dade who were able to handle it and administer it. So we work with that, and I told the mayor, if there's more facilities, if we can send more strike teams, we want to do that. We want to be helpful as it becomes. You know, we're getting today about 61,000 doses of the Moderna are going to arrive today, is what we're tracking. And then tomorrow, so 61,000 today, and I think tomorrow is going to be over 300,000. And so that's going to go to over 170 hospitals throughout the state of Florida. We're also going to get, I believe it's about 120,000, somewhere in that range, of the second shipment of Pfizer. And so we expect that to come either today or tomorrow. So all this stuff is in shipment, and our goal is to be able to get it out for folks who are able to help the people as best they can. I was able to go to, we were in Pompano Beach, and we had some of the first seniors be able to get it. And it was really great because they've done a great job there. But it's been tough because obviously you're worried about a pathogen that could affect very frail and elderly people, but you're also worried about quality of life and having all this mitigation and just not being able to kind of live out some of your final years in ways that are the most fruitful. So I think the vaccine provides a way not only to prevent folks from obviously a serious pathogen, but hopefully opening up that window of returning to normalcy and really thriving as seniors. But I had folks from the nursing home community tell me when the vaccines, when these strike teams started showing up at some of these facilities, you had people with tears in their eyes because it's like finally, you know, we have some help on the way in a way that can get us beyond the mitigation. Do you have vaccine? Well, yeah, but you know what happened was because we said there's no time to waste, Walgreens agreed to start on Thursday, so they moved it up. It was just because if you look at Pinellas and Broward have a high concentration of skilled nursing facilities, and so we were basically trying to find, okay, where can we get the most bang for the buck, make the biggest impact. I mean, Pinellas in particular has had some problems with outbreaks, and so we felt that that was something that was good. But we absolutely are going to be moving on the other counties with the strike teams, and then having CVS and Walgreens doing their part. That's going to continue as well. We just, my view is we want this to go as quickly as possible. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of due diligence that goes into this. Our folks, ACA, Department of Health, Emergency Management, they were working with the facilities weeks ago. As soon as the news of the Pfizer came, we got into gear and said, what functionally do we need to have happen? Well, when you're in a nursing home, not every nursing home resident is capable of consenting. They have people that consent on their behalf. So we wanted all that lined up to know, okay, if you can't consent, are you going to have the third party make a decision one way or another? So they've been plotting the ground, and they focused on those two counties to start. So, well, it just depends on what you mean by enough. I mean, I know they have a lot of folks. They do this as a matter of course with the flu vaccine and the flu shots. So they have folks mobilized. Obviously, they're under contract. So I think they have a lot of people and they have a lot of resources to bring to bear. But I think what we're just going to continue to do until all the facilities have been visited is just keep our strike teams out there. So if you have CVS and Walgreens doing something on Key Biscayne or other parts of Dade County, but maybe no one's in Hialeah, maybe we send people to Hialeah. So we're just going to continue to work. My strike teams, I've already told them, you're active and you're involved in this until all seniors in long-term care facilities have been offered the vaccine. Now, not everyone wants to take it, which is fine. I think what you'll see is when we went to the first ones, there was a certain number of people that wanted it. Then as more people got the shots and it was fine, then people that day said, I want it. And then I think what you'll see is as more and more days go by and people realize that it's safe, then I think you'll see even more people sign up for it. Yes, sir.
Governor, regarding the vaccines in hospitals specifically, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on which hospital workers specifically should be getting them now. Should people in more administrative roles in hospitals who aren't necessarily working with COVID patients day to day be getting them now or waiting?
Yeah, no, I would say, we talk about the front, like the high contact, high risk folks. So obviously any nurse, ICU doctors, ER, but it's not just that. I mean, like Carlos Magoya made a good point. He's got some of the food service workers who service COVID because they're in contact and they can spread it. So, but I would definitely say it's kind of that more tip of the spear version. And the reason why is just because that's going to help keep our hospital capacity up. There's never been a problem with beds in the United States that I could see. I mean, even New York didn't use the Javits Center. But what you do have is, one, it's very taxing on staff to do COVID because of all the isolation procedures. But if you have a staff member get infected and they expose a dozen other nurses, well, then you're having to isolate a lot of people, and that creates shortages potentially in staffing. So we feel this is a way to really shore that up. But once you've kind of gotten that initial one, and then we're doing the long-term care, our view is we really need to get it out to the elderly population. Now, some of you may have seen there's an advisory committee that advises CDC about priority setting for the vaccine. And they came out with something over the weekend that got a lot of blowback, and I think rightfully so, where they were going to prioritize essential workers over elderly. I think that's a huge mistake. They've had to walk back from that. Their recommendation in front of CDC right now is 75 and plus and essential workers are the next round. The problem with that is, as I see it, is a 22-year-old food service worker would get a vaccine over a 74-year-old grandmother. I don't think that that's an appropriate calculation of the relative risk there. So that is going to be presented to CDC. I don't know if they're going to approve that or not. I'm going to have a full statement tomorrow about how Florida is going to approach this kind of next phase once we get beyond the long-term cares and the frontline nurses and docs tomorrow. But suffice it to say, our whole strategy around COVID has always recognized the dramatic discrepancy in risk based on age. And so if you're trying to mitigate based on age, surely you would want to vaccinate based on age. And there's been some great analysis done to show that if you vaccinate the bulk of the 70-plus population, the mortality on this goes really, really down. And so that's really, I think, what we're looking for. And so I'll have a full statement on that tomorrow. You have anything else before I go? Purely advisory, and they say states need to be able to make their own decision, and I think a lot of people would understand, just given our demographics. I mean, we have one of the highest percentages of 70 and plus in the country, and so I think people would understand why we would want to do that. But I also think the data justifies that. I mean, the fact is the mortality amongst essential workers is a fraction of what it is in the senior population. And so the more you're able to provide the protection to senior citizens, the less stress you have on hospitals, and obviously the more lives you're going to save. The initial analysis that was done by this committee that had to be kind of reeled back actually conceded that if you do essential workers first before seniors, you're going to have greater mortality. And I just thought that was ill-advised. I think they understood that it was ill-advised. But at the end of the day, we're looking at probably take away what we've already received, maybe another 750,000 doses by the end of the month, maybe a little bit more between Pfizer and Moderna, and then hopefully 1.5 million to 2 million doses in January. That can do a lot in the 70-plus population. If you're going to try to do every essential worker, that's not going to be nearly enough for what you would need anyways. And so you'd be focusing on lower risk populations and not even do it, I think, in a way that would be fully effective. So we'll have a full statement on that for you guys tomorrow. It's something that's very important, and it means a lot to me to make sure that we're putting our parents and grandparents first in all this. I think if you asked anyone, if you took a 25-year-old sheriff's deputy somewhere in Florida and said, I have one vaccine, do you want it, or should I give it to your parents or grandparents who may be over 70? I think 99% of them would say, oh, no, give it to the grandparents, give it to the parents. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was another update on an environment protection bill and vaccine distribution in the state of Florida here on News Now from Fox. 9:55 here on the East Coast. Again, I am your host, Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias this morning, Monday, December 28th, the last Monday of 2020. If you are joining us on the platform that has a chat, feel free to let us know how you will be spending your New Year's, what you are excited about for 2020, what you want to leave, what you are excited about for 2021, what you want to leave in 2020. Again, a year like no other as we face the coronavirus pandemic, but a light at the end of the tunnel as vaccines are being distributed to healthcare workers and now nursing home residents across the United States, nursing home residents receiving the vaccination beginning today. We are on standby for an update on coronavirus and vaccine distributions in Georgia. A live picture here. Let me lower the volume on that a little bit. Again, our hosts on News Now from Fox are your producers, your editors, your directors. We control the sound, the graphics, the information, the lowers. So once again, we are on standby for an update from Governor Kemp in Georgia. He is expected to speak about vaccine updates and the coronavirus here on News Now from Fox. So once that gets started, we will bring you that live, raw, and unedited here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I did get that Dr. Mike video going for you. It was frozen a little bit when I tried to pull it up before, but we are speaking to Dr. Mike Sirigliano from Penn Medicine here on News Now from Fox, talking about nursing home residents receiving the vaccine. Dr. Mike, a healthcare worker, a doctor, is actually expected to get his vaccine, so he does want to talk about that here on News Now from Fox. Again, some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we get that live picture of Governor Kemp's vaccine update from the state of Georgia, we will cut to it here on News Now from Fox.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano joining us from Penn Medicine in Philadelphia today. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us during the holiday week. Thank you for joining us.
Always a pleasure, Paul.
And I understand today is a big day for you in the fight against COVID-19. Can you tell us what's happening in a little bit?
Well, I was notified yesterday, Paul, that I'm on the list to get a vaccination very early today. So after I'm done talking with you, I'm going to mosey on over to the hospital and get my COVID-19 vaccination.
That's great to hear. As a doctor in your office, you've had patients with COVID-19, right?
Oh, there's no question. I've had them. I've dealt with this virus since day one. I've had hospitalized patients. I've had patients on ventilators, and I've had them in my office. And so it's a big day for me because this will enable me to feel a little more protected, not only for myself, but very importantly for my family. And remember, this is just the first of two. So I'll get another one in maybe 21 to 28 days. But that's how this vaccination program works.
Well, it's great to see our frontline healthcare workers getting the vaccinations they need. Let's stick with the theme of good news. Residents in nursing homes and long-term care facilities are starting to get their COVID-19 vaccines this week. For us locally in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, it's this week. I think some may have started last week. CVS and Walgreens are administering these shots from Pfizer and Moderna. Great news to have them starting to get the folks in these homes vaccinated, right?
Well, there's no question about it. And everyone is very, very excited about this and the fact that we are slowly getting everyone immunized. Now, we're starting with the highest risk people, working with the elderly, and working our way down from first responders to the elderly, people with underlying medical conditions, and hopefully not too far away, everyone will have the opportunity to get a vaccine if they wish, and I sure hope they get it.
Something else we've spoken about regarding the vaccines, there have been some allergic reactions. It sounds like there's a potential culprit for that. Reports say that polyethylene glycol, PEG, may be behind these cases of anaphylaxis. They'll be studying that and keeping an eye out for other possibilities. What can you tell us about this news?
Well, this is something that was felt to be a possible cause even as early as a week or so ago. Dr. Paul Offit, who I'm proud to say is at our sister institution, Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania, who is a world authority on vaccinations, said that that was on the list of possible culprits. Now, that is a way that this vaccine works. It gets into cells, and perhaps they will need to tweak it a bit so that it doesn't utilize polyethylene glycol. So we are learning as we go with this, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be getting this into my arm today, and I have no fears, and it is by far the way to get out of this nightmare.
Yeah, I think the reports have been that there's only been a handful of allergic reactions. CDC is advising people who have a history of severe allergic reactions to any component of the vaccines not to receive it, and obviously if you have one from the first shot, not to get the second. But it's been a pretty small group.
Well, absolutely. And I tell patients all the time, if you look at the list of potential side effects with a baby aspirin, it might give you pause. But we all know that everything in life is a risk and benefit ratio. And the benefit, in my opinion, far outweighs any small risk. And remember that when I go and get my shot, I'll be observed for 15 minutes to make sure that I'm not having any kind of allergic reaction. And if I do develop an allergic reaction, like an anaphylactic reaction, there are treatments. No one has died, and the benefits far outweigh the risks.
All right, everybody, I do want to cut in here. It does look like Governor Kemp is getting underway with a vaccine update out of the state of Georgia. So we're going to head to that here on News Now from Fox.
public sector and private sector who have made this vaccine possible. I don't think people really realize the medical miracle that we are experiencing right now, so I want to again thank them. Today we also begin another exciting and important chapter in the administration of COVID-19 vaccine here in Georgia. Across the country, no group has been hit harder by the virus than the residents and staff of our long-term care facilities. And for months, we have used the full weight of state government with support from our federal partners to ensure that these facilities had the resources necessary to fight COVID-19 head-on. Our Georgia National Guardsmen served as a model for the rest of the country. I know that seems like a long time ago when that started, but it is amazing what they did, completing thousands of infection control missions in literally every community in Georgia to ensure that these care centers met strict guidelines to help keep the virus at bay. The men and women of the Georgia State Patrol made urgent deliveries of critical supplies to keep residents and staff healthy. And to meet the increased need for testing, the state has spent now $78 million in coronavirus relief funds to support COVID-19 testing in nursing homes throughout our state. These measures have been the result of an unprecedented partnership between the federal government, local leaders, and our partners in the private sector. And today we're proud to be here in Gainesville as the next step of that partnership gets underway here in Georgia. As another testament to the strength of the public-private partnership in fighting COVID-19, the federal government and the team at Operation Warp Speed have rolled out a program for long-term care facilities to partner directly with CVS and Walgreens to deliver the vaccine to their residents and staff. Dr. Toomey and Commissioner Berry can speak more to the specifics, but I can tell you that more than 95% of our facilities across the Peach State have already enrolled in this program. And we are eager to see the vaccine make its way quickly and safely to our most vulnerable and to those great Georgians who are giving them world-class care. Right here at this facility, Pruitt Health is already lining up its caregivers to receive the vaccine. Among them is Jonathan Harris, a senior certified nurse assistant for Pruitt. He was selected to be the very first Pruitt Health care giver vaccinated in Georgia. Jonathan, we're excited for you and for all of your nursing home staff today. I want to thank you for your willingness to step up and be number one. It says a lot about your commitment to your patients and to your profession. Staff, as you know, in our long-term care facilities have been the frontline heroes for months now, and we could not be more grateful for their work and for leading by example of getting the vaccine. I've also been told that to celebrate their caregivers, Pruitt Health is joining with Waffle House, another great Georgia company, to buy all vaccinated Pruitt Health staff breakfast. Whatever it takes to get them to take the vaccine. Each frontline worker who is vaccinated will receive a Waffle House gift card, and if that doesn't get you in line, I don't know what will. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Toomey and Commissioner Berry to give more details on where we are on the distribution of the vaccine. But first, I want to ensure all Georgians that we are working diligently to get the vaccine out and following the direction from CDC. In the meantime, though, we still need every Georgian to do their part to stop the spread of the virus as we face the new year and the rest of the winter season. Though the news of the vaccine is encouraging, right down the street at Northeast Georgia Health System, they are seeing the highest COVID patient volumes yet and the largest number of patients in any hospital anywhere in our state. Last week, their message was loud and clear, and I'm here to echo it once again. COVID-19 is still here, and it still presents a threat to the people of our great state. On the state side, we continue to work around the clock to stand up the temporary facility at the Georgia World Congress Center. That facility should start accepting patients by the end of this week, and will be a big help to alleviate pressure on our area hospitals and statewide hospitals and ensure that they have the capacity to continue caring for their patients. And as I mentioned last week, by December the 30th, we will have an 80-day supply of all critical PPE supplies ready to deploy at a moment's notice. That said, we know the best way to mitigate the spread of the virus is through our own personal actions. Over the last 30 days, the highest percentage of new cases has come from individuals that are between 18 and 29 years of age. And while death in this category are thankfully very low, these individuals can bring the virus home with them during the holidays to their parents, grandparents, and others who are more vulnerable. That is why, with New Year's Eve this Thursday, I'm again making the same plea I made last week to the people of our state. Limit your gatherings to small groups of people within the same household. Consider gathering virtually to watch the ball drop. Consider the risk of including elderly loved ones or those more susceptible to the virus, and implement the best practices and public health guidance outlined in our orders into your plans. As I've said several times in recent weeks, the guidance in our executive order has been the same for months now, including limits on bar capacity and gatherings over 50 people, and can be enforced by any state or local law enforcement agency. And I know that they do not want to have to do that. So I'm encouraging everyone to help be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I would ask all Georgians to take that into consideration as we look to the New Year's Eve and New Year in just a few days. We also need people to continue to follow the 4 things that we've been talking about to limit the spread of the virus, regardless of your New Year's plans. Wear your mask, wash your hands, practice social distancing, and continue to follow the guidance in our public health executive orders. While we wait for the vaccine to be available to the general public, which we do not anticipate for a few months, we can all do our part to slow the spread by making wise decisions and acting in the best interests of your fellow Georgians. Together we can ensure that Georgia continues to weather this storm and emerges stronger, safer, and healthier than ever before. Thank you so much for being here, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Toomey to make some remarks to you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and special thanks to Pruitt for hosting us here and for being the first to roll out this extraordinary partnership that is really going to save lives. I'm going to give you a shocking statistic. Long-term care facility staff and residents represent about 5% of our cases in the state of Georgia, and yet represent over 37% of the deaths in the state that we have reported since this pandemic began. We hope with these vaccines we will begin to change those statistics and save lives here, not just in this long-term care facility, but in all of those that are participating with us in this vaccine program. As the governor pointed out, 95% are working together with either CVS, who's here today, or with the Walgreens throughout the state to be able to ensure the residents and providers are covered. It's very important that the providers as well get their vaccinations during this time. And our health departments will work together with those 5% that aren't part of this partnership. So we are really very pleased to roll out this public-private partnership that will utilize our vaccine allocation, but basically be an assist to us to be able to do this faster, more efficiently, and reach those most vulnerable in our state. We've already today received additional allocations of Pfizer and are expecting Moderna vaccine as well. And so we are really working to ramp up our vaccine distribution throughout the state in this coming week. And I really want to give a shout out to the many hospitals as well as our own public health departments that worked throughout the Christmas weekend to vaccinate the vaccinators and other medical care providers, including dentists and others who would not otherwise have access to the vaccine. And so we are pleased that this is continuing, and we are getting a great deal of support for this. I want to also say that for those who are hesitant about the vaccine, the data look wonderful. The data from the vaccine look very, very good, and the safety record is very, very good. And so for those of you who still have some, whether it's healthcare workers here in the long-term care facilities or in the hospitals, or those of you in the community, as we begin to roll out our vaccines into other older adults and essential workers, you should be reassured that these vaccines are safe, effective, and will save lives. And so we really strongly encourage you to be vaccinated when we reach that phase of the vaccine process. We're following CDC guidelines, and we'll be rolling out, we suspect, into the next phase by the end of this month, if not even sooner. I also wanted to announce today that we have a special call center for the public, because we've gotten so many calls from the public about where can I get a vaccine? Is this vaccine safe? What is the information? What's the difference between Pfizer and Moderna? Does it make a difference? Can I choose when I go to a place to be vaccinated? And so we've enlisted the Georgia Poison Center, who has worked with us for many years on outbreaks and other notifiable diseases, and has also been providing information to the public about just COVID disease. They will now be also providing information to the public. There's a 1-888 number that's listed on our website, 1-888-357-0169 will be the number available to the public. Look at it, it's on our website, but call that number if you have any questions about the vaccine, your eligibility, when your particular group or age group or occupation will be the focus of the vaccine efforts, because they will be able to help as well. And last but not least, I want to say that we already have enrolled 914 providers. That's so literally every day more providers are enrolling, so we can ensure that as we continue to roll out the vaccine throughout the state, as more vaccine becomes available and we get our vaccine shipments week after week, and move from phase to phase, that there will be providers in all of your neighborhoods that will be able to make this vaccine available. And so, as the governor said, it's so important we continue to follow those four things for winter, those four prevention efforts, but I'd like to add that fifth. And when it's your time to be vaccinated, please get vaccinated for COVID. That's our one most important resource we have, that we can truly stop this epidemic, so that next year at Christmas time we'll be able to follow a different kind of trajectory for the state. So thank you so much, and thank you for being here. And let me turn it over to my friend and colleague, Commissioner Frank Berry.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Toomey and Governor Kemp, for your leadership during this crisis. It's been remarkable. Thank you both. Thank you to all of our frontline healthcare workers. A lot of times we talk about hospital workers, but our long-term care facility staff have been equally engaged in this battle. And thank you very much for your service to Georgians. Over the pandemic, for the last close to 10 months, the state has helped with staff augmentation. Many of our nursing homes and long-term care facilities were bombarded with the COVID-19 illness, and it impacted staff as well. So staff augmentation played a critical role in keeping these facilities open. Temporary nurse aides have been deployed and have been a remarkable asset to helping combat the illness as well. Grants were awarded for communicative devices that helped with isolation. Many people were unable to have communication with their loved ones, and iPads and cell phones were offered through grant initiatives that allowed for them to have contact with family members. PPE has been awarded across the state under Governor Kemp's leadership so that nobody could say that they did not have appropriate PPE. And finally, over 3,000 surveys were conducted during the last 10 months to long-term care facilities, sending state employees out into harm's way who were committed to doing those surveys work. Finally, I wanted to say that today is a great day. It's a day of hope, as the governor said. We feel like we're now getting involved in the offensive instead of the defensive. And that's a great day for us. And again, I want to recognize Dr. Toomey and Governor Kemp for their leadership and for providing all of the resources that we've needed, and continue to ask the question, what else can we be doing to help secure a safer environment for all of us? Thank you very much, and I can answer any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
All right, good deal. Anybody got any questions for Commissioner Berry, myself, or Dr. Toomey this morning?
Yeah, Governor, do you have some specific numbers about how many doses have been administered, and then specific timing on when patients in nursing homes will start to get the shot into the arm, not just staff here?
I may let Frank or Dr. Toomey answer that. They probably have better information.
Sure. I just wrote this out this morning. Our allocations of Moderna are 234,000. Our allocations of Pfizer are 268,125. I was told we just got a shipment in this morning, and those will be going to providers all over the state. And we anticipate that there's 39,000 doses of the Pfizer that will have been deployed to long-term care facilities through this partnership. And so if you think about it, the providers here at the long-term care facility are the firewall protecting the residents. And so they will be vaccinated first. And then after the staff are vaccinated, then the workers or the residents will be vaccinated. So that's it's a very strategic way to work. If you're actually protecting the residents by vaccinating the staff and doing that very, very quickly. And I think I answered your question.
Do you know how many of the allocation have been administered so far?
Oh, there's a website. I don't know if you've seen it. It's on our website. It's usually about a day behind because there's been vaccinations over the weekend, but it's still saying 26,000, and I know we've done more than that. And so because that's what's entered into the GRITS, the immunization registry. And so if you look later today, it'll be updated with the most recent updates. And just know that there's a bit of a lag between the actual administration of the vaccine and then the reporting into GRITS. But the website is a good way to keep track of that every day.
Let me just add one thing, Dr. Toomey. On the numbers, I think just like today, starting in nursing homes, this is going to ramp up. It'll, always the first few days it takes a while to get everything going. But really, for the last 2 weeks, the vaccine's been given out. I talked to, I think it was 11 hospital CEOs all across the state when I was driving home. I guess it was 2 days before Christmas. And you could literally tell the excitement in their voices because they were all given the vaccine. They had all gotten it. Some, it took a little longer than others, but they all had places set up in their facilities. They had people rolling through there. When we were with John Lewin at Emory the other day, he said they have the ability eventually to do 4,000 vaccinations a day if they can get them. So I can promise you, CVS, Walgreens, the nursing homes in our state, they are
As
ready.
Governor Kemp continues to answer questions from the media on vaccine distribution in the state of Georgia, some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
For all of you, I was hoping you might be able to speak to just a logistical challenge, obviously, of getting these vaccines to care homes that literally are in every town across the state. And then secondarily, the 95% number who are enrolled, does that 95% number also include very small personal care homes that maybe aren't under DCH authority, but are under 25 beds?
I may let Frank or Dr. Toomey speak to the last point. I would say logistically, again, thank you to the Trump administration, Operation Warp Speed, the public-private partnership with CVS and Walgreens, just to go straight to the facilities like here at Pruitt and take the states out of being the middleman. Obviously, the doses are coming out of our allotment, but to me, that makes a lot of sense that they're working on the logistics of that. So I feel like that's going to go very well because you're going to a specific location. They know how many staff, how many residents, so you know how many vaccines to ship. You can be very efficient in the way of doing that. The challenge, I think, for us, and I'm just speaking for myself, I'll let Dr. Toomey or Frank weigh in on this if they would like, but when we get to the general public, that's when you have even more of a logistical challenge, which is but there's good things that are happening, and we're continuing to work on that every day. Like Dr. Toomey said, we have 900 providers that have now signed up. We've got our local pharmacists, we've got our public health departments all over the state, every county in the state. So we're going to gear that up and get this vaccine out to people, whatever it takes. We will deploy whatever resource that we need to. And then y'all feel free to.
I can say a few words, and then Commissioner Berry. The benefit of this partnership with Operation Warp Speed is that they actually ship directly. Although we have some vaccine shipped to our warehouse so we can keep it for emergency purposes when there's a need at a hospital that finds that may need additional doses or other providers. We're trying to reach all those providers who aren't reached by hospitals through our public health departments. And as I mentioned, that we've vaccinated hundreds of such providers, including primary care physicians, dentists, and others in the community. And as the governor said, I just wanted to comment again, it's just amazing to see people's faces and excitement, tears of joy, literally, in the waiting room of providers who have been working at this for so many months, and now seeing that there's an end in sight, a ray of hope that is going to protect them and their families, because they've had to worry about that. So the logistics are difficult because of the cold storage issue, and so you have to match the provider with the right vaccine. But once we direct where they go, it's shipped kind of automatically through the process, and it's working very well, and we ship directly to these long-term care facilities. We anticipate that the personal care homes will be vaccinated by our public health departments, and they will be working directly with our public health, county and district health directors, and so we'll be continuing to roll that out, and that's part of their work in the community.
That's covered it. Thank you.
Everybody that's freezing to death in the back, please feel free to move to the sunshine if you won't bother us at all.
Governor, one last question. Obviously, today is a very exciting day, right? It's a great day. But we've also heard from folks that once you get the vaccine, you still should be wearing your mask. Can you just, again, speak to the fact that even though today is a great day, it's not a day to let up on what we've been doing for so many months?
Oh, no, absolutely. We've got to continue to use best practices. Obviously, this is a dual dose vaccine. So I'll let Dr. Toomey speak to more of the specifics of that, but we cannot let our guard down. We've got to continue to do those 4 things, or 5 now, with wearing your mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands, follow the guidance, and get the vaccine when it becomes ready. That's what I'm going to do when I become eligible as well. Dr. Toomey, did you want to add anything?
No, it's very important that remember that until everybody, as many people as possibly can be vaccinated, and so we're hoping at least 70 or 80% are vaccinated, we won't have the kind of immunity in the community that we will need to ensure protection. Between now and that time, we should all follow those same guidelines and continue to social distance and wear a mask and follow the wash your hands, follow the public health guidance. So even as we're doing this very aggressive campaign, we've got to continue to remember to do that. And as we learn more about the vaccine and how it prevents disease, we've got to continue to do that because there may be still more things to learn about whether it prevents asymptomatic cases. What it prevented were symptomatic cases and serious cases in hospitalization, so the worst possible complications of COVID. And we're still learning more about that. But it's just, I think, very important to remember, particularly now with the holidays and New Year's here, that we don't want to see another spike after the holidays, and so continue to follow those guidelines. One more thing about logistics. One of the other important things to bear in mind is that this is a 2-dose, not a 1-dose vaccine. Coming down the pike will be some 1-dose vaccines, perhaps as early as the spring, if not earlier, and that will make it probably significantly easier logistically to vaccinate, and particularly in areas without the kind of tracking mechanisms that we have. And so that we are monitoring to guess which vaccine, because you can't mix the vaccines, and then call them back exactly either 3 or 4 weeks later, more or less, to ensure that they get vaccinated again. So this is all part of that logistical challenge that we talked about, but we have it automated in a way that we can order that vaccine and have them come in and automatically distributed to those providers at the right time.
Thanks, everyone. Are we going to hear by any chance from one of the providers getting the vaccine? That I'll refer to the facility.
Let me just again thank the team from Pruitt for having us today, and Jonathan, thank you and your colleagues for your willingness to step up and get vaccinated. I think this continues to just help build the public confidence out there, and thanks again for that. And thank you all for being here. Thank you.
All right, everybody, you were just listening in to a vaccine distribution update from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and Commissioner of Georgia Department of Public Health, Dr. Kathleen Toomey, giving an update on vaccination distribution at nursing home facilities across Georgia and encouraging people to abide by CDC guidelines and keep safe as the new year is right around the corner this Thursday, New Year's Eve. They advised everybody to wear a mask, social distance, and maybe minimize gatherings that are typically huge for New Year's Eve, welcoming in 2021, saying goodbye to 2020. So again, a live, raw, and unedited press conference from Governor Kemp of Georgia. 10:32 here on the East Coast. Again, I am your host, Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias this morning, coming to you live from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. About a half hour from passing things off to our hub, our NewsNOW headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where Christy Connor will be joining you for the first time in several months, returning from maternity leave here on NewsNOW from Fox. She will be joined by Daytona Everett. Again, we are a now national operation here on NewsNOW from Fox. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute break, but as we stay on the topic of vaccines, if you were tuning in before Governor Kemp's update, we were hearing from Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Penn Medicine, who is bringing us the latest information on nursing home residents getting vaccinated beginning today. He is even receiving his first dose of, I believe, the Pfizer vaccine, and Fox 29 Philadelphia did capture that live on their show. So since we did have to cut his interview with our very own Paul Rupel short, we will play you that first. And then as he talks about getting the vaccine after the interview, we do have a picture of that raw and unedited here on News Now from Fox. So again, some of you will see that quick commercial break. When we return, we will be talking to Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Penn Medicine.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano joining us from Penn Medicine in Philadelphia today. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us during the holiday week. Thank you for joining us.
Always a pleasure, Paul.
And I understand today is a big day for you in the fight against COVID-19. Can you tell us what's happening in a little bit?
Well, I was notified yesterday, Paul, that I'm on the list to get a vaccination very early today. So after I'm done talking with you, I'm going to mosey on over to the hospital and get my COVID-19 vaccination.
That's great to hear. As a doctor in your office, you've had patients with COVID-19, right?
Oh, there's no question. I've had them. I've dealt with this virus since day one. I've had hospitalized patients. I've had patients on ventilators, and I've had them in my office. And so it's a big day for me because this will enable me to feel a little more protected, not only for myself, but very importantly for my family. And remember, this is just the first of two. So I'll get another one in maybe 21 to 28 days. But that's how this vaccination program works.
Well, it's great to see our frontline healthcare workers getting the vaccinations they need. Let's stick with the theme of good news. Residents in nursing homes and long-term care facilities are starting to get their COVID-19 vaccines this week. For us locally in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, it's this week. I think some may have started last week. CVS and Walgreens are administering these shots from Pfizer and Moderna. Great news to have them starting to get the folks in these homes vaccinated, right?
Well, there's no question about it. And everyone is very, very excited about this and the fact that we are slowly getting everyone immunized. Now, we're starting with the highest risk people, working with the elderly, and working our way down from first responders to the elderly, people with underlying medical conditions, and hopefully not too far away, everyone will have the opportunity to get a vaccine if they wish, and I sure hope they get it.
Something else we've spoken about regarding the vaccines, there have been some allergic reactions. It sounds like there's a potential culprit for that. Reports say that polyethylene glycol, PEG, may be behind these cases of anaphylaxis. They'll be studying that and keeping an eye out for other possibilities. What can you tell us about this news?
Well, this is something that was felt to be a possible cause even as early as a week or so ago. Dr. Paul Offit, who I'm proud to say is at our sister institution, Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania, who is a world authority on vaccinations, said that that was on the list of possible culprits. Now, that is a way that this vaccine works. It gets into cells, and perhaps they will need to tweak it a bit so that it doesn't utilize polyethylene glycol. So we are learning as we go with this, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be getting this into my arm today, and I have no fears, and it is by far the way to get out of this nightmare.
Yeah, I think the reports have been that there's only been a handful of allergic reactions. CDC is advising people who have a history of severe allergic reactions to any component of the vaccines not to receive it, and obviously if you have one from the first shot, not to get the second. But it's been a pretty small group.
Well, absolutely. And I tell patients all the time, if you look at the list of potential side effects with a baby aspirin, it might give you pause. But we all know that everything in life is a risk and benefit ratio. And the benefit, in my opinion, far outweighs any small risk. And remember that when I go and get my shot, I'll be observed for 15 minutes to make sure that I'm not having any kind of allergic reaction. And if I do develop an allergic reaction, like an anaphylactic reaction, there are treatments. No one has died, and the benefits far outweigh the risks.
The vaccines are now being given across Europe, Italy, Greece, and Spain, some of the latest countries. And the United Kingdom is likely to soon approve its third vaccine, this one being the one from Oxford and AstraZeneca. What do we know about this one? Is it different, similar to the other two that are already out here in the U.S.?
Well, from what I've read and from what I understand, the AstraZeneca vaccine has some other potential benefits that may really come through for the entire planet. Remember that there are countries where refrigeration and freezers are hard to come by. And my understanding is that with the AstraZeneca vaccine, this is not an issue with that vaccine. And so it may turn out to be the big savior, if you will, for the countries that are less fortunate in terms of not having freezer and refrigeration technology at hand. So that's where I think AstraZeneca's vaccine is going to come in. And boy, is that going to be a major, major improvement. Because remember, Paul, that for this to work, we really need the entire planet to get vaccinated. We need the entire planet to have some form of immunity so we can stifle this once and for all, this terrible virus.
Yeah, there were reports that there were some problems with the refrigeration on the first shipment to Germany, for example. So, yeah, that's certainly going to be a factor. We've talked a little bit about how vitamin D may help you in the fight against COVID-19. There have been some studies that talk about some other vitamins like vitamin C, zinc, we've also spoken about, and quercetin. Could you talk about how those are being used in treatment?
Well, quercetin is a natural product that has anti-inflammatory properties. And again, everything that we do has to be based on science. To my knowledge and from my review of the literature, there is sufficient amounts of information and data to support the use of vitamin D. Now, there is some benefit in some studies to zinc as well as vitamin C, but in my humble opinion, not as robust as vitamin D. So the bottom line here is that what's going to protect you is wearing a mask and being vigilant, staying away from parties, not getting together with groups of folks, including those for things like New Year's Eve, which is going to be, in my opinion, a very risky proposition. I'm very worried that we will have a surge sometime in the middle of January because of people letting their guard down. Remember that the bottom line here is that vaccination and all of these treatments are not a cure. What we need to do is focus on proper etiquette, and that is wearing a mask, staying socially distanced, avoiding large crowds. If you do those things, you're going to really protect yourself.
When you do get the vaccine, how long does it take for it to kick in? How long does it take effect?
Well, our science indicates that it can be as early as 7 days when you start to detect antibodies. So I believe that like most vaccinations, it takes a week or two to start the process of building up immunity. And remember that to get the full effect, you're going to need that booster shot 21 or 28 days after the initial one to get the full impact of this vaccination.
All right. What are your thoughts as you head towards getting your shot in a little bit?
Absolute pride in the scientists that developed these, the fact that this has come about in such a quick time. The science backs it up. The safety, the efficacy is there, and it's almost tantamount in my mind to landing on the moon. At least in my lifetime, this is a momentous occasion, and we all should be joyful and rejoice in the fact that the cavalry is coming and help is on the way.
Indeed it is. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us today, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Paul. You take care. You be safe.
All right, coronavirus updates from Dr. Mike Sirigliano. We like to bring you that segment here almost every day on News Now from Fox. Dr. Mike always is willing to hop on a Zoom call with either myself, you saw Paul Rupel, or the anchors at Fox 29 Philadelphia, which is our sister station close to where he is located. It is 10:43 on the East Coast. Again, I am your host, Regina Gonzalez, in for Pilar Arias this Monday, December 28th. I want to invite you to follow me on social media for all the latest breaking news, updates, stories happening across the nation, pictures of my dog sometimes, pictures of sunsets. We like to be people too here on News Now from Fox. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed your holiday, your Christmas. We are about to ring in 2021. And if you are watching on the platform that has a chat feature, feel free to let us know how you are spending your New Year's Eve. I know in several cities and states, celebrations will look a lot different. Specifically in New York City, Times Square New Year's Rockin' Eve going to be virtual, no big crowds amid large gathering restrictions in Times Square, New York City. So a safer New Year's Eve, but we do wish you a happy and healthy 21 from all of us here at News Now from Fox. So you heard Dr. Mike say it himself. Right after that interview, he was going to receive his first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, and Fox 29 Philadelphia captured that moment live on their show. It was about an hour ago at this point, but they did send it to us, and we do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox as Dr. Mike receives the first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, commending the healthcare workers that are not only distributing this vaccine, but working on the front lines amid this pandemic this entire year. So some of you will see a quick commercial break. We are just about 15 minutes from passing things off to our Phoenix hub, where Christy Connor, otherwise known as Christy Larson, better known as Christy Larson, will be joining you for the first time since her maternity leave. We are so excited to welcome her here back on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's watch Dr. Mike get the first dose of the vaccine after talking to us about it almost every day here on News Now from Fox.
Oh, by the way, our Dr. Mike got his COVID-19 vaccine, the shot. You got the shot in the arm today, Doc?
Yes, I did. I was very, very, very lucky. As we know, they are working through the layers of people that care for folks. So they started with the ICU units.
Yeah.
All the people in the hospitals and primary care folks are coming up.
So
do you know which one you got, Dr. Mike? Did you get the Moderna or the Pfizer? Not that it matters,
I believe I received the Pfizer vaccine.
Okay. Should we be asking that? And what's the difference between the two of them?
There's really no difference, and I get that question all the time. They are both similarly effective. They are similarly as safe, and I would clearly, easily, happily choose either one.
Is there one you have to take twice to get the booster?
Both of them. Both of them. So I will be coming back in about 3 weeks. As everyone that gets this vaccination, you have to come back and get a booster. But I want to say a couple things. I was talking to a patient over the weekend. There's so much misinformation.
Yeah.
There's so much people that don't know what's going on. They said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Dr. Mike, that you're going to get that vaccine because there's antifreeze in there."
Oh,
forget about it.
Oh, God.
What were some of the other ones? People worried about, that they're putting a microchip in you. The government's trying to follow you around. That it causes side effects. Now, there have been a few cases of side effects, right?
Right, but they are minimal compared to COVID-19.
Just for sure.
So the way that it worked where I just went at Penn, it's like a military operation. They have an area if you should get side effects. They watch you for 15 minutes. They're very strict about it. And look, I want to give a real quick shout out.
Sure.
These are the nurses and the pharmacists, my angels, Allison Apple, the pharmacist, Jennifer Molman, Anne-Marie Mars, and Julianne Jablonski, who gave me the shot.
That's who?
I
Okay, right
love
there.
all of you guys.
They are angels, that's for
They
sure.
are angels.
Real quickly here. I had it for, I was down for about a month. How long does this fatigue and being tired last?
Well, if you continue to have symptoms, you would be considered a long hauler. There are people who have continued symptoms that go on and on that include brain fog, fatigue, not feeling well, not having energy. I think that over time, if you take care of yourself, you get plenty of rest, and you really let yourself heal, you should be just fine. But there's a lot we're learning about.
Real quickly, I think you've answered this question before. How soon before we can go into a CVS or a Rite Aid or whatever they get the shot?
I wish it was tomorrow.
Yeah.
The bottom line is that they're starting this week going with nursing homes, long-term care facilities, and then they're going to quickly jump in to people with high-risk situations, significant medical conditions. And I'm hoping the end of January, February, let's get going and say goodbye to COVID-19.
Yeah. Bye-bye. If you've had COVID-19, should you get the vaccine?
You bet. We don't know how long the immunity lasts, so get it. If you're immunosuppressed, you need to get it. And one thing I learned, if you get the vaccine, they don't want you to get another vaccine in between the two shots. Just put that stuff off for now. Focus on the COVID vaccination.
Say that. I lost hearing there for a second.
So if you get the COVID vaccine, they don't want you to get any other
like flu
vaccines, like any other shots,
any
like
other
flu
shots.
shot, shingle shot. Hold off.
That's good
get
to know.
That second shot, give it some time, and then you're back on track.
Okay. Dr. Mike, thank you for being a frontline worker for 9 straight months. I don't know how you're doing it.
I have faced this virus right in my face, and I'm
Your
sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Thank you for taking care of me and all the rest of us. Thank you.
Love you
We'll
guys.
see you probably tomorrow.
All right, the latest update from Dr. Mike as he receives the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Again, a frontline healthcare worker giving us the latest on the coronavirus pandemic here on NewsNOW from Fox since the very beginning. So we do thank Dr. Mike Sirigliano for those updates, and we are taking a live look over Times Square in New York City as they get the stage ready for New Year's Rockin' Eve. It is the last Monday of 2020, guys. We are saying goodbye to a very hectic, original, scary year, but at the end of the day, we do remind you to be grateful for what is in your life. Again, if you are watching on the platform that has a chat feature, feel free to tell us the good about 2020. We like to be good news now here and there, and as we bring you the latest updates across the nation, we like to reflect positivity and want our viewers to talk about, again, the good that has happened in 2020 despite it being a year like no other. New Year's Rockin' Eve will not have the crowds that you are typically used to seeing every year. It is going to be virtual. You will be able to watch it on air. Still watching made headliners like Jennifer Lopez. I am obsessed with Jennifer Lopez. She started the year by performing at the Super Bowl halftime show, and now she's going to end the year and kick off a new one by performing at New Year's Rockin' Eve in Times Square. I do follow her on social media, and it looks like her and A-Rod are already in New York City, ready and prepping for that performance. So I wanted to hop on here and say goodbye. We are just a few minutes away from passing things off to our Phoenix headquarters. Christy Larson joining you guys for the first time since returning from her maternity leave. We do welcome her back happily and healthy here on NewsNOW from Fox. Thank you so much again for waking up with me on this November, listen to me, I need to have coffee, December 28th. And I want to wish you guys a very happy and healthy new year. If I don't see you again, Pilar Arias will hop on back here beginning tomorrow, and we will return to our 6 o'clock Eastern time launch in the morning. So guys, thank you so much for being with us. Now I want to take you to San Francisco, where, as we stay on the topic of vaccines, the pandemic, 2020 being a very, very different year, a year like no other as we face the pandemic. Millions of people staying in quarantine, working from home. You know, we just experienced the holidays, whether you were spending it with a smaller intimate family gathering or having people over very safely and wearing your mask and keeping your distance. We were eating, guys. I was eating. I cooked on Christmas. So we do want to bring you this segment from our sister station, KTVU Fox 2, on how to avoid a quarantine 15. That is what they are calling it now. So again, thank you so much for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Regina Gonzalez. Some of you will see one last 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be in San Francisco hearing about how to avoid a quarantine 15 as we head into a new year.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank Malakota. I work for KTVU Fox 2 here in the San Francisco Bay Area. My guest is an expert on weight control, obesity, and nutrition, and she's here to talk about the Quarantine 15. What's that all about? Let's say hi to Dr. Amy Lee. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well. Well, here we go. COVID has reared its ugly head again as we go into lockdown number 2 in many parts of the country. And with that comes stress. And with stress, we start to eat a lot. Why is that so?
I think it's just human nature. You know, when we are encountering any anxiety or anything that makes us feel bad, we automatically look for things to suppress those feelings. And so the easiest things that we can acquire nowadays, of course, is at convenience of our own kitchen and of course our environment at home. So food is definitely one of those things that people grab and they gravitate towards when it comes to suppressing their sort of urges and anxieties and angst. So this is what we're seeing.
Are you seeing a lot of people gain weight through the pandemic?
Oh, for sure. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased with my business. We, obviously treat overweightness in my business. However, it's so common to just talk to anyone on the streets and they tell you they're gaining unintentional weight just because they're not really thinking about it, not being mindful about their whole situation. And then they find themselves 5 to 10 pounds over what their baseline is.
It could sneak up on you too. You kind of forget and you pull the old scale out and go, oh, hello
That's
there.
why I hide mine.
Yeah, well, the scale never lies. Math is math, that's for sure. Do you think people learned anything in the first round of shutdown and we've gotten kind of used to it? Or is it worse now that we're just fatigued from all this and, bring on the cookies and the cakes and, fried chicken and all that kind of stuff?
I think the intentions are there. The numbers do show that people are gaining weight, and I think majority of us are mindful about the first shutdown. And I am getting a lot of feedback from patients and even from colleagues that, all right, we're going into our second shutdown. Now it's a matter of what are we going to do differently? And the good thing is we are coming into 2021. And so it gives us that kind of like set point to start somewhere. And oftentimes we love having a start date. And so this is your chance to actually do something a little bit differently compared to back in March and April.
Well, how about some tips? What can we do to prevent this from happening?
Well, fix your environment first. I mean, obviously we're still working from home. So look at your workspace and see how far it is from your kitchen. Because oftentimes when we get sort of anxious or bored or even stressed from, a bad Zoom call, for example, we tend to just sort of gravitate towards the kitchen and the fridge. So make sure that in your environment, you don't have all the junk food and stuff with, lots of sugars and processed carbs. And so you know that if you were to gravitate towards your fridge, at least you're getting the better alternatives.
All right, well, easier said than done. And of course, the holidays are approaching now. You've got all that food that's sweet, it's fattening, it's plentiful, it's there on the table. How do you kind of get some willpower and say, not this year?
We always relate holidays with certain foods, right? Like the holiday cookies or the candy jar that we must have, because those festive colors actually reminds us of that euphoric happiness that we relate to holidays. So not that I'm saying take out all your holiday cookies and don't bake or anything like that, but think about the better alternatives. And when you are gonna look for a recipe online, why not replace some of the ingredients with better ingredients? Like, there are a lot of sweets and baked goods now made of great proteins, better fats, less sugar. And so you have total control now if you are willing to put the work and effort into actually making something yourself.
And if you're doing a good job 6 days a week, it's okay to have a cheat day, right? You shouldn't feel guilty about having a slice of grandma's pie or whatever the case may be.
Well, I'd be lying if I said no cheat days, because I definitely designate one day of the week to sort of indulge and give yourself that freedom to do so. But just remember, just because you're having a cheat day doesn't mean you're going to eat everything in the path. It's almost like, you know what, have a taste of this, have a taste of that. It's all about moderation at the end of the day.
And how about sleep patterns? Because those have changed too. I get up at God's hours a couple days a week, and then it changes. And through the stress of working from home and all the stuff that we go through, that's mighty important too. And it affects your eating habits too, I would imagine.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the way, we usually operate throughout the day, oftentimes we have a schedule, we're out of the house, when we're at work, the gym and whatnot, but nowadays we're just sort of stuck, right? And so because of the disruption of our normal schedule, a lot of times it also affects the downstream effect of how we sort of relax and how we take that break, right? And so at night, people tend to find themselves probably online a little bit longer or more often, and just being exposed to, certain lights obviously could keep you up, and just having a disruptive day could cause you to not relax appropriately at night. And so people do have issues with falling asleep as well as staying asleep. So be mindful of that and really fix the environment in your bedroom as well. Don't go into your bedroom unless you're there to sleep, versus not to bring your work into bed with you, because oftentimes it's kind of difficult for some people to deviate the difference between resting versus continue on work, especially in the bedroom setting.
The one thing I find, I leave my phone, it's plugged in, it's there, but I don't look at it. But reading a book or just something, just kind of get lost, that helps a little bit too.
I recently read an article, I don't know how true it is, but it's kind of interesting, where if you can commit yourself to just reading 9 pages of your book or novel, I mean, that's way more, a huge accomplishment for a lot of people nowadays. And so when you find yourself picking up that book, sometimes I think it's just difficult to actually commit and be patient and, have the willpower to stay there reading it, but just commit to just 9 pages. And if you do, that in itself, I think just, it's very telling.
Who knows, you might read 18 the next. I call that the brick on the wall theory. As long as you keep laying a brick down there, eventually you're going to build a wall,
Sure.
And feel good about yourself. How about getting some exercise? You talked about being cooped up, by not getting out, even driving to work and being at work, you're using energy. And a lot of times people are doing this. So that's important too. And that obviously you gain weight if you're not moving around.
There's a lot of benefits to exercise. And one thing is that when you do have a regular physical activity or exercise regimen, it does help you relax at the end of the day. So you're not all revved up, right? And so you do need to expend energy throughout the day in a healthy way, one way or the other. And it has a huge impact on sleep. And people find themselves not sleeping well at night when they don't do the regular exercises. So minimally get yourself out for a walk and just tell yourself, look, I'm going to at least commit every morning for a morning walk, regardless of rain or shine, and just get it done. And so at least you're setting yourself up for that baseline in the morning and keeping that caloric deficit as well.
How about this? About water? Important to do that.
I preach to everyone about the importance of water, but you know what? Water is just boring. So people don't really drink a lot of it. And when they do, it's almost sort of like a drag, right? So, but it's super important. 70% of our bodies are made of water, and part of keeping your lean muscle mass healthy is keeping it hydrated. So you really want to optimize your hydration. And we always make a recommendation of 80 to 100 ounces a day, separate it out in many, once an hour, put a nice little, a reminder for yourself to at least drink a majority of that bottle, or even adding like non-caloric flavors to your water could actually help you become more interested in actually drinking that water.
Did you really say 80 to 100 ounces a day?
Yeah.
Boy,
Yep.
I'm a bad boy.
I mean, breathing, respiratory is just the way we breathe. We actually lose about a liter a day just from breathing air. So if you don't drink at least a liter a day, then you're going to be at a deficit.
And some turned, I mean, at dinner, I found myself, having a little more wine with dinner, that kind of thing. And that catches up with you as well.
And that's not counted as water, by the way.
I know. Actually, it dehydrates you more than anything, probably.
Exactly. And, moderation is key. New guidelines are coming out in 2021 that men and women are, it's recommended that men and women can drink 1 drink a day. And so oftentimes we let it get away, and the alcohol consumption definitely has gone up as well during COVID. And that also translates to weight gain. So be careful.
Yeah, those big glasses of Cabernet do come with calories. I talked to one nutritionist a couple of weeks ago, and she said, a good barometer, you should be going to the bathroom about 6 to 10 times a day if you're doing this correctly. So,
hey, you got a built-in exercise regimen right there.
There you go. There you go. Well, how about one last piece of advice for people that might say, all right, I'm going to get through the holidays, but like you said, New Year's is here. We got a baseline. I'm going to give up sugar. I'm going to lose weight. How can we not only make those declarations, but hold on to them as well?
Write it down. Hold yourself accountable. Go buy a fancy journal book and start writing down every day your thoughts, your short-term goals. And it's all about being able to check back on your own personal commitment, which can definitely help you carry out your goals in the next week or months. And so I'm a big fan of journaling. It's part of weight loss business in my case, but I also find it super helpful to be able to write down things that you want to accomplish. And so I would definitely, that would be my recommendation for 2021.
All right. Well, how about some information if they want to get in touch with you or get more information on staying fit and having a healthy diet?
Well, if you have time, check out the website, www.newscific.com. There's a lot of information, nutrition content, and things that we write up consistently just to, spread the news on things that we can do to live a healthier life.
All right. Dr. Amy Lee, want to thank you. Have a great holiday.
Thank you again.
All right. I'm Frank Malakut. If you'd like more information as well, you can go to newsnowfox.com. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just want to say thanks so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. I am one of the many hosts you have here, Christy Larson, joining you live. And I did just want to pop on and say a quick little hello because it has been quite a while. So hello, everyone. For those of you who may have been with us for quite some time, I haven't been on in the last few months enjoying that maternity leave. So just wanted to say I'm glad to be back bringing you all of that latest breaking news and, of course, live events that happen all across the country. I know we've had some really great new hosts that you guys have all gotten introduced. Coming back was just playing catch up on all of the new people we have who help make up this really great team that we do have here at News Now from Fox. So once again, there's that beautiful picture in Times Square. Soon we will be switching things over from the Christmas season, of course, to New Year's Eve, and then all of us trying to transition into a new year with a lot of changes that are being made and how we are doing everything from maybe those New Year's resolutions, going to the gym. Obviously, there's going to be quite a big change with that. So we do have a lot of things to adjust to, and hopefully we can all do it safely and really well in 2021. What we're going to do is that Senate race in Georgia, the runoff race that's still happening. We've had some of the candidates not only making some rallies over the weekend, but we do have some of them that we're going to be going to today. So let's get caught up on what they were talking about earlier this weekend.
Reform in Congress. He's going to fight for a new Civil Rights Act. He's going to bring a new Voting Rights Act, and he's going to fight for a $15 minimum wage that we all love. He's going to fight for health, jobs, and justice. There is too much at stake to set this election out, guys. Our vote is so powerful. If our vote wasn't powerful, people like David Perdue wouldn't be trying so hard to stop it. Let's just be real. So if you haven't voted yet, get to the polls this week. If you haven't turned in your absentee ballot, turn that in today. And then make sure you tell everyone you know to vote for Jon Ossoff by Election Day, January 15th. And vote for the love of your community and encourage change. Now, if you will come together, put your hands together, because we're about to have our future United States Senator, Jon Ossoff, come out and speak to you.
Hey, y'all. Hey, it's a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, honey, for your amazing art. Thank you for sharing this with us. Thank you for your brilliance and your talent and your generosity of spirit and your inspiration. Thank you so much, honey. Please recognize honey for her amazing work of art here in our community. Thank you, honey. Thank you so much, Usley. Thank you for your amazing poster design. I've seen them all over town. Thank you for bringing that spirit of strength and resilience. Thank you for putting a strong black woman on that poster to demonstrate the power of black women here in Georgia and the power of black women who show up at the polls. Thank you, Usley. Thank you to all of the artists for Ossoff. This is a program that, y'all, we are investing in the community, investing in public spaces, investing in culture. Just as we must in public policy, especially at a moment of crisis like this. The artistic community, the arts, our theater spaces, our galleries have been hit so hard. And at a moment like this, our government needs to stand alongside those who produce the culture that sustains us and inspires us. So thank you for your brilliance and creativity, and thank you for everyone who's involved in this program. I appreciate you. Give it up one more time for the artists, please. And all of you, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for showing up in Little Five. Y'all may not know I grew up till I was 11 years old, about 100 yards from here, up across from Bass. So much love to Inman Park, Little 5 Points, Candler Park, the whole community. It's great to be here. I am thankful for everything that you're doing to get out the vote. And y'all, the polls are open. Early voting is ongoing. We've got 9 days to go to make history. So say it with me right now. Say vote. Vote. Say vote. Vote. The kids are out today. Just think about how far we've come in the American South. Think about how far we've come in the state of Georgia. The most competitive battleground state in the country, 2 United States Senate runoffs to determine control of the United States Senate. And your standard bearers are the young Jewish son of an immigrant and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Think about how far we've come, Georgia. And we're running against like the Bonnie and Clyde of corruption in politics. 2 U.S. senators who, while they have blocked the relief that the people need, have been lining their own pockets in office. But we have bigger and better things to talk about than David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Like where we go from here as a people. Because Donald Trump is leaving. And Georgia voters said Donald Trump packing. Donald Trump is leaving. It's up to us what comes next. When I say it's up to us, I mean that literally, Georgia. It's up to Georgia what comes next. We can build a future that's defined by our love for each other. Empathy, decency, unity, compassion. These are not empty words. This is the substance of community. A commitment to human rights. Politics that elevates our ambition and aspiration about what's possible rather than turning us against one another and making us fearful and trying to get us to hate each other. Politics based on love. Georgia has the opportunity right now to send a message that we demand politics based on love. Georgia can stand up for health, jobs, and justice for the people, for all the people. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Because do you believe, like I do, Atlanta, that health care is a human right and not just a privilege for those who live in the right zip code or have enough money in their bank account? Do you believe, like I do, that every Georgian, every American should be able to do dignified work that pays a living wage? That working people shouldn't be forced onto this treadmill of financial precariousness, having to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, constantly under the burden of debt, lack of access to nutrition and good health care, credit cards maxed out. Do you believe, like I do, that every Georgian should be able to work a solid week's work, make a living wage, take home enough money not just to survive, but to thrive? Georgia, are you ready to fight for a $15 minimum wage so that an honest week's work allows us not just to survive, but to thrive? Are you ready to fight for investment in our communities? Investment in jobs, investment in clean energy, investment in transit, in transportation, investment in broadband internet access for all people in this state. Georgia, are you ready to fight to reopen the 9 hospitals that have closed in Georgia in the last 10 years and build health clinics that will serve every community in Georgia because health care is a human right? We have the power to make all this happen. The whole country is watching Georgia right now. This is not just an ordinary election. This is a once-in-a-generation election. The balance of power in the United States Senate depends upon what we do for these next 9 days. Feel that power, Georgia. We have the power to make history, to fight for health and jobs and justice for all the people. Let's talk about justice. Here we are under a portrait of John Lewis. When John Lewis and Hosea Williams and Amelia Boynton and hundreds of others marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, 55 years ago. It was the example of their courage and sacrifice that paved the way for passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. John Lewis almost died that day, had his skull fractured by a billy club for daring to demand voting rights for Black Americans in the American South. And later that year, President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law. Georgia, whether we vote in record numbers in this election will determine whether we pass a new Civil Rights Act to secure equal justice for all, regardless of race and regardless of class, will determine whether we pass a new Voting Rights Act to secure the sacred franchise for all people and end voter suppression. We have the power, Georgia, to make that happen. My mother came to this country as an immigrant. When she was 23, alone as a young woman. It takes a lot of courage to uproot your life, move to the other side of the world alone at that age. She came here because she believed in what this country stood for. Let me be real clear that doesn't mean she indulged some kind of fantasy about American history. You follow me? That doesn't mean she didn't recognize how much further we had to go. but she believed this was a country that was on a journey toward fully realizing the founding ideals of equality in God's eyes and equal justice for all under the law. Equal justice for all. The 14th Amendment of our Constitution already guarantees equal protection under the law. But when Ahmaud Arbery is shot to death in broad daylight in the street on camera, and the local authorities look the other way because he is a young black man, that makes a mockery of equal protection under the law. But Georgia, we have the power to secure equal justice for all. Georgia, are you ready to fight for a new Civil Rights Act that will secure equal justice for all people? Are you ready to fight for that new Voting Rights Act to protect the voting rights of all people? Georgia, we have the power to make these things happen.
Yes, we can.
So I'm asking you to work these next 9 days, not for the sake of my ambition, not for the glory of any political party, but because of the tangible human stakes. Because there will not come a moment in your lives, in our lives, when we have more power to do good than we have right now. There are 9 days to go. We still have the power to show what Georgia stands for. So I'm asking you to work. I'm asking you to knock on doors and make phone calls and mobilize your communities and your churches and your workplace so we can get people to the polls in record numbers, win these elections, and make history. And let's send a message, y'all, about what Georgia stands for. We stand for love. We stand for human rights. We stand for health and jobs and justice for all the people. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I love you all. I appreciate you. Victory is coming. Thank you so much.
All right, some of our people watching here with us on News Now from Fox are in a quick little 2-minute commercial break. If not, thanks so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We, of course, have more coming your way right here. All right, as I mentioned, of course, this year, election's still not over. Let's go listen into what the other candidate has to say down in Georgia.
And so make sure you vote for Daniel Blackman because he has the right perspective on their work. Tell all of your friends, you know, who are dealing with utility bills. Tell, you know, your cousin and them who got the electric bill in their children's name. I'm just talking to family, right? You know, that you can do something about it. And it's very important work, and it's connected, as he points out, to these larger issues around climate change and infrastructure. And it is work that all of us must do together, at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level. And I don't know if he's still here, but I'm grateful for Brother Yusuf Salam. They called him the Central Park Five. They're the exonerated five. Let's hear it for Yusuf Salam. I'm grateful to be here with you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in which we are standing on the precipice of a new day in Georgia and a new day in America. I'm grateful that Georgia is on everybody's mind. And come January 5th, we're going to bring it home. The nation did not see you coming on November 3rd. We kept telling them, they didn't believe us. But you made it happen. And I believe that come January 5th, you're going to seal the deal and send me and my brother from another mother, John Ossoff, to the United States Senate. Because you understand that when you vote, and if you haven't already voted, you ought to leave from this location and vote today. Vote, raise your hand if you've already voted in the runoff. Now don't fool me, it's Sunday. All right. I heard somebody say I can't vote. So you all vote for all the people who can't vote. But make sure you show up. Early voting ends on December 31st. You shouldn't go into the new year without having already cast your vote. And then election day, we shouldn't call it election day. There's too much work to do. There's too much at stake for us to be talking about election day. It's election season. We don't wait until election day. But if you want to vote on election day, that's January 5th. Make sure everybody else you know shows up on election day. Make sure your family members vote. Make sure your friends vote. Make sure your partner votes, your husband votes, your wife votes. And if you're single, somebody asks you for your phone number, tell them I'll write it on the back of your voting card because I don't date folk who don't vote. It's time for us to get serious because there's too much at stake. I don't want you to go over the next few days thinking that you're voting for me. My name is on the ballot. But when you vote for me, you're not voting for me. You're voting for affordable health care. You're voting for a livable wage. I am a child of Georgia. I was born and raised in this state. I grew up in public housing. One of 12 children in my family. Like Brother Salam, my folks read the Bible. Be fruitful and multiply. I'm number 11 out of 12 and the first college graduate in my family. I often say that I went to Morehouse College on a full faith scholarship. That means I didn't have enough money for the first semester. But I had a sense of grit, hard work, and determination. But that alone didn't get me there. Somebody gave me some Pell Grants. Somebody gave me some low-interest student loans that weren't due until I graduated. Somebody gave me a path. I'm running for the United States Senate because I look all across Georgia and it's harder for young people growing up in struggling families, whether they be in the housing projects of Savannah, Georgia, or disaffected rural communities of North Georgia. It's harder now for our children than it was for me. So I'm running for the United States Senate because I believe that our young people and their parents deserve a United States Senator who understands that a child's parents' income ought not determine their outcome. So I'm grateful for my family because we were short on money, but we were long on love and long on faith, and they taught me the value of hard work. My dad used to wake me up every single day, 7 days a week. He didn't care whether it was a school day or a Saturday. During the school year and the summer, he would wake you up. And that was because he didn't believe you should sleep late. And he would say, son, get up. Get dressed. Put your shoes on. Get ready. And I said, Dad, get ready for what? It's Saturday. You know, and I was just 10 years old. He said, well, I'll figure that out later. You just get ready. Be ready for whatever it is. Just be ready. Well, I was irritating and annoying when I was 11 years old and 12 years old and 13 years old. But I'm glad that my dad taught me to always show up and get dressed and put your shoes on and be ready. Because in this defining moment in American history, I'm ready. I'm ready to be your next United States Senator.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to get a quick 2-minute commercial break.
I believe that Georgia is ready. And I believe that America is ready because we've been in this dark place for too long. Are you ready to win this election? So we got to fight for health care. You can tell what a person will do when they're in office based on what they were up to before they were even running. I'm not talking about health care because I'm running. I'm talking about health care because I actually believe that it's a human right. I don't believe you can get Kelly Loeffler to say that health care is a human right. I don't believe she believes that. Because if she did, she wouldn't be trying to get rid of your health care in the middle of a pandemic. Left to her, people with pre-existing conditions would be left uncovered. And often we use these words in politics and people just let it pass by their ear and they don't think about, what do you mean when you say pre-existing conditions? Let me see if I can break it down for you. Raise your hand if you know somebody, maybe you, but just if you know somebody who has diabetes. Honk if you know somebody with diabetes. Raise your hand or honk your horn if you know somebody with hypertension. If you know somebody who's had a stroke. If you know somebody with asthma. If you know somebody who's a cancer survivor. If you know somebody who's a COVID survivor. All of those folk have pre-existing conditions, and if they weaken the Affordable Care Act, if they're successful in getting rid of the Affordable Care Act, all of those folk are left vulnerable and unprotected. Kelly Loeffler seems to think that's right. I think it's wrong. What do you think? So I've been fighting for health care for years. When we were trying to pass the Affordable Care Act, I wasn't running for anything, but I was preaching about it from my pulpit because I preach every Sunday in memory of a man who spent a lot of his ministry healing the sick, even those with pre-existing conditions. Blind Bartimaeus had a pre-existing condition. The woman with the bleeding, the hemorrhage, she had a pre-existing condition. The 10 lepers had a pre-existing condition. And so I was preaching about health care from my pulpit and saying it's a human right. And when Georgia refused to expand Medicaid in this state, leaving then 400,000 and today 500,000 Georgians in the Medicaid gap, I went to the governor's office. And I said, Mr. Governor, You must expand Medicaid in this state. It doesn't make sense not to expand Medicaid. This is money we're already paying in our federal taxes. This is not new money. If we don't expand Medicaid, all that means is we're subsidizing health care in other states while our hospitals are closing. We've had 9 hospitals in our rural areas close in the last 10 years, in part because we refused to expand Medicaid. So I said to the government.
All right, guys, we're going to be switching gears. Of course, we always like to bring you live content, and we do have an update coming from New York. Governor Cuomo just starting his daily briefing here.
James Malatris. We have Kelly Cummings, who is our Director of Operations. Dr. Howard Zucker, Commissioner of Health. To my left, Melissa DeRosa, Secretary to the Governor. To her left, Robert Mejica, Budget Director. 3:03. We made it. I hope everyone had a safe and happy holiday. Santa was very, very good to me, maybe better than I deserve. I hope New Yorkers took our caution and celebrated smart. Celebrate smart, avoid shutdowns. That's what my season's greeting card says this year. Celebrate smart. We understand the celebration, the religious significance. Lord knows after this year we need a break. But be smart. And if we're smart, then we can avoid shutdowns because we control our destiny. There is nothing preordained here. What will happen will be a consequence of our actions. A year where we felt out of control, we're actually in ultimate control because we control the spread of the virus by our actions. Celebrate smart and avoid shutdowns. This is what the numbers say today, which we're not quite sure what it means, but we're studying it. Statewide positivity without microcluster 7.8. Statewide positivity with microclusters 8.3. That is an increase from the 5.9 7-day average. Positivity in microclusters 9% and 124,000 tests taken. This is a jump from Friday, Saturday to Sunday. Now, Friday was Christmas. Sunday is 2 days after Christmas. We have been talking about potential for spread during Christmas. For it to go up in 2 days is dramatic and very, very fast. So we're studying what the uptick in that number actually means. If you look around the country, you've seen significant upticks in just the past couple of days. California went from 8 to 13, Florida went from 8 to 11, Texas went from 2 to 9, New York went from 5.8 to 8. Is that even possible? It's statistically improbable. Now, if you look at the numbers, you also see that the number of people getting tests is actually much, much lower. So these are people who got tests after Christmas, and it's a lower number of people who got tests, so it's a smaller population. So one of the theories that we're going to look at is people who were going to get a test because they were traveling, because they were concerned about spreading the virus, were getting tested up until Christmas. And anyone who went and got tested post-Christmas over the weekend was a person who was showing symptoms and thought they might be positive, and therefore they went for a test. So the sample is artificially skewed. Fewer people got tested, and more of those people were showing symptoms. That's why they went and they got tested. The number of positive cases didn't go up. It's that the number of people being tested went down by almost half. So fewer people get tested, same number of positives, but proportionately it's a higher number. Evidencing that theory, the number of tests in an urgent care clinic went way up. Urgent care clinics tend to be the places where people go when they feel symptoms and they want to get a test. That's what you tend to see in urgent care clinics. And that's the number that went up in urgent care clinics. So it may very well be that, and that may be a national phenomenon that we're seeing, but we don't know, and we'll see what the numbers say over the next few days, and that will explain if this is a circumstantial situation, post-Christmas, less people getting tested, and they have a higher positivity because the people who are getting tested are symptomatic, or was there spread pre-Christmas that actually is being evidenced now. You see the test results, 124,000. We were doing 220,000 tests some days, so the number is significantly low. And again, these tests are not random, right? They are people who go for tests. So who went to get a test after Christmas over this past weekend? Possibly people who were symptomatic, because people who were just doing it as a prophylactic went before. But we'll see over the next few days. Statewide deaths, 114. The hospitalizations up 376. Discharges, 425. Fewer people get discharged over the weekend. So the net number goes up, not necessarily the new admissions, but the discharges go down. Statewide ICU up 35, statewide intubation up 30. But the general caution remains the same. Social gatherings spread the virus if you are not smart. Fact, not opinion, fact. You see statewide where the positivity is. Finger Lakes, again, is the most highly problematic area. Western New York has actually made good progress, but that's on the percent of hospitalized positivity. You have Finger Lakes, Mohawk Valley, Capital Region, other places that we have to focus on, and places, frankly, that have to focus on themselves. If you live in those areas, then it's you and your community and the behavior in your community that is affecting the numbers. And again, the numbers make it plain. It's not about theory. It's not about, well, I believe this, I believe that. Here's my opinion. Here's my theory. Here's my culture. Here's my politics. Numbers are numbers. And there's no denying numbers. And this is not testing a political theory or your medical theory of the virus. They are numbers. They're telling you the facts. Again, New York City, Staten Island has the highest positivity. Why is Manhattan 2.8 and Staten Island is 6? That defies logical explanation. Manhattan is much more dense. Manhattan, you're taking more public transportation. You're on the subways, you're in buses more than you are in Staten Island. You have more people on the sidewalk in Manhattan. It is the precautions that people are taking in those areas. Again, I think this, I think that. Every politician has an opinion. Ask your local politician. Explain the numbers to me. How does your political theory jive with the facts? And see what they say. Post-COVID future, we're getting to the new year. I'm going to do a state of the state. What does 2021 look like? 2021 looks like what we're going to make it look like. It's going to be what we do. And clearly, the key is going to be the vaccines. It is the one really good piece of news we had in 2020, was that the research community, the medical community came up with highly effective vaccines. So it's about getting those vaccines now in people's arms, right? It's nice I show you the vial and the box and all that. That's nice. But what matters is getting it in people's arms. 140,000 New Yorkers have already received one vaccine. That would put New York at the top of the national chart on number of vaccines that have actually been given to people. We expect another 259,000 vaccines this week, 139 from Pfizer, 119 from Moderna. Where are the vaccines going? This is where the vaccines will have gone to date by the end of this week. We're shipping as we speak. And by the end of this week, this is how many vaccines will be given out all across the state. They will not have been necessarily administered, but they will have been delivered. Well, why does one place get more than the other? This is, again, math. This is proportionate to the number of people eligible for the vaccine in that region. It's probably roughly proportionate to the population, but that's how we do the allocation. It's not that we like Capital Region more than Central New York. It's all on the math. Who's getting the vaccine? We have priority populations. As we have more vaccines, the priority populations expand, right? We're going down the list. You have the number one priority, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. More vaccines, you just work your way down that list. This week, it's going to be urgent care center employees, individuals who are administering the COVID-19 vaccines for obvious reasons, including the local health department staff, residents of Oasis facilities. These are congregate facilities. Congregate facilities are problematic. It's where you have a lot of people in concentration. Nursing homes are obviously the most problematic because they're congregate plus older, vulnerable people. Oasis, what we call the O facilities, they're congregate, not necessarily older, but congregate facilities. We'll then continue with high-risk hospital care workers, federally qualified health center employees, EMS workers, who are the people who show up, God bless them, and respond to calls, coroners, medical examiners, funeral workers, other OMH facilities, et cetera. These are all congregate facilities where you have a number of people in one location. Who's getting the vaccines? Next week, we expect to open to ambulatory care health workers, public-facing public health workers, again, including those administering the COVID-19 tests. We have now a whole group of people who are interfacing with the vaccines, with the testing, and we want to make sure they get the vaccine. Another issue popped up because every day is a new issue to deal with. Possible fraud by a healthcare provider. And you're going to see more and more of this. The vaccine is a valuable commodity. And you have many people who want the vaccine. And you'll have fraud in the vaccine process. It's almost an inevitable function of human nature and of the marketplace. Vaccines are valuable, and there'll be people who break the law. And we're looking at one healthcare provider who may have done that. The Department of State, the New York State Police has actually been pursuing an investigation. They're going to refer that case to the Attorney General's office, Attorney General Letitia James, and her office is going to take it on and make it a priority. And we want to send a clear signal to the providers that if you violate the law on these vaccinations, we will find out and you will be prosecuted. I'm going to sign an executive order that says we're very clear, the vaccines are a priority, there's not going to be any politics at play as to who gets a vaccine, and we look to the CDC, federal government, for guidance, and we will not tolerate any fraud in the vaccination process. Anyone who engages in fraud is going to be held accountable. The executive order I'm going to sign today says a provider could be fined up to $1 million and revocation of all state licenses, which frankly may be more of a deterrent than the $1 million. And that will apply to a provider, a doctor, a nurse, a pharmacist, any licensed healthcare professional. So if you engage in fraud on this vaccine, we will remove your license to practice in the state of New York. So we are very serious about this. And this is the type of fraud that will be uncovered. On the old adage that people talk, and somebody gets a vaccine and goes out and tells his buddy, I got a vaccine. How did you get a vaccine? You're not ready, you're not on the priority list. Well, you can go to this place. I was the Attorney General for 4 years. People talk. We will find out, and it's not worth risking your license as well as a possible civil and criminal penalty. We're also going to be extending the housing eviction moratorium by executive order. We are working with the legislature. The legislature is going to reconvene this week. We've been working with them on a piece of legislation that will also extend the eviction moratorium. We want to make sure that homeowners are protected, that it doesn't affect their credit rating. There's no mortgage foreclosure. The legislature convenes today, and we have an agreement with them on a housing moratorium bill. We want to get to May 1st. We'll see what happens by May. But we want to protect tenants. We want to make it simple. We don't want people evicted. We don't want them to have to go to court to fight the eviction. But we want to make sure they're not committing fraud either. So they will make representations that will be legally enforceable. Again, we have an agreement, and as soon as that bill is passed, I'll sign it. Today, I'm also signing an executive order to withhold pay increases for all state commissioners and statewide elected officials. This is the right thing to do, I think. Obviously, it's easy for me to propose something that's going to affect myself. This also affects all commissioners and statewide elected officials. Dr. Zucker, for example, won't be getting a raise this year. It's no reflection on what these commissioners have done. They probably worked harder this past year and performed better than any commissioner in their position, frankly, in decades. There has been no test like this test for a government official. But I appreciate their solidarity for the people of this state during this difficult period and during this difficult financial period. I also want to thank the Lieutenant Governor and the Attorney General and the Controller for the same statement that they're making. They've all worked incredibly hard this year. And this is another sign of their commitment in their public service. So I thank them very much. The bills in the New York State Department of Health continue to work together to develop a pilot plan that would allow the bills to operate. Now, this is not just about attending a football game. I want people to understand. We are trying to find a way to reopen businesses and use our technology to reopen businesses. It is not going to be an option for us to keep the economy closed until the vaccine hits critical mass.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Critical mass on the vaccine, herd immunity, maybe June, some say September, some are now saying the end of the year, by the way. And the percentage of the population that has to be vaccinated keeps changing also. It started at about 60%, and it went to about 70%. Now it's about 80%. Some people are saying as high as 90%. That is going to take many months. If you wait to hit critical mass for the vaccine, you are talking about closing the economy for 6, 9, 12 months going forward. If it goes to 12 months, that means a longer period than since this began. That is not possible. It's not possible economically, psychologically. It's just not possible. So how do you start to reopen businesses safely? How do you use our testing capacity to reopen businesses safely? And that's what we're working on, and that's what the Department of Health is working on. Well, you should be giving tests to other groups. First of all, we have rapid testing that we provide to any nursing home, any county, any local government, free of charge. As much as they request, we can provide. We have never not provided an amount of rapid testing that has been requested by a local government, local Department of Health. So it's not that we have a shortage of rapid tests, but we do have to have a model that shows we can start to reopen businesses. And anyone who thinks that we're going to make it another 6, 9, 12 months with a closed down economy, that's just not a realistic possibility. So that's what we're trying to work on and demonstrate. Can you do it? Can you use testing to reopen a business safely? And can you do it on a large scale, which would be the bills? Also, many stadiums across the country are already open and without any testing whatsoever. But the model DOH is working on is smart. How do you use testing to start to reopen businesses? Because that is going to be the challenge in 2021, and we're still working through that. Western New York has also done a good job in getting ahead of their positivity rate. They had the highest positivity rate in the state. Today, they're the 4th lowest in the state of New York. So I think Western New York has heard the message. We now need Finger Lakes to understand it, Mohawk Valley to understand it, Staten Island to understand it, but they are in control of their own destiny. And you see the variance across the state. There's also a story in that. Why is Manhattan 2% and the Finger Lakes 4 times the infection rate in Manhattan? How do you explain that? Except the behavior of those people in that place. With that, we'll take questions.
Thank you, Governor. If you'd like to ask a question, please use the raised hand function at the bottom of your window. We'll take a moment to compile the Q&A roster. Our first question comes from Andrew Siff of WNBC. Andrew, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, good afternoon, Governor. On the issue of ParCare, which you have intimated is now the subject of a fraud investigation, the company tells us today that it was the state health department that sent them the vaccines, and they're providing a voucher for it and saying that they received the vaccines legitimately and that there's no fraud there, and that if anything, the state health department got confused about who gets the vaccine first and how to distribute it. What should this company have done if they got the vaccine and it wasn't their fault?
Yeah, let's take a step back. I don't want to put on my former Attorney General hat, and I'll ask Dr. Zucker for his response. But look, Andrew, if you say to the Department of Health, I operate SIF Community Care, and I am a licensed operator as a community health center, and I want to distribute the vaccine in accordance with the law to the priorities as established. If you make that representation, you might receive the vaccine, right? We're distributing vaccine to hundreds and hundreds of providers around the state. If it turns out that you're just Andrew Sif, and there is no SIF licensed community health care facility, then you defrauded the Department of Health, right? And to say, well, I was sent the vaccine, yeah, but were you sent the vaccine because you made false representations? That's the question. And have you dispensed it unfairly and not in accordance with the law and the priority populations? That's the question. And that's the subject of the investigation that the state police have been doing. The state police believe there's enough evidence to commence a criminal investigation, and hence the referral to the Office of the Attorney General. But let me ask Dr. Zucker if he has any other additional information.
Governor, I think you nailed exactly the key points, that they provide, we provided them the vaccine because they fraudulently filled out a form that said that they were a qualified health center. That was incorrect, so that's strike one. And number two, they moved it from one area to another area, which was inappropriate, so that's strike two. And then they gave it to people who were not on the priority list, and so that was strike three. And as you know, anyone from New York City, I'm a Yankees fan, and 3 strikes and they're out, and that's what happened.
All right, guys, we will get back to that here in just a moment. Gotta say a quick hello for everyone who is joining us on the TV side of things here in the Phoenix area. That's going to be happening in about 15 more quick seconds, and we'll jump back into that press conference with Cuomo live. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. There's a live look at Times Square as they're getting ready to ring in the new year. And I did want to just say a quick hello for those of you who may have forgotten. I'm Christy Larson, back after maternity leave, ready to jump right into things here with you on News Now from Fox. We are in the middle right now of Governor Cuomo's update on COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, we'll have many other topics, including vaccines, what people are doing to help prevent evictions if they may be getting close to that in some certain areas down around the states. So as I mentioned, first what I want to go to is jump back into that live press conference happening out in New York.
On exactly how much we get and what are the federal regulations that we're going to need to match. And it's premature for that, but let me ask Robert if he has any additional information.
No, as the governor pointed out, we just found out about this addition to the federal bill last week. We will develop a plan for those funds, but right now we're still waiting for the federal government to give us clear guidelines on it, also where the distributions are. There's some of the money that has to go to local governments. So we're looking at all of those things, and once we have clear understanding what the federal rules are, then we will come up with a plan for those funds.
Yeah, and Gwen, just so we're clear, 3 drops of water does not a bucket fill. 3 drops of water does not a bucket fill. This bill that they passed in Washington has several relief funds for certain groups and certain functions in this state. It is 3 drops of water in a bucket, and the bucket is empty, and the bucket is called a $15 billion state deficit. So it's almost inconsequential. We have a $15 billion deficit. Well, I gave you X for this, and X for this, and X for this. Okay, Now we have a $14.5 billion deficit. So what we need to do in terms of rent relief and small business relief and lost revenue from COVID and expenses of COVID vaccination process, this federal government's bill does virtually nothing for us. And the big fight on this bill, where Washington failed, was what was called state and local funding. They dropped that from the bill. And that's what would have provided economic relief to the states and local governments on a meaningful level. So this is all but insignificant, these small grants that they're making, and it comes nowhere near to addressing any of the needs that we're facing or the people of this state are facing. You know, it's a cruel irony that they say, well, we're giving New York State X for rent relief and Y for small businesses, and we're giving this to the schools. They make it sound like they accomplished something. They accomplished nothing. When you compare that to the need, it's telling a starving family, well, I gave you 2 pieces of bread. Yeah, thank you very much. Next question, operator.
Thank you, Governor. You now have Terry Weaver of the Post-Standard. Terry, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor.
Terry Weaver, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to hear your voice.
So I wanted to ask about the positivity rates in the zones across the state. I know that you have changed the metrics for those, adding hospitalizations and other things, but we're still also using positivity rate to determine those zones, but we haven't seen that positivity rate zone by zone in a few days. I was wondering why the state stopped releasing that and if you could start releasing it again.
Yeah, I think maybe they just took a couple of days off over Christmas. And Scrooge, I'm not. Well, it depends on who you ask, Gary. Do you know Gareth?
Yes, hey Terry, we'll be adding this. We have a website that has all the different zones on there. And if we haven't already, we'll be adding those numbers to that website and updates on a daily basis so you can see it there.
I think that means Gareth took Christmas off. Did you take Christmas off?
If the website is updated, then I did not. If it's not, then I did.
It'll be updated, Terry. We did provide the numbers in this by region just
Yes, we have it by region. I think Terry's asking for those specific micro-cluster zones, and that should be on our website, and if it's not, I'll make sure it's updated.
Okay, next question, operator.
Governor, you now have Lisa Colangelo of Newsday. Lisa, please unmute your microphone.
Hi, how are you?
Lisa Colangelo, how are you?
Very good, thank you. I was wondering if you had any other reports of fraud involving the vaccine in the state, you know, with any other providers. Have you received any information on that?
Besides Newsday? Kidding. That is the only case that we're at liberty to speak about now. But Lisa, as I said before, whenever you have a valuable commodity that is being dispensed, you should expect fraud, right? It's a function of the marketplace. It's a function of demand. It's a function of human nature. As I mentioned, I was Attorney General before this. I was an assistant district attorney at one time. If you have a valuable commodity, and you're dealing, by the way, with hundreds of provider organizations, you can't dispense this as quickly as we're trying to dispense it to 20 million people without involving hundreds of organizations and thousands of personnel, right? I mean, just think about this. You're going to have doctors and nurses and pharmacists and health aides who have access to thousands and thousands of vials of this vaccine. You should expect that, the old expression, that some of those vials are going to walk, right? It's the old colloquial expression. They're going to walk. They're going to develop legs and walk away in the dark of night. And that's the situation that we're dealing with. So we are hyper cautious, hyper vigilant. We're putting in the strictest penalties in the country, the best we can determine. I'm making it clear that I understand the value of a vial. You know, one vial, and you saw how small a vial is, some of those vials can do 10 vaccines. You could sell that one vial. So I understand the temptation. I understand human nature in the market. You will be penalized. You will lose your license. You can go to jail. So think about that also. And in this kind of situation, where that vial would then be administered to 10 people, people talk. To stick with another old colloquial truism, people talk. And you won't get away with it. And it's not worth the risk. So we are unfortunately experienced with human nature and with fraud. So we have the penalties in place, we have the safeguards in place. But when you're dealing with thousands of people and hundreds of organizations and a valuable commodity, expect a level of fraud. We had this conversation when we were talking about the unemployment benefits and how fast we were getting out the unemployment benefits. And the provocative questions would be, well, there are a lot of people waiting for the unemployment benefits. Get them out fast. Why aren't you getting them out fast? You're slow. You're hurting people. You're demonic. I said, yeah, but the flip side is there will be fraud. And if we don't certify people, and if we don't make sure they're eligible, what's going to happen, as sure as night follows day, is you're going to have people who defrauded the government. And then you're going to come back the other way and say, taxpayers were defrauded. How did you do that? How did you let it happen? And by the way, that's exactly what has happened. You're going to see the same function with this vaccine. We're working very hard to get it out quickly. You will see organizations and people who take advantage of the situation, and we are prepared for that. Next question, operator.
Thank you, Governor. You now have Sasha Pezenik from ABC News. Sasha, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you, Governor, for taking my question. It's in regards to Park Care, a couple fronts here. How many individuals are we looking at being charged in this investigation so far? And then number two, the Moderna vaccine is a 2-dose vaccine. So how are we going to ensure that those individuals, I believe it's about 869, who received this dose through Park Care are going to be able to get their second doses? Thank you.
Sasha, it's an ongoing investigation, so I don't want to say too much about it. But fraud can happen on two levels here, right? The organization can be involved in fraud. Well, I'll give you 3 levels. I'm really going back to my Attorney General days. The organization can be involved in fraud. Individuals employed by the organization can be involved in fraud. And recipients of the vaccine can be involved in fraud, right? Or they could have been defrauded. But these are all questions of fact. So if you received the vaccine and you knew you weren't supposed to receive the vaccine, and that was a fraudulent act by you, that's one situation. If you were eligible and you had no idea that this was a fraudulent organization, that would be a different situation. But it's going to be a question of fact, Sasha. And I don't know any facts at this time that I would convey that wouldn't compromise the investigation unless Dr. Zucker does or Melissa knows.
Nothing here, but the public health always is a priority, so we want to be sure that people do get vaccinated and get their doses. But as we said, looking into the investigation, so there's two sides. There's the investigation side and then there's the public health side, and we will always do what's best for the public health as well.
If the individuals involved were not participants of the fraud, but victims of the fraud, then it makes it even easier. But let's get the facts first, right? Okay, one more question, operator.
Thank you, Governor, for your last question. You now have Carl Campanile of the New York Post. Carl, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Greetings. How you doing, Governor?
Hey, Carl. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you and yours. I had a follow-up question on park care. You said before, I just want to see if you clarify, are you looking at any other firms that may have acted improperly here in terms of obtaining or distributing the vaccine? Or is it just park care at this time?
Let me say it this way, Carl, because we've had this type of conversation many times in the past, again, going back to the Attorney General days. The only organization that we are looking at for possible criminal activity at this point is the organization you mentioned. The Department of Health is constantly, and the New York State Inspector General is constantly, and the Attorney General's office is constantly looking at organizations and looking at the distribution system. But the only organization that is being investigated for criminal fraud at this time is the organization you mentioned. Happy New Year, everyone. I was talking to you before then, but Happy New Year.
All right, news now from Fox. Going to take a quick break, have more COVID-19 and updates across the country when we come back. And for those of you still with us, just want to remind you, you can watch News Now from Fox on many different of your devices. You can watch on your TV, mobile devices, on your computer. All you have to do is check us out at newsnowfox.com. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Just a reminder, this year almost done. 2021 going to be hopefully bringing us some good news finally. I know many people have been talking about the vaccines that are rolling out across the country. Let's head on down to Florida to get an update on vaccines that are going to be given to some of the elderly here today.
I just want to thank you all very much for being here and helping us get this word out today. I think you know how important it is. I want to welcome both the mayors of Longwood and Winter Springs for being here today also. They share in the concern that we have here in Seminole County about how very important this is and this moment is. Today, somebody asked me, what do you say? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. I say good riddance to 2020. And that's, I think what we're here today is to really share the fact that there's hope on the way and that we're here to facilitate that. This site today is the first COVID site for 65 and older in the state of Florida. It will serve its first patients at 1 o'clock today. The site is exclusively available for those who are 65 and older and have appointments. Again, we are the first county in the state to have this vaccine site open to the public. It's a very exciting day for all of us, and especially and hopefully for our residents. It is also a great day for the state of Florida because, again, starting now, one shot at a time, we're going to save lives. By the end of next week, we will have dispensed over 8,000 vaccines in our community to all individuals who are in the state of Florida have been identified as priority A1. You will hear from the Department of Health today, Seminole County, Donna Walsh, but also first you will hear from Alan Harris, Seminole County Emergency Manager. And as chairman of Seminole County, I just want you to know that they and all of their team has done a remarkable job in making this facility available and throughout this pandemic. Thank you very much. My name is Lee Constantine, and I'm chairman of the Seminole County Commission, and I'd like to introduce now Alan Harris, our Emergency Management Director. Alan?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that. I want to especially thank a few folks, the Florida Department of Health, the Seminole County and all city fire departments, as well as Allied Health. These organizations have come together to provide vaccines to the Central Florida area. We're very blessed here in Seminole County. We were selected as one of 8 counties to be the pilot for this vaccine program. Other counties will be following very, very shortly. Today we are going to save lives one shot at a time. The governor and the state of Florida has made this a priority, 65 and older. This site will service individuals only 65 and older. Appointments must be made prior to showing up. The reason for this is we have a vaccine that is frozen that must be thawed prior to the individual coming. We have the exact amount of doses for the individuals that are registered. Additional individuals, walk-ins, will not be permitted because we would have to thaw additional doses, and each dose has to be accounted for. We do not want to lose one dose. One dose lost could be one life lost. So people must make appointments, and again, it's for 65 and older, and when you look at the statistics, that is where a majority of the fatalities occur during COVID, and we want to prevent that. We want to save lives. Non-hospital healthcare workers should contact the hospital they are affiliated with, and the state will also provide additional guidance as more vaccine is available. We will be able to move in. Will you add additional points of dispensing? Yes. When additional vaccine becomes available, we will open additional points of dispensing. We absolutely plan to do this. We have planned to do this for months and months. We were asked why was Seminole County one of the counties chosen to be the pilot program. We provided a plan, we conducted an exercise, we provided a gap analysis, we filled that gap analysis, and then the state made their selection. For information on the vaccine and to get information on when you can make appointments, we have provided a text group for individuals. If you text COVID-19 info, COVID-19 info, all one word, to 888-777, then you can get information on when appointments are available. We are happy to announce that we are making appointments available for next week. Initially, our pilot program was for 65 and older and non-hospital healthcare workers. Last week, we were given the direction 65 and older is our priority, so all vaccines have been shifted to 65 and older, which allows us to operate next week. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the amount of doses that we currently have, but over the weekend and even early into last week, we made a request to the state of Florida's Emergency Operations Center to receive additional vaccine. If additional vaccine comes to the county, and we are in Seminole County able to receive the Pfizer vaccine because we have ultra-cold storage, or the Moderna vaccine, if either of those are available and sent to us, we can continue operations, and we plan to continue operations further on. If we are guaranteed additional doses, then we can open up additional points of dispensing. And we are looking at locations on the west side of the community. This being on the east side of the county, we also want to open one on the west side of the county to help those individuals over there. Although people are very welcome to travel over here to Oviedo to receive the vaccine. We are expecting a large crowds as we do this event, so we are asking for everyone's patience. This is the first time we've done a COVID vaccine. It is a little different than the flu vaccine in that there is a waiting time after you get your shot, so there will be a little bit of a delay before you walk out the door. We just want to make sure everyone is safe, healthy, before they get in their car and they return home. For information on how to register, you can go to our website, and to register, you can go to our website, prepareseminole.org, or you can call our Citizens Information Hotline Monday through Friday from 8 until 5 p.m. at 407-665-0000. We also ask you to be patient there as well. We know that there is a backlog of phone calls. We have called in additional operators to handle the call load, and we hope that we can handle all the calls very shortly. While we are conducting this point of dispensing, our other operations are still continuing, of course. We are still continuing to test. We will be testing tonight at a community-based testing site. We will be testing in assisted living facilities and nursing homes, and we'll be doing other events to make sure that we protect our community as well as respond to this incident. And with that, I'd like to call Donna Walsh, the Director of the Health Department. Thank you, Donna, for all your help during this event, and she has some additional words. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you so much, Chairman. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, everyone, and happy holidays. Today is a day of celebration. Today, hope has arrived. On Wednesday, December 23rd, last week, The first dose of Moderna COVID-19 vaccine was administered to individuals in Seminole County in the priority group 1A, and that includes, as Alan and Chairman mentioned, those public health workers who provide direct clinical services to those in our community. We were able to vaccinate some of our health department staff that are part of the vaccination and testing teams, as well as those who provide clinical services within the health department, as well as paramedics and EMTs who have joined us for vaccination teams as well. This morning at Seminole State College, as we are standing here, there is a training that is happening. Our staff, our nursing staff, is administering a training to those EMTs and paramedics who will be joining our vaccination teams, as well as our partners, Allied Health and Apple One and True Health. And so this is, as always in Seminole County, it is a team effort, and we are so grateful that we have everyone who can join in on this to save lives. As Alan mentioned, one of the reasons why the priority group 1A includes not just healthcare workers, but those 65 years and older, is what we've been mentioning throughout this response. Close to 89 to 90% of those who have developed complications from this virus and who have died are in that 75 years of age and older, or actually 65 years of age and older age group. We have about 72% that are in the 75 years of age and older age group who have died, unfortunately, to this virus. And so, as I've mentioned before, though, that doesn't make the rest of us exempt from complications by any means. It just means that we're not at risk of developing the complications as those who are older with underlying health conditions. So as limited supplies of vaccine have become available, the priority groups have been determined by our national public health experts and adopted by our state. We are hopeful that more vaccine will come, and we certainly want to get vaccine out to as many people as possible in those priority groups. And so we learned that, as Alan mentioned, we have already put the call out. We really feel that, that vaccine will be administered here in Seminole County within a week and a half to 2 weeks, that 8,100 initial doses. And we want vaccine on the way just as soon as possible to continue our efforts. So we have vaccinated approximately 80 healthcare workers so far since starting last Wednesday in Seminole County. And as of Sunday, December 27th at 7 a.m., there have been approximately 3,296 individuals in Seminole County vaccinated against COVID-19. That includes our hospital workers. Advent Health Orlando was one of 5 initial hospitals in the state of Florida that received vaccine, over 20,000 doses, and they have been supporting our healthcare workers in the community in Central Florida with those vaccines. There is a daily report that comes out that the state of Florida Department of Health has issued that indicates how many people in each county have been vaccinated. So you can access that report through floridahealthcovid19.gov. That report is issued by county and also indicates the race, sex, and age of individuals receiving vaccine. With the vaccine, as those come through today and receive their vaccine, they'll also receive a reminder card and an appointment card indicating when they need to return. With the Moderna vaccine, which is the vaccine that we have received here initially, that is 28 days from now. As Alan mentioned, we certainly are prepared to receive both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and that may occur in the next shipment that comes our way. But we certainly will do that. One important thing to remember, and this has been expressed with the rollout of the vaccines, is anybody who receives a Moderna vaccine should receive their second dose 28 days later with Moderna vaccine. It's not recommended to mix the manufacturers. Pfizer is 21 days apart for the first and second doses. And so that is an important factor to remember. We also want folks to understand that there may be some side effects associated with this vaccine, as there are with most vaccines. And so those side effects may include some pain or soreness at the arm, maybe some swelling, that's possible. Low-grade fever, achiness, chills, tiredness, all of those things would be considered, honestly, a strong immune response to the vaccine. And you want that in order for your body to develop antibodies to protect you against this virus. The adequate antibody response from a vaccine usually doesn't occur until about 7 to 14 days after receiving the vaccine. So for those receiving their vaccine today, they wouldn't walk out of here being automatically protected. You know, they do need to allow their body time to develop those antibodies to protect them for potential future exposures. So that's also important. So hence, we will continue to message the importance of the protective measures that we've all been using since the beginning of this response. And that's the use of facial coverings or your mask, hand washing, and that social distancing. As Alan said, because of the limited doses and because of the sensitivity to a single dose, appointments are necessary, and we will be accommodating those appointments each and every day, and also looking at other sites in order to provide vaccine. You know, Alan and I have spoken about having some closed pods at senior centers, places where we know 65 years of age and older residents live, and we want to make sure that those who may not be able to get to a pod like this, we can go to them. And so those are in the plans as we speak, and hopefully we'll be able to start those this week as well.
All right, just a heads up, we are going to be taking a quick break for some of you who are with us here on News Now from Fox.
Steadily increase over the last month or two now. I think the last time I spoke with you, there's some evidence of exponential growth. We've been averaging over 1,000 positive COVID cases in Seminole County weekly now, whereas we were in the 200 to 300 range maybe a couple months ago weekly. So it's ever so important that we have resources such as vaccine and all those other protective measures to continue in this fight against COVID-19 and the spread in our community. And we thank you very much for being here today and continuing to support us and getting the word out so that we can keep our community safe. Thank you. Chairman.
Before I open it up for questions, and Donna and Alan will both be available for those questions, I have been getting a lot of phone calls. I'm sure all of you have been getting a lot of phone calls. So let me reiterate. This vaccine here is for 65 and older. If you need to know information about registering for alerts, you can text COVID-19 info, all one word. And also to book an appointment, type in prepareseminole.org, and there will be a place you go, vaccines, and you can push that. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that we have a limited supply, but we're working very hard to get more. Our next 2 weeks are already booked, but we want people to know that we're opening it up again at 11 o'clock. We've opened it up for, I just wanted to make sure that I saw Alan shaking his head. At 11 o'clock, we opened it up again for people to start registering in the future. And it's first come, first served, 65 and older. Again, this is an incredible day for Seminole County and for the state of Florida. And we are excited that we are the first to do this. It took a lot of work from a lot of people, especially the two that you saw before us. And with that, I'd just like to open this up for any questions that you might have. Is there any? Yes. Yes.
Or Donna. We're getting a lot of questions about, is this only for Seminole County residents? And if so, some people are wondering if it's because it's like federally, the vaccine is getting distributed.
I'll just make one word. It is there is no residence requirement, but Alan will fill in the gaps from there.
The chairman is correct. This is for all of Central Florida. Seminole County just happens to be one of the pilot programs. Orange County right now is doing a dry run like we did last week right now at the convention center. So we assume Orange County will probably be open pretty soon, and the other counties will follow suit very shortly. It's all dependent on the doses. So, Lake County's ready to go, Volusia County's ready to go. It's just getting the doses to them, but they already have their teams formed. They're ready. I've talked to all the local emergency managers. and health department directors. I know Donna has. We were all on a call together, and they are absolutely ready to go. They just need the doses. We need the doses to continue.
I just want to make sure the numbers are right. 8,100 vaccines. Appointments are already booked up for this week, starting today at 1, and next week.
Next week is open right now, and we are hearing that there are, we assumed that there would be a large demand. Well, you know what, actually, let me rephrase that. We had actually talked, Donna and I had talked about vaccine hesitancy, that there's so much conspiracy out there. There was a conspiracy that somehow you're connected to the cell phone network if you get the vaccine. I am very happy to report that we are getting overloaded. What that tells me is people threw that stupid conspiracy away, read some facts, and actually are following science and are interested in saving their lives. And that's a good thing.
So we're booked through this week.
We are booked through this week. Next week is open right now to make appointments.
And then after that, undetermined.
We want to open up the following week. And if we get a lot of doses, we can open up a second site. But right now, if we're getting the same amount of doses, just with staffing and everything else, it would be just the one site here.
Alan, you said the website is prepareseminole.org. It seems to be down right now. Is it just over?
Yeah, so we did add, we actually just got off the phone with our computer folks. It is very heavily, just as I mentioned, very obviously there's a huge demand. We did not, quite frankly, I was worried about hesitancy in vaccines, not that there would be so much interest, but I'm glad that there's interest. That tells me people are reading the facts, they're reading the science, they discarded those crazy theories that are out there. People just trying to do something to fight science. They're doing the right thing, and we our IT department, they already said what they're going to bring up 2 additional servers, so we'll have 4 servers just trying to operate this. So no idea that it would have been this, but I'm happy. But I am happy. On one side, I'm not happy that the site's down, but I'm happy that there was so much interest. Yeah.
Do you have clarification when you'll receive more doses of the vaccine?
No idea. We requested it from the state. We don't know when additional doses. There are some counties that don't have doses yet. Lake County has been begging for doses. Volusia County, we all want to save lives. So as soon as we get them, doesn't matter what county, as soon as we get them, they'll be opening points of dispensing just like us.
For clarification, Alan, so you were filled up on appointments through January 2nd.
Correct.
Now you've reopened for more appointments after that.
Correct.
Those appointments that people can get on and make today, is that for vaccine you hope to get, or is that for vaccine that you already have?
That's vaccine that we currently have in our freezer right now.
Okay, so while you filled up, you had vaccine left.
Yeah, so we don't want to make an appointment for doses that we don't have. So no appointment will be made unless we have a dose in hand, which is why it is so critical that people make reservations, 1 ticket per person, because 1 dose is a life saved. That's how important each and every dose is to us. So you must make an appointment. We will not make an appointment for a dose that we don't have. There was a question back here.
Just to clarify, we're talking specifically about the Moderna vaccine right now, correct?
So Seminole County, the Department of Health, Seminole County received the Moderna vaccine, but we are absolutely able to receive the Pfizer vaccine. We have ultra cold freezers, which we've shown to most of the fire stations, most of the television stations, radio stations. We've done print, etc., on the ultra cold freezers. And if they send us Pfizer, it is a little bit of a different process here, but for the general public, there will be no difference. They won't see any difference. And it's very interesting. The things that we're hearing is, as Donna mentioned, a little bit of soreness in the arm, maybe a little bit of a fever. That's really the only side effects we've heard so far in our case study so far.
Alan, though they're a little different, you'll be able to administer both versions in the same locations?
Yeah, the question is, can we do both vaccines at the same location? Absolutely, there would be. There's no difference except for on the healthcare side, the thawing, the containing. But as far as the shot in the arm, the public won't notice any difference. On the back end, we have to do a little more work, but that's okay.
So you were saying that you were afraid of the vaccine hesitancy, but obviously with the website down, I have a feeling these appointments are going to fill up quickly. What message would you have for the folks who aren't going to be able to get it?
The message is hope is here and hope is coming, and we have made the request, and we're really hopeful that we're not going to be the only county. We know that Orange County will be opening soon, and we know other counties will be opening soon. So as soon as theirs are available, they'll open. So that may help a little bit of the interest. And then if we get more vaccine, which we're anticipating more, then we may even be able to open up other sites.
Alan, you said that Seminole is one of 8 counties chosen for this pilot program in the state, so quite significant. At the end of these 2 weeks, 8,100 vaccinations, what's the protocol? Do we then go to the state and say, hey, this is how it worked out? Can you give us more?
Yes, so, and that's continuous. So at the end of today, we'll be briefing out to the state, and we'll be briefing out every day so that they can learn, and because this is new for all of us, what went well, what didn't go well, just like our exercise. We had strengths and we had lessons learned, and we had some gaps that we had to identify. Some of the gaps were the vaccine carts, which are right over there. Some of the equipment that we needed to get to do this more effectively. A space like this we needed because we needed an observation area. So some of the things that are different than in the flu shot. The flu shot, you go in, you get a shot, you walk out the door. This, we needed some changes. We're going to provide, hey, is this flow working good? If this flow works good.
All right, just a heads up. Some of you are going to still take another quick break, and then we have more live events coming up right here on News Now from Fox. All right, guys, give me a quick second. Let me just see what's happening here with our Zoom.
In terms of TBIs.
Okay, that's what we're going to be headed to next here in about 10 more seconds. All right, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We do have a live event going on, giving you the latest on that Nashville bombing suspect, Anthony Quinn Warner. We do have a Zoom that we're going to jump into live right here for you as it's raw and unfiltered with News Now from Fox.
I forgot the second part.
Oh, it's all right. It was about the box truck in Lebanon yesterday. It was pulled over because of.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. So the box truck. That was the information that was relayed, and that was not TBI was not involved in that. That was Highway Patrol. I think Rutherford County Sheriff's Office was involved in that. I know ATF was involved in that. So yes, obviously that is being reviewed in light of the incident. However, I can tell you from the conversations from last night and this morning, there is no connection other than the individual taking advantage of the situation, and we are trying to determine if the recording was similar or the same recording. Right. Thank you all so much.
And that is going to do it for us at this point. Again, thank you so much for understanding and for having a bit of grace with us. We realize this is not the typical kind of forum that we would normally do this type of an availability, but the director's on a tight schedule and we wanted to provide something to you. If you have any follow-up questions for our team at TBI, you can send us an email to tbi.media@tn.gov. With that, we'll continue.
All right, so we just got the tail end of that there for you. And so this is a picture thanks to social media by FBI. This is Anthony Quinn Warner, again, that Nashville bombing suspect who was apparently giving away property claimed to people. He was giving away a lot of big items, including his home, his car, telling people that he was suffering from cancer and possibly even retiring. So we're still learning more details on this incident that happened Christmas Day. But we want to continue to give you more news that's happening here across the country. And going to now head on down to Texas, where they are talking about eviction prevention to try to help those who may have lost their jobs during coronavirus, during this pandemic. Of course, we're going to be all eyes and ears on the House as they do kick things off later this afternoon. But just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox.
But continuing into 2021, we're in the midst of a historic eviction crisis. Thousands of Harris County residents have lost their homes due to COVID-19, the pandemic, and an economic downturn caused by the pandemic, and thousands more are currently at risk of losing their homes. As unemployment has spiked, more and more working families have struggled to afford rent and the ability to pay their mortgages. I'd like to tell you a story just happened to me this weekend. I put up a family van, a customized van for sale, an older van, and had numerous people calling, and out of those numerous people, a lot of them said they needed a place to live. And actually, the people that bought it was a family that had a family friend that was evicted and was homeless at this time. And this family came to buy the van so that he could give it to their friend so he could live on their street in a cul-de-sac while he was trying to find work and to get back on his feet. So it's affecting everyone throughout the whole county and the city. Many of our members have experienced this firsthand. We started to hear about union members losing their homes when the Texas eviction moratorium expired back in May. Folks have been putting rent on their credit cards, borrowing from family and friends, doing everything they can to make ends meet. But for far too many, this isn't enough. No industry has been unaffected. Workers in the hospitality industry saw mass layoffs at the beginning of the crisis, and many workers in the entertainment industry have been told not to come back to work until next summer. But this crisis has touched people working in every field. Congress voted last week to extend the CDC eviction moratorium to January 31st, and after a week-long delay, President Trump signed the bill last night. Most renters in Harris County at risk of eviction are covered by the CDC eviction moratorium. Even our state of Texas Supreme Court has set up an eviction diversion program. But there is no urgency by the state of Texas, which has failed to intervene to protect working people at the risk of losing their homes. After the Texas eviction moratorium lapsed in May, there was next to no action by the state to keep people housed during the crisis. And according to researchers from UCLA, nearly 5,000 Texans have lost their lives as a result of this inaction. We're thankful to Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners Ellis and Garcia, for their leadership during this crisis, as well as to the Lone Star Legal Aid and other organizations that have stepped up to fight for working families during this crisis. But the eviction crisis can only be solved with decisive action from federal and state authorities. And far too often, our local officials have been hamstrung in their efforts to respond. After this press conference, we are going to go door to door in areas with high rates of evictions to inform tenants about their rights. If you're at risk of eviction, help is available. Please visit us at stoptexaseviction.org.
stoptxeviction.org. That's stoptxeviction.org. Now I'd like to introduce to you a few of the people that will be speaking, and the first up is Mercedes Taylor, one of our...
Thank you, Lacey, Commissioner Ellis, Representative Wally. I want to thank you all for being here. Mercedes, what an incredible story. That is a story that in this time of the year, we should not be hearing. This is a story that no American family, no Texas family, and no family in the greatest county in America should have to be sharing. But that is the experience that we're currently in. There are just 3 days left in 2020, but for some reason, the challenges of this year will continue on to 2021. Getting evicted stays with people long after they get kicked out of their home is critical. Evictions make it tough for people to find new housing. Evictions can keep some from being hired for a new job. That's why Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, and myself have been working tirelessly, working hard to do everything we can to help renters. In Precinct 2, for example, our community relations team has pounded the pavement, engaging the community directly so renters know their rights. Too many weren't aware that the CDC moratorium on evictions wasn't aware about the moratorium. And so my team has gone directly to apartment complexes, distributed thousands of flyers in places like Pasadena, Baytown, Aldine, Edgebrook, and Cloverleaf. Often our engagement with people we meet is the first time these families learn they have rights and that there are local resources available to help. We collaborate with our partners to take action to make a real difference. Now, I wish I could say the same about the state of Texas and Governor Abbott. This is a critical time for our community. We need all levels of government working toward a common goal. Countless times, I've urged Governor Abbott to be a team player. In Texas, we're known to take care of each other. And I ask Governor Abbott to adopt the same philosophy. Join local leaders in helping those in need. Harris County initiated over a dozen programs in response to the pandemic, whether it's direct assistance, rental relief, digital access, small business aid, workforce development. The bottom line is we stand ready to support our community. Unfortunately, the state seems content to watch, wish, and wait the pandemic away. You know, in Spanish, there's a saying, no avientes la pierda y escondes la mano. That basically means you know you threw a rock, you know you've done something wrong, and yet you're trying to hide the hand, you're trying to hide from your responsibility. It's difficult to say that Governor Abbott has proven that he can't be trusted to care. It's difficult to say, but research shows Harris County Latinos were 150% more likely to die in July of 2020 than they were in July of 2019. This is a result you get when Governor Abbott, or should I say Governor Absent, stays in charge. Recently, Governor Abbott puffed his chest, announcing the state would extend its eviction diversion program One problem though, the state program is poorly designed. In that announcement, Abbott was quoted as saying, "This innovative partnership, coupled with the renter's assistance provided through CARES Act funding, will strengthen our economic recovery efforts."
All right, guys, just want to give you a heads up. We are going to be continuing to move along here on News Now from Fox. Don't forget, some of you are going to get a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with lots more. Mic check. All right, guys, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Adding just a little bit of a delay here on my system, but did want to say hello. Thanks so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Just wanted to give you a quick look, waiting for New Jersey's governor to step out, give his COVID-19 update here in just a little bit. But happening right now, we do have some tape playback of that incident that happened out in Nashville. This is a Zoom interview, so we're going to jump right into it right here for you on News Now from Fox.
This individual prisoner, if he had come up on your radar at all with TBI prior to this incident.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. And that question was asked yesterday or last evening as well in the news briefing that we had, and he has not. He was not on our radar. He was not someone that was that was identified as a person of interest for the Bureau, and so we were not familiar with this individual until this incident.
Director, this is Holly Meyer with the Tennessean.
Go ahead, Holly.
I wanted to find out, can you share what TBI is doing to contribute to figuring out the motive of this crime?
Yeah, absolutely, Holly. The question is about what TBI's role is in helping and contributing to determining motive. Our agents are working very closely with the FBI and the ATF, as well as with Metro Police Department, Metro Davidson Police. We're all taking pieces of the puzzle, working to determine what the motivation was for this individual, and basically what's happening is we're all going and doing interviews with various subjects that either knew the individual specifically or neighbors. Some of that is taking place. Our agents specifically are questioning neighbors and around family members, trying to get some history as best we can. And so that's really the role that we are doing in terms of the motive side is interviews to assist the FBI in helping them in trying to determine what it is that caused this individual to do this.
Hi, this is Nikita Dennis with WBBJ in Jackson, Tennessee. Do we now know the explosive device that Warner used to cause the bomb?
Okay, it was faint, but I think what I heard was, do we know what the device was or what was used? We do not at this time. So where we're at on that right now is evidence has been sent to Quantico, and the FBI is analyzing that evidence as it's been going on for since the first pieces of evidence have been collected. So they're analyzing that evidence to determine what the objects, the substances that were used in for the explosion.
This is Natasha again with CNN. Sorry, I forgot to ask if you can speak to whether he had his dog with him at the explosion site and whether the dog perished.
Yeah, Natasha, that we don't know yet. That's still information that is we're trying to determine all of that detail at this point.
This is Rachel from the Tennessean. I'm wondering if you can kind of paint a picture of how wide the fireball spread. I know that lots of buildings and several blocks were affected, but just the videos show it almost taking up a whole block. Is there a way you can kind of give us a measurement of how far the explosion itself actually reached?
Yeah, thanks, Natasha. In terms of the size of the fireball, I've seen the same footage that everyone has seen, and I don't know that I can estimate that other than to tell you that it was quite a swath. I have seen, I've been on site. The several buildings, obviously for that entire block, are charred. In terms of the size, I couldn't even start to estimate. I can just tell you it was obviously very devastating. That block especially, those buildings there, all very charred in terms of the impact of the explosion.
Hi there, this is Mark Morales with CNN. How you doing? I was hoping to ask about the VIN number of the vehicle. How were you guys able to determine it? How were you able to find it? And how were you able to figure out the vehicle and its origins and how he was able to use that car?
Yeah, thank you. The question was about the VIN number on the vehicle and how we were able to determine, the information regarding that vehicle. We work very closely, again, on site with the Tennessee Highway Patrol and with FBI and ATF, trying to determine the identification of that vehicle. There were various pieces that basically, as a puzzle was being put together, that was part of the puzzle, is putting together the pieces of trying to read a VIN number or some other identifier that would give us what we needed. There was contact, obviously, with the manufacturer to discuss where that information would be that we could find, and so that was all part of that. There, a big piece of that was obviously information that we received from the public, and so that also played into this. But there were a number of techniques that were being utilized. Our forensic scientists were on scene. They were utilizing techniques that we use on getting serial numbers off of firearms, utilizing chemicals to do so. And so they were doing that. We did some infrared technology, video processing. And so there was a number of techniques that were being utilized. Fortunately, another piece was found that the numbers were clearer on, THP, then was able to use that, and of course this is something they do frequently in crash scenes, and so they were able to take that and their CID, their criminal investigators were able to assist in positively identifying that vehicle.
This is Joshua Cole with News 4 Nashville. I know that we've talked, or we learned a little bit about his prior one charge of marijuana, but anything else about his history with him working in IT or the 5G paranoia that you could speak to?
Yeah, so at this point, the criminal history is all that we're able to provide. We're not able to go into any of that other detail at this time. Those are all pieces of the ongoing interviews and investigation that we continue to work on.
Hello, this is Kyle with WZTV in Nashville. Do we know anything about the father's time at AT&T? Anything that would cause Warner to want to target AT&T?
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. In terms of his father, you know, I think it's well known now that everyone knows that his father did work for AT&T. That detail of that is still being followed up on. Interviews are still being conducted to determine, you know, if that plays in any whatsoever into the motive. At this point, it's all speculation.
Director Roush, this is Hannah McDonald from News Channel 5. I think one of the most impressive things is how quick the police work was done to make that match. We heard that there were 500 tips after day one. Can you speak to what stood out about this individual and what led police to really try to make this match happen?
Yeah, Hannah, thanks. So in terms of first and foremost, the calls that came in from the public were absolutely key to the identification, at least with a name of a direction for the investigation to take. At that point, then it was attempting to take the evidence that we had, and that's what took place. So we had some tissue at the crime scene. That tissue was then provided to both the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for our forensic scientists to process, as well as to the lab in Quantico with the FBI. Then there were additional items of evidence that were collected because we then had a name to compare when we did the DNA analysis. And so we were able to go to locations to collect additional forensic evidence to test for DNA. That DNA evidence was then matched, compared, and it was matched by our forensic scientists. And you know, it was a strong effort. They were focused solely on this case, and were able to do an excellent job of making that match. And so it was. I understand that, you know, it is quite impressive. It is to me, and it is to our team. We're very proud of the work that was done by our team to make that match so quickly. But it was, you know, they followed their science. They did everything that we would normally do in conducting a DNA match. The great news was we had something to compare, and that's how this was made and done so quickly.
Was the tip that someone recognized the RV? What made that tip stand out so much that Anthony Warner was the direction authorities went in?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that question.
What was so strong about the tip about Anthony Warner?
So, without going into too much detail, I think when the tip came in with his identification, it led investigators to dig deep into that, what we could find, and there were some obvious, you know, things that we've seen now, the pictures that you have seen, to be able to make some connections there.
Last question, please.
Can I do, sorry, this is Natasha with CNN. A couple of follow-ups, one about his mother and the other about the box truck in Lebanon. So first about Mr. Warner's mother, in what capacity has she been helping you with your investigation? We understand it might have been her DNA that helped confirm his identity, and I know she's sued him in the past. As far as the box truck goes, in what way was the recording similar to this one? And is that case being looked at in conjunction with this or completely separately?
Yeah, thank you. So Natasha, so first on the mother, she has been cooperative with investigators, and that's about as far as I can go on that piece. I can just tell you she's been cooperative. In terms of TBI's comparison on the DNA, we did not do familial DNA. So what we did was comparative of the two, one from the scene, the evidence we had from the scene, and then the evidence we collected from a vehicle. We collected gloves and a hat from a vehicle that was owned by the subject. And so that's how our comparison was done. In terms of the second part of your question, I'm sorry, let me, I forgot the second part.
Oh, it's all right. It was about the box truck in Lebanon yesterday. It was pulled over because of.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. So the box truck. In terms of that was the information that was relayed, and that was not, TBI was not involved in that. That was Highway Patrol. I think Rutherford County Sheriff's Office was involved in that. I know ATF was involved in that. So yes, obviously that is being reviewed in light of the incident. However, I can tell you from the conversations from last night and this morning, there is no connection other than the individual taking advantage of the situation, and we are trying to determine if the recording was similar or the same recording. Thank you all so much.
And that is going to do it for us at this point. Again, thank you so much for understanding and for having a bit of.
All right, guys, just wanted to play that update again for you. Vehicle playing a key part in identifying that Nashville bombing suspect. We have more to come right here for you on News Now from Fox. All right, guys, for those of you still with us, just a reminder, some of them still in the middle of a commercial break. We do have more live updates coming to you here in just a minute. All right, guys, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson, sitting here at the News Now desk, one of those many hosts that you have throughout the day as we give you live coverage of everything happening all across the country. Happening right now, another COVID-19 update. We're going to jump out to New Jersey's governor as he's giving his daily briefing.
Secure grants that have helped them keep their teaching artists and staff employed, provide technology and facilities to keep their young musicians safely engaged and learning, and to continue providing needs-based scholarships for their students. I had the opportunity to check in with Hillary last Wednesday, I think, and I know they're committed to seeing Westrick Music Academy through these unprecedented times and to keep instilling the love of music in their students. Check them out. It's westrickmusic.org, westrickmusic.org, a really special organization. And finally, we'll be together one last time before the end of the year. And that, I think, will be virtual, by the way. I do not believe we'll be live here, but I believe we're going to be virtual at 1 o'clock on Wednesday, December 30th. So we'll have one more chance to get this message out, but we know that many of you are making plans for New Year's Eve, and we urge you to keep it to a small gathering of only your immediate household. This is not the year for a wild New Year's Eve party. I hope that year comes again soon. Even Times Square in New York City will be empty. We hope you take every precaution to safely and responsibly drop the ball drop wherever you are as we usher in 2021. We have a lot to look forward to in the new year, but it must start with our staying focused on the practices that have gotten us through most of 2020. Social distancing, wearing our face masks, washing our hands with soap and water, using common sense, meaning if you've been exposed, take yourself off the field. If you don't feel well, take yourself off the field. Wait the requisite number of days, get tested. We've got the capacity. Go out there and get tested. But make no mistake, better days are ahead. Let's make sure that we make to those days together. And that said, please help me welcome the woman who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, Judy Persichilli.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. New Jersey has been allocated over 405,000 vaccines in the month of December. Of that, approximately 120,000 doses have been reserved for long-term care facilities. 280,000 doses have been allocated to hospitals and community sites, and of that, 220,425 have been delivered, and the remainder is expected to be delivered at the end of this week. So far, in terms of the reporting that we have received, 46,217 vaccinations have been administered. We are still awaiting updated reports from over the Christmas weekend. Therefore, when we look back at the first week, December 14th to December 21st, over 44% of the 55,000 Pfizer doses allocated to hospitals have been administered. This morning marked the start of vaccinations at long-term care facilities in the state. 299 facilities are already scheduled to receive vaccinations, 277 with the CVS pharmacy, and 23 with the Walgreens pharmacy. In addition to vaccinations that will be ongoing at our long-term care facilities and hospitals, 134 community-based sites have received or will receive vaccines this week. This includes 36 FQHC locations, 21 county sites, 38 ShopRite pharmacies, 26 primary care urgent care sites, and Rowan University School of Medicine that just set up Operation Saving Lives. Once we move through the 1A category, we will begin vaccinating those in the 1B category, which includes frontline essential workers who are in sectors essential to the functioning of society and are at a substantially higher risk of exposure to COVID-19. Additionally, persons 75 years and older are included because of their increased risk for severe illness and death. Our Professional Advisory Committee continues to work through the prioritization of essential workers, which will be the Phase 1B. They are guided by several principles. One, to maximize benefits and minimize harm. This aligns with the goal of preserving services essential to the COVID-19 response and the overall functioning of society. Promoting justice, recognizing that those unable to work from home have the highest exposure risk, and also recognizes the need to increase access to vaccine and reduce barriers for workers with low vaccine uptake. And lastly, mitigating health inequities, acknowledging that racial and ethnic minority groups are disproportionately represented in many essential industries. About 25% of our essential workers live in low-income communities. Moving on to my daily report, as the governor shared, our hospitals reported 3,684 hospitalizations of COVID-19 positive patients and persons under investigation. 715 of those individuals are in critical care, and 70% of those individuals are on ventilators. No hospitals reported divert status last evening. There have been no new reports of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. There are 67 total cases in the state. At our veterans' homes, Vineland reports 5 new positive residents and 34 positive employees. They are reporting 2 COVID-confirmed deaths and 1 COVID-confirmed pending. Menlo Park reports 3 new staff and 1 resident, and Paramus reports no new cases. The daily percent positivity as of December 24th for the state is 10.98%, the northern part of the state 9.84%, Central's 11.76%, and southern part of the state 12.63%. So that concludes my daily report. Continue to mask up, socially distance, wash your hands frequently. If you are ill, stay home, call your provider, and get tested. Stay safe. Ring in a safe 2021. Thank you.
Can't wait for 2021, man. God bless our veterans. I mean, this thing is like other long-term care facilities, and it's not just a New Jersey fact, it's around the country that have been clobbered, and God bless. So we went from June 10th until not that long ago with not one, every loss of life, there's no silver lining to that, but we went a long time without losing anyone in our vets. We've now lost 3. And interestingly enough, Vineland was really largely spared, not entirely. They had lost 3 early on, but now this is kind of flipped, and Vineland's getting crushed. So bless them. Pat, we had, it feels like a million years ago, but we had a fair amount of weather since we last were together. Any postmortem on that? Compliance, I heard there was some knucklehead behavior in large scale, and hope you had a good Christmas. Welcome back.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. On the compliance front, since we last met, Zaluba Bar in Newark was cited for the 3rd time for an EO violation, several people not wearing masks. Also, as to the governor's point, yesterday in the early morning hours, Newark responded to a large warehouse party, more than 200 people eating, drinking alcohol, and participating in illegal gambling. 2 subjects were cited and issued summonses for alcohol sale violations, and I trust that the executive order violations are forthcoming. As far as a postmortem on the storm, Christmas Eve into Christmas, Board of Public Utilities advised that at the height of the storm, there was 110,000 without power. By 8 o'clock Friday morning, that number was already down to 61,000, and then by the afternoon to 16,000, and by yesterday afternoon, there was no customers with a storm-related power outage. We did also have the Liberty State barge suffer some damage and is partially submerged, and we're working with all the stakeholders there to see how that's going to impact anything. We don't believe that's going to impact any of the cruise ships or commercial traffic on the waterway there. And as far as more post-mortem on the weather, in that overnight from Christmas Eve to Christmas noon, troopers responded and handled 198 accidents, 241 motorist aids. Sadly, we did have 1 fatal accident on the New Jersey Turnpike up in Teaneck. And just one more point, I know we talk about small gatherings, immediate family, and I just take this opportunity to remind everybody that the troopers will be out there in full force, additional patrols, additional DWI patrols, additional checkpoints. I don't want to jinx it, Governor, but last year, New Year's Eve, we did not have one fatality on our highways, and we're hoping that that is the case as well, and just remind people not to drink and drive, and that there's so many options out there with regard to the various means of transportations and the Ubers and those like them. So just want to get through this New Year's Eve weekend unscathed. Thanks, Governor.
Well said, well said. Some things are brand new this year and other things are everlasting, and not drinking and driving is on the latter list. Good words of wisdom. The weather this week looks decent, right?
It does look decent. I think it's right now it's gorgeous out, and we hope that it remains that way. We may see some precipitation, but I think the temps are going to be warm enough that it stays rain.
I bounce between technology, where I'm a middling performer, and having a physical newspaper in my hand, and Judy, as God is my witness, before we went outside of the event this morning, in between seeing the vaccinations, and I went back in the car because I had neglected to look at the weather in the upper right-hand corner of the paper, and it said sunny, high of 48, and we proceeded to go out, and 10 minutes later it was raining on us, so I hope our prognostications are better than that. So I mentioned we'll see you at 1 o'clock on Wednesday. That'll be virtual unless you hear otherwise, which is a format we used a couple of months ago for a few of these. And unless you hear otherwise, again, we'll be back in person next Monday, January 4th, right here at 1 o'clock. That's somewhat depending on whether or not there's a White House video conference. Tomorrow will be virtual or electronic with you, and again, Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Dustin, we'll start with you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. So just for clarity on the unemployment benefits, do you know if the claimants will still be able to get paid for the week that lapsed, or is that money just lost now? And is the bill on your desk to extend unemployment benefits now obsolete because the federal relief package is passed? On marijuana, Politico just reported today that there's a technical dispute over decriminalization penalties for people under 21. Are you planning to sign the legalization bill before January 1st? If not, what practical effect would any delay have? And then from Brian Thompson at NBC, there seems to be confusion over what Englewood Health is doing with the COVID vaccine. It's telling trustees that they are hands-on volunteers and eligible for the vaccine, but it seems the state may be disputing that. Can you clarify or provide any additional insight into what's going on there? Thank you.
Yep. So on the first one, make sure, Dante, that I got this right. Your question is, have you lost the benefits, or you ultimately will get them, right? The answer is, to the best of my knowledge, and I know Rob Sarangelo is probably watching, so he will correct the record if otherwise, you'll still get them, but there's going to be a gap, a potential gap, and that's a Washington matter. I won't comment on I don't have any further comment on the unemployment bill, other than to say, if it's duplicative, we will likely end up where you suggested. Yeah, there's some important, when I say technical, but important things we're trying to wrinkle out on the decrim bill. I had very constructive, and I want to give them a shout out for their continuing spirit of cooperation. Good conversations with the Senate President and the Speaker, and their teams and ours are trying to iron through those as efficiently as we can.
All right, just a heads up, some of you going to take a quick little break. More to come as we are here live in New Jersey when we come back on News Now from Fox.
The list of in 1A, I don't have a lot more color than that, but I'll give you my answer, and Judy, I'd like you to weigh in here. Listen, we're not getting vaccinated. I mean, this is pretty clear. We want the folks who are truly frontline healthcare workers, long-term care residents and staff, the disabilities and other homes that Judy was able to include in the federal program. There's a reason for that rhythm. There's a reason for that priority. And I would say, with all due respect, folks like us are not on that list. And that's going to include folks as good-hearted as they might be, trustees and people like that. But Judy, any more color you want to add?
There has been confusion on the definition of 1A with the inclusion of paid and unpaid healthcare personnel. It's paid and unpaid healthcare personnel who serving in healthcare settings, who have the potential for direct or indirect exposure to infectious material. So, for example, trustees are not working in a healthcare setting. They come in for meetings. They don't have either direct or indirect exposure to infectious materials. So there's been some, valid confusion because of unpaid. I've been asked, well, who's an unpaid worker? Well, a volunteer is an unpaid worker. Also, an attending physician who is in private practice that comes in to see their patients is not paid by the hospital. It's an unpaid healthcare worker.
Yep.
So the confusion is real. People have good intentions, but it's the exposure, the risk of exposure, which separates out a lot of people.
Judy, it's possible a medical doctor who's on the front lines in the hospital who happens to be on the board is someone who would be in the 1A, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And again, I mean, I'll speak on behalf, we're not jumping out. There's got to be, not only is there a pretty preordained or will ultimately be a preordained levels of priority, but there's also common sense, and I think you said it well. So Dustin, I just, as I thought Rob would be listening, and I'll quote him, unfortunately, it is likely that there will be a lost week of UI benefits, not just a delayed week because of the delay on the signing. Having said that, I've just said, having said that, we have a call at 2 o'clock with the U.S. Department of Labor for guidance. So Mahan, keep me honest on that. If it turns out after that guidance from Rob, it's different, if you could get to Dustin, that'd be great. Alex, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Actually, I wanted to follow up on both of those things. You talked about the trustees, I guess, getting vaccinated. So for both the governor and the commissioner, when do you think you should get vaccinated? How do both of you balance the fact that while you're not an immediate line of fire like some healthcare workers are, you want to increase public confidence in the vaccine? Not to be impolite, you're both over 60, so you're in a more vulnerable category.
Easy now.
There you go. It's public information. And to follow up about what Commissioner Asaro Angelo said. So do you have any reports of people having to basically, because in other states, some people who filed for unemployment, their claims lapsed and they had to reapply. Have you received any reports of people needing to reapply for unemployment? And I guess for the governor, I'll ask again about the report of your administration directing potential discipline for workers at veterans' homes early in the pandemic for wearing masks. You've said before that it was an effort to keep PPE stocks up. How then does that explain the home in Paramus telling emergency workers arriving on ambulances not to wear masks? How does that fit? And lastly, for the colonel, if you have any information on this 5G bomber, apparently from Nashville, and the security of 5G facilities in New Jersey, would just appreciate hearing that.
I literally just got a text from Jared saying if any Homeland Security, he's doing daycare for his son Jack. So if any Homelands, I suspect we'll hear from him. So when vaccinated, someone asked me earlier today, and again, Judy, you should weigh in. Do we think things were going as planned? And I said yes, to the best of our knowledge, they are, and we've got a very good plan in place. But there's an enormous supply-demand imbalance right now. So, and I recognize as role models, as people, public officials, whatever, however you might describe us, that there's some benefit to being seen to be taking it, and which is a point I think we also accept. But when there's a supply-demand imbalance as great as it is, and you still have not gone through healthcare workers, long-term care residents, essential workers, folks meaningfully older than we are, I just can't justify it. That's my personal opinion. You're in the same, I think, same boat. Rob, again, is studiously watching and has weighed in on your second question. no to that question, you do not need to reapply, but someone may have to, quote unquote, reopen a claim based on when their original claim was filed. I don't know what that means technically, but we'll get back to you with that. I don't have any more insights on the mask. It's pretty clear we all believe without question that we ought to be wearing masks, particularly if we're with highly vulnerable, susceptible communities. Again, I repeat my answer from before, including that there's a lot of legal issues and investigations and whatnot. I do believe, at least early on, there was, and this was the case in other long-term care settings, there was a legitimate point on how you access it, when you access it, because there was, again, a huge supply-demand imbalance. I don't have any color on it beyond that, other than God bless our veterans, and they've paid an enormous price. I've not heard from Jared yet, but Pat, any insights on lessons from Nashville and concerns that we may have?
I was actually at the Rock this morning, Alex. Again, no nexus to New Jersey with regard to that. That's a federal investigation at this juncture, but we remain vigilant. There's the concern of copycats is always a concern for us. So from a critical infrastructure, intelligence sharing standpoint, that's a 24/7 operation for us.
As promised or as predicted? From Jared, we have been monitoring the Nashville incident with the federal, state, and local partners. We remain in constant contact with our critical infrastructure partners, including the entire telecommunications industry, to pass on awareness, potential issues, and to ensure safety infrastructure is protected. There is no known credible threat to New Jersey at this time as it relates to Nashville. Thank you for that. So we're able to do that, kind of a 1-2 punch there. You good? Sir. I appreciate that. Please, is that Amanda?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you? Regarding the illegal bar in the Newark warehouse with 200 people, is that being considered a super spreader event? And what are officials doing to track and test the people who were there? The MVC said today that it won't be able to implement the process for undocumented people to get driver's licenses by January 1st due to the COVID-19 burdens. Is there any response to that? And with religious services picking up around this time of year, is there a worry that people will be maskless or overcrowded in places of worship? And is there any action being taken against anyone for that, or enforcement of social distancing rules there?
Boy, based on your description, thank you for those, on your description of the Newark warehouse, it certainly feels like we should get Ed out of the bullpen for this one. 200 people in close quarters indoors, presumably not wearing masks, that's not a good fact set. Is that fair to say, Ed?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. I mean, now how they are able to contact trace coming out of something like that, that's going to be hard, I would think, Judy, right? It's going to be very hard, to be honest with you. It's incredibly irresponsible without knowing more about it than I know. Listen, I saw this, listen, the COVID has clobbered a lot of plans. I don't have to tell that to people and individuals as well as to state priorities. And so I know the Motor Vehicles Commission is working, and we're working constructively to legislative sponsors of that bill, which I was proud to sign, to other advocates to try to get as expeditious a resolution to this as possible. It's clearly due to COVID, so the reasons are understandable, but we want to get that done as fast as we can. I would hope, and I'll go on a limb here, I would hope no later than spring, so that this is not a meaningfully longer delay. And your question, I guess, Amanda, on religious services, are we concerned that with the frequency of them, that people basically let their guard down? That they let their...
Yeah, there's some social media reports that people, and some have been maskless, very crowded.
That's not good. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. That's unacceptable. It's quite clear what our capacity limitations are. It's the lesser of 150 people or 25% of capacity. That's been challenged, but I'm happy to say it remains the case. It is quite clear what our social distancing requirements are, Judy, as promulgated by you, that you must wear a face covering. I mean, it's crystal clear. Now, there's a lot of fatigue in all parts of life right now, understandably, but that cannot continue, whether it's a party that shouldn't be going on or, God forbid, worship, which we want to go on. people have to do the right things. So thank you for that. If you have specifics, and it's literally on social media, would be curious to get those specifics. Mahan can follow up. We'll do Charlie and then Dave. Charlie, hello.
Hope you all had a good holiday. First question for the commissioner. All hospitals are required to hold an annual meeting open to public comments and questions. Robert Wood Johnson in New Brunswick failed to provide proper notice for their meeting. The year's almost over and they have not scheduled a public meeting to make up for it. Will you require Robert Wood Johnson Hospital to hold a properly noticed annual meeting? Governor, why did you appoint Gary Taffet to the Redistricting Commission? Were you aware of the AG currently investigating his company? And were you aware of the six-figure civil penalty he paid to the SEC over allegations of insider trading? And finally, when you were running for this office, you said it would be really smart to nominate a Rutgers student to serve as a voting member on the university's Board of Governors. You've made several nominations so far, but have not yet nominated a student. Why haven't you done this? And why did you recently nominate a white politician to replace the only Latino member of that board?
Okay. I was surprised you didn't ask me about the schools, so I'm still recovering from that. RWJ, I have no insights on that. Obviously, we expect our hospitals to do as they are chartered and as the state requires. Do you have any more insight beyond that? I've known Gary for 20 years, I have to say, and he's a good man and a good friend. And I'll leave it at that. I think he and the rest of the appointees will do an outstanding job. I still like that idea on Rutgers. I still like the notion of a student being involved. My wife is a former member of the Board of Visitors at the University of Virginia, and they have that as a standing reality. I think I mentioned that as well in the same sort of set of quotes that you referenced. I continue to like that idea. I also want to see a public bank take place. We've gotten our batting averages in the high 990s, but we're not at 1,000, and I'd still have that on the list. That's all I got. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. So with that, we're good. Oh, Dave, we need Dave. I forgot about Dave. We normally go right to left here.
Well, thank you, Governor. First question, any update or what specific information do we have with regard to the new strain of COVID that was first found in the UK? I know we have one airline that's coming into Newark Liberty that has requirements about testing and so forth, but what good is it if it's only one airline? Maybe the health folks could talk about the fact that we do have some concern from people contacting us about, do we know that the vaccines that we have work against this new strain? Is there any indication they would not work? Governor, with regard to the rollout of the vaccines and the significance of starting long-term care, you had also mentioned that the mega sites will soon begin around the state. Could you refresh our memory about how that's going to work, where they'll be, and who goes to the mega sites? How do people find out when they're able to get vaccinated and so forth? And final question, you signed an executive order almost a month ago pausing indoor hockey and other indoor youth and adult practices and competitions. My understanding is this is due to expire on Saturday. Will the pause be lifted? What's your sense about how much these activities really pose a threat to us? Is it possible you're going to continue the pause on hockey but lift it for other activities? Because I know there was some question about whether especially the hockey parents and some coaches were following the directives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the third one. We know that the deadline on indoor sports is on Saturday, and we will likely have guidance when we're back together at latest, I would think, on Wednesday, even though it's virtual. I think the bias is going to continue to be, and with Paramel here, he'll either back me up or correct the record, that you can't distinguish one indoor sport from another. I do think we're going to continue to be, at least I continue to be concerned, and I haven't completed a discussion with Judy and her team on this, with interstate activities because of the adjacent realities that they bring, that by definition, you've got traveling parties, you've got people congregating, et cetera. But we know we owe an answer on that. The mega sites, Judy, I want to make sure I say this in a way that's precise, will be up and running when they're up and running. As I said, I think by early to mid-January. But they will exist at that point for the populations that are at that moment up to bat. So for instance, if it's January 15th and we're still in 1A, as I suspect we will be, it'll be for healthcare workers and whatnot. And we will come long before they're open. We'll give guidance as to how you access. I get that. Listen, and Ed should also weigh in here. We're operating assuming that this strain is upon us, right? So United Airlines, effective today, is doing their triple checking that you've had a negative test within 3 days before flying. I believe that's now going to be a U.S. national policy. And there's no evidence that there's any different efficacy with the vaccine, but I want you all to address this more importantly as it relates to this strain. And the other point that I believe we're seeing pretty regularly here is the scientific data is incomplete, but that it relates more to aggressive transmission than it does necessarily to the severity of the virus when you get it. So Ed or Judy, could you react to any of that?
I'm not sure I need to be here. Excellent job, Governor. He is correct on all phases. This new variant, the virus is always mutating. Most mutations mean very little. Occasionally some mutation may happen that may do something to it where it might transmit more effectively or could conceivably be more serious or less serious in different ways. Yes, there is the variant in the United Kingdom, which has several mutations to the spike protein. The spike is the part of the virus that grabs onto your cell, that gets into the cell, that appears to make it easier that it can get into the cell, which is why it's more transmissible. The vaccines work by creating antibodies to that spike protein. They create antibodies to several different parts on that spike protein, and the chances are the vaccine will continue to work fine. And the reason for that is because for a virus to mutate enough that the antibodies from the vaccine aren't likely to stop it, it would also likely mutate enough that it wouldn't grab on well to the cell in the first place. So I know that the cell vaccine manufacturers are looking at this, and certainly we always want to pay attention because we never say never when it comes to viruses. But I would expect that the vaccine would be as effective or nearly as effective against the new variant as the current variant.
All right, guys, we have more to come right here on News Now from Fox, including some remarks from the president-elect, Joe Biden.
Look, you all bring incredible experience across the diplomatic, defense, intelligence agencies, and I'm eager to hear your assessment. And I want to thank you all, as well as all of your colleagues, for the work you've done and put in as part of our agency review team. I know there's been a lot of work going on to ensure that we have the best possible insights into the state of our national security apparatus. And you've done it all under incredibly difficult circumstances, dealing with the COVID protocol, delays ascertainments, and in a few cases, obstruction from political leadership. I'm grateful, I'm impressed, and with the work you've all accomplished, it's vital. The past 4 years, we've seen a lot of damage to American global leadership and the traditional alliances have been attacked, democracy under assault, and our security jeopardized by a go-it-alone approach of this administration. And the truth is, the challenges we face today can't be solved by any one country acting alone. They demand American leadership, they demand cooperation with our allies and our partners. So I'm looking forward to hearing your assessments about the greatest challenges we're going to inherit, and as we restore principles of American leadership on the global stage, which we have to and will do. I want to thank you again for this brief.
And I'll just echo the words of the president-elect. You all have volunteered your time. You have interviewed thousands of people, career staff, political staff on our current. You have done this because of your long-standing commitment, each one of you, to our nation's security, to our democracy. But it has not been without sacrifice that you've each done what you've done to
especially over the holidays.
All right, guys, just to give you a little context of what's happening here, we're just getting a little peek behind the scenes here. President-elect Joe Biden, and as you saw there, his Vice President-elect Kamala Harris also sitting there doing what looked like to be a Zoom session. Now, later today, we are going to be bringing it to you. He's going to be delivering remarks on, after being briefed by members of his national security and foreign policy agency review teams about the challenges his administration will inherit. So once again, we were just getting kind of this little sneak peek behind the scenes. You can see all of those TV crews now being moved out as we continue to give you live updates from all across the country. I do want to say thanks for being here with us on News Now. One thing I do want to talk about that many people have had on their minds, especially after yesterday, President Trump signing that relief bill. One thing that many people know is the House is going to be meeting today to vote on the bill to send $2,000 stimulus checks to Americans in lieu of the $600 checks included in the coronavirus stimulus and government funding package. Now, President Trump signed that again on Sunday night, something that we all, of course, are going to be keeping our eyes close on. And so the vote will come now after Trump, for a better part of the week, railed against the size of the checks and the amount of foreign aid included in the massive combination of two legislative accords that lawmakers sent to his desk. Now, the Monday vote will not address the, quote, pork that Trump has said he wishes to cut, despite the fact that he requested much of it in his budget. But it will force that GOP House members go on record whether they do want to increase the price tag on stimulus checks after President demanded they do so. Now, he said in a tweet Saturday, quote, "I simply want to get our great people $2,000 rather than the measly $600 that is now in the bill." And Speaker Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also spoke to Fox News, saying now the president must immediately call on congressional Republicans to end their obstruction and to join him and Democrats in support of our standalone legislation to increase direct payment checks to $2,000, which we will be brought to the floor tomorrow. Now, of course, that's her speaking on Sunday night. Again, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying that quote there. So we will be keeping you up to date here on News Now from Fox. But we want to continue things along, giving you more updates that have been happening across the country. Pennsylvania giving their COVID-19 briefing. We're going to be jumping into that right here for you on News Now.
Thank you for joining us today for this update on COVID-19 in Pennsylvania. Currently, 5,905 individuals are hospitalized due to COVID-19 in Pennsylvania as of 7 a.m. this morning. 1,145 of those patients are in the intensive care unit, and 747 of those patients are on a ventilator. The trend in the 14-day moving average of the number of hospitalized patients per day has increased by 5,600 since the end of September. Our hospitals and our health systems in Pennsylvania do continue to be significantly challenged with COVID-19. Today, we are reporting 3,779 new cases, as well as 4,884 new cases on Sunday. This brings the total number of COVID-19 cases in Pennsylvania to 613,804. Of our total cases, the number of individuals who have recovered from COVID-19 is now at 64%. And this number has started to increase again over the last week or more. Tragically, 76 new deaths were reported today, and 127 new deaths were reported on Sunday. And this brings our total to 15,086 people who have died due to COVID-19 in Pennsylvania since the beginning of the pandemic. The statewide percent positivity, as reported on the early warning monitoring dashboard, is now 15.1% statewide. This continues to represent a slight decrease from the week before. Throughout the pandemic, there have been 57,163 cases of COVID-19 among children 5 to 18 years of age. That is an increase of 12,873 COVID-19 cases within that age group in the last week alone. As you know, today starts the Federal Pharmacy Partnership to vaccinate residents and staff of long-term care facilities. Walgreens and CVS are the two pharmacy partners selected by the federal government. CVS and Walgreens have vaccine leads that are reaching out to the assigned contacts at each facility. These points of contact coordinate information such as setting the date, receiving additional information on bed count, employee count, and coordinating patient consent. In the first weeks, the partnership will be vaccinating residents and staff in skilled nursing facilities, often what we call nursing homes. It will then move to vaccinate other long-term care facilities, such as personal care homes, assisted living facilities, residential treatment facilities for adults, and private intermediate care facilities for individuals with developmental disabilities. This week, CVS will be vaccinating residents and staff of 120 skilled nursing facilities throughout Pennsylvania. Walgreens will be vaccinating 6 patients and staff in skilled nursing facilities in Pennsylvania. CVS and Walgreens and Operation Warp Speed from the federal government, they select the locations and they will deliver the vaccine and conduct the vaccination clinics.
Just a heads up, Sam, you're going to get another quick little break right here on News Now from Fox.
It's important for me to emphasize that this is really the federal government's program. The federal government has required facilities to opt into the partnership, and we have worked to opt in all eligible facilities. The pharmacies will be reporting how many vaccinations they have administered, but we don't know exactly how quickly that information will be available, but it will be at least 72 hours after the vaccine administration. Now, as I've been saying before, the Philadelphia Department of Public Health is receiving its own allocations of vaccines, and they are operating separately than the efforts of our department, although we do speak frequently and collaborate. As of this morning, hospitals have vaccinated 72,762 healthcare workers with either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. This will continue with vaccination of healthcare workers. This week, 58 hospitals are slated to receive 47,775 doses of the Pfizer vaccine and 26,100 doses of the Moderna vaccine. And the number of those doses is determined by Operation Warp Speed in the federal government. We are working to update our interim vaccine plan to align with the latest prioritization recommendations from the CDC's ACIP, or Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice, and the recommendations that were released last week. These recommendations did make some changes to the categories of people vaccinated, particularly in phase 1B, and they actually added a phase 1C. So we'll be working to make those updates. What is still clear is that this vaccination process will take...
Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now. House is going to be getting started here. Continue to watch more News Now from Fox on your TV, mobile device, or computer.
Our current mitigation efforts are as more important than ever. It is still critically important to wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance. It's very important to avoid large gatherings and small gatherings.
All right, guys, for those of you who know and are familiar with News Now from Fox, don't forget, we always like to go to the live events that are happening across the country. House floor just getting started. We're going to head out to that for you right here again on News Now from Fox.
Amen.
Thank you, Father. Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 967, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The chair will lead the House in a pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bill was signed by Speaker Pro Tempore Byer on Thursday, December 24th, 2020.
H.R. 133, making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, providing for coronavirus emergency response and relief, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until the call of the chair.
All right, while we're waiting for the House floor to come back, we're going to continue to give you more updates that have been happening here across the country. What we were playing for you was that Pennsylvania COVID-19 update. Going to jump back to that. As you know, News Now from Fox, this is what happens sometimes. You go to live events, you got to bounce around depending on what is happening across our country. So don't forget, you can continue to follow along News Now from Fox online or on your TV. And once again, we're going to head back out to Pennsylvania, talk about their COVID-19 numbers.
Will take some time, and it's particularly dependent upon how much vaccine we receive each week from the federal government. In the meantime, our current mitigation efforts are as more important than ever. It is still critically important to wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance. It's very important to avoid large gatherings and small gatherings. And as we approach New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we cannot let our guard down. We must stay the course and continue to work together and stand united to stop the spread of COVID-19. And now I'm very pleased to answer questions.
Thank you, Secretary. Our first question is from Paul Go from the Pittsburgh Business Times. Go ahead, Paul.
The first question I have would be about, we're about a week away from the end of the scheduled temporary pause. Where do we stand right now? Obviously, there's a lower case numbers over the weekend, and there has been that plateau you talked about. But what are some of these indicators? And also, if you had to make a decision this week, I mean, where would we be, just so we get a sense of what you're looking at?
Well, so we'll be having those discussions with the governor's office and making our recommendations, obviously, this week in preparation for January 4th.
And one other, so you don't have any sense of where you are right now with that?
We will let you know.
And the second question is, you said Walgreens had 6 nursing homes that they were working with. Was that this, and CVS was 125? Is there a reason for that?
CVS had 120. That is how they're working it out with the federal government. So again, we have no particular influence in terms of that. So that's this week's numbers that we get from the federal government, and CVS and Walgreens lets us know.
Next up is Flora Pastorero with PennWatch. Go ahead, Flora.
Yes, good morning, Secretary. Just to follow up with what Paul was saying, that the numbers have gone down significantly. So would there be the possibility of lifting the mitigation efforts early to allow the restaurants to go with indoor dining for the New Year's Eve holiday, and to allow gyms to open before next Monday?
No, we're not going to be changing our mitigation orders, but we will be discussing what the plan will be on January 4th. But there is no plan to change things for this week. It's critically important during the holiday weeks, as we approach New Year's, for people to continue, as I've said, to continue their mitigation efforts, to continue to avoid large and small gatherings, and really not to get together in gatherings over New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, because that could still significantly spread the virus. As Dr. Fauci has been talking about, public health authorities are concerned about travel during the holidays and these gatherings, and we want to make sure that the current plateau and maybe even decrease that we're seeing continues in the new year.
And what is the situation with hospitals? Have you received any reports from any hospitals around the state that they've run out of ICU beds?
So we get reports every day from hospitals, and right now hospitals are challenged at various parts of the state, but they are making necessary accommodations. So they might be postponing certain elective procedures, or they're making whatever accommodations are necessary to deal with COVID-19 patients, and of course acute non-COVID-19 patients. So right now the hospitals are stable, but they have been challenged.
Next up is Royce Jones from KDKA. Go ahead, Royce.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. Sunday, Dr. Fauci said the nation could see a surge on top of a surge following Christmas gatherings and holiday travel. Can you explain what this could look like in the state of Pennsylvania, and when and if we could expect this to hit our state?
So right now, as we've been discussing, we have seen a plateau and then even a slight decrease in terms of the number of new cases. Now, of course, this weekend's numbers and today's numbers are certainly influenced by decreased testing, of course, over Christmas and the weekend. But we have been seeing that plateau and slight decrease. Those are very positive findings. But we are concerned that we could see an increase again in January if people do not stay the course, as I've been saying. If they travel a lot, if they participate in these type of gatherings, then we could see an increase again in January. And so that's what we're watching for, but that's what we're really why we're putting out the message over and over again to avoid travel now, avoid these gatherings, so that we can continue to see positive decreases in January.
And I know you just mentioned you're going to continue communicating with the governor's office for January 4th and what happens next. But if we do have another surge come January, could we expect further restrictions? Is this something that you guys have been talking about?
I can't predict the future. We're trying to prevent that surge in January in the first place. So that's what we're concentrating on right now.
Next up is Bill Kibler from the Altoona Mirror. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. Will the names of the nursing homes that are getting vaccines today be available today?
And we'll have a dashboard available tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Jamie Bittner from Fox 43. Go ahead, Jamie.
Hi there, Dr. Levine. I actually have two different questions for, if you don't mind. I wanted to ask you about the vaccine rollout as it stands right now. I know that you had said, was it around 72,000 healthcare workers have been vaccinated. I remember in the first week of the rollout, there was around 97,500 vaccines rolled out, and you had said that the vaccines were arriving later, but are there other reasons why the administration of these vaccines isn't keeping up with how many doses is coming into Pennsylvania? Is a lack of manpower as well at some of these places?
That it continues to be that you tend to think that they all come out on like all last Monday, but they don't. They come out as the week progresses, and then of course there was Christmas, and so significantly decreased number of vaccinations in Christmas. But vaccine will be coming out this week again, as I mentioned. Again, that doesn't all come out on Monday; it'll come out through Thursday, and vaccinations will continue all week.
Okay. And can I ask one more question about businesses opening past January 4th? What kind of data would you could be looking at to see if that would change that date of January 4th, whether it be open beforehand or afterwards? Can you go in a little more detail about how you're making those decisions so that these business owners have a little bit more concrete answers onto if there might even be a chance that they could open earlier?
So we are looking at the same type of data that we've looked at throughout the pandemic. So we look at the number of new cases, and particularly the incidence rate, which is the number of new cases per 100,000. We look at that statewide, but we also look at that particularly in regions and in counties. And then we look at the percent positivity rates, and we discuss all that data, and we'll make our recommendation to the governor, and the governor will make his decision.
Bulow from Lehigh Valley Live. Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, Secretary. Can you hear me? Thanks for taking my question today. So obviously we're seeing some decline in the testing from, as you said, the lag over the holiday weekend. But could you speak a little bit more about the trend that you were seeing in the data before the holiday and why you think those trends were encouraging?
Well, so we have been seeing certainly a plateau, maybe a slight decrease in the number of new cases, as well as a decrease in the percent positivity. I think that what we're following is some of the national trends, so that occurred a month or more ago in the Midwest, and it is starting to occur in the Mid-Atlantic area. So, we're following the patterns of many other states in our area, Ohio, West Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, etc. But also I think that it is the impact of the series of mitigation measures that the governor and I put into place in December. So I think it is a combination of the national trends and the mitigation orders that were put in place, and I think that they are working and our numbers have decreased.
Thank you.
Next up is Robin Hearn. Robin, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, after Robin, we have Tom Ford from the borough. Go ahead, Tom. Tom also passes. Okay, next up is Samantha Rulin from the York Daily Record. Go ahead, Sam.
Hi, Dr. Levine. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if there have been any, with hospitals getting the vaccines, if there have been any complications or if any of the doctors or nurses who've already received the vaccine, if they've reported any complications kind of now that it's been some time since those first doses went out.
Well, thank you for that question. We have had no reports of complications or any reactions in Pennsylvania.
Great, thank you very much.
Next up is Patrick Abdullah from the Keystone.
Thanks for taking my question, Dr. Levine. I had a question about, where I live, some of the schools started closing, earlier recently, and where a lot of my relatives live in more rural parts of the state, they stayed open. And I was wondering if there's at all believed to be a connection with that and with some of the higher numbers in some of the rural parts of the state.
That's hard to exactly to determine. So as you've been referring to, the schools have local control, and so we do have guidelines that the Pennsylvania Department of Health and PDE, the Department of Education, have put out about what we would recommend in terms of in-person instruction versus hybrid versus remote instruction. Overall, certainly at the beginning of the fall, the colleges had a dramatic impact upon the local numbers. So the question in terms of the schools, I'll have to look at the data more carefully, and we'll get back to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Next up is Nicole Bramblillo from LNP. Nicole, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I think I hit unmute before you guys unmuted me. Thank you for doing this and for taking my question. Could you tell me how many counties, I know the dashboard is going to be up and running tomorrow regarding vaccines availability for skilled nursing homes, but can you tell me how many counties have received vaccines and are inoculating today?
I don't have that information in terms of the skilled nursing facilities. I don't have that at my fingertips. We should have that available tomorrow. Our communications director, April Hutchison, might be able to get back to you with some of that information even later today.
I appreciate that. And one quick question, if you can humor me just a minute here. So this has been kind of frustrating getting this information. I realize that Operation Warp Speed is playing lead on this. When I reached out to CVS and Walgreens, they referred me to Department of Health. When I referred to your folks there at the Department of Health, you referred me to Warp Speed. When I reached out to CDC, they referred me back to the Department of Health. Do you know why this is kind of a circular loop and nobody's got the information about the number of doses and which counties are receiving vaccines?
Well, so again, we only received the information from Operation Warp Speed over the weekend in terms of which skilled nursing facilities were receiving the vaccines today. So we'll, as we put up our numbers and our dashboards, we're going to try to be absolutely as transparent as possible in terms of, I mean, we'll have up this afternoon which facilities are receiving it. So we're going to try to be as transparent as we possibly can. I think the dashboard will help a lot. It'll be up tomorrow.
Next up is Brett Schultes from WITF. Go ahead, Brett.
Good morning, Dr. Levine, and thank you for your time. I have a question not about the death numbers or just the case numbers. I'm kind of curious to know what is the most recent information you have on long-term effects or longer-term lingering effects of COVID-19 among people who do survive. We've heard everything from heart and lung damage to mental health issues, and are some of those instances of people who have further complications being represented in the hospital data that we see? So can you speak to just remind people what you know about those complications that are possible and how that's also affecting health systems and hospitals?
Sure. So certainly our medical care has improved a lot, as we've discussed, and we have many more treatments, such as the monoclonal antibodies, as well as remdesivir and dexamethasone. So the length of stay has gone down. But there are patients that are known as long haulers, those that have chronic symptoms. Most of those patients would not stay in the hospital unless, I guess, their symptoms required hospital care. I think the main concern with those patients are chronic symptoms, and they're at home and receiving medical care, but not hospitalization care or intensive care. I don't really have any new information about the long haulers. We can see if there's any new national information that we can provide for you. But I think it would be unlikely for most of those patients who are having symptoms for weeks and weeks and months to still be in the hospital. I think that they're working through it with their healthcare providers at home.
Thank you.
Next up is Davine Quartz from the Beaver County Times. Go ahead, Davine.
Hi, thanks for taking the question today, Dr. Levine. I wanted to kind of just revisit a little bit with the businesses that aren't listening to your mitigation. one, what would you say to the folks who are still going out to restaurants that are defying orders to try and convince them that this is not the right choice? And additionally, what is the next step in enforcement for these places that are ignoring citations from their health departments in the state and are remaining open and serving people in-house?
Well, last week there were a number of injunctions against those facilities, ordering them to close. What I would say to the facilities and the patrons of those facilities is that I worry for their health. I think that they are exposing themselves, their families, their loved ones, the staff at the facilities to continue to stay open, to continue to go against the orders, and they're putting their community at risk for continuing the spread of COVID-19. And so, we know, as was talked about, the long haulers and the hospitalization rate, we know how severe this virus can be. And so it's really important that we stand together, that we stand united, and that we stay the course in terms of these mitigation orders so that we can continue to limit the spread, continue to have more positive numbers, and then we will take positive action. So I would ask them to close and not continue to bring people into those facilities when it's not safe to do so.
And this, I don't know if you'll have an answer to this or not, because this may be more the governor's, but are there plans for additional rounds and additional checks for New Year's Eve, being that I know even though you guys closed or restricted alcohol serving on the night before Thanksgiving, there were still many, many bars that opted to still have patrons and serve patrons through the evening. Will there be additional enforcement going on New Year's Eve?
I mean, I can't really talk about enforcement. I'm sure there might be officers out checking, but over New Year's Eve, those facilities are supposed to be closed. And so restaurants are closed, bars are closed, nightclubs are closed, casinos are closed. And so, when we did the order in terms of alcohol over Thanksgiving, they could be open at 25 to 50%. So right now, over New Year's, they are closed. So any patrons in those facilities would be a violation of the order, and law enforcement, I'm sure, will be out.
Next up is Erin McCarthy from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Go ahead, Erin.
Hi, Dr. Levine. Thank you for taking the time to chat with us today. You talked last week about how important it's going to be for home healthcare providers to get vaccinated in this first priority round, which we're currently in. Do you have any updates on what those type of professionals should do to make sure they get the vaccine?
We'll be having a further update about that, and we're working on our plans. We'll have an update later this week.
And regarding the rollout at skilled nursing facilities and then later other care facilities, I know it's federally organized, but I was wondering if you knew how the distribution would work, assuming it's all voluntary under the EUA. Do you know if most residents and staff are opting to get the vaccine, and how does that work for residents who may have dementia or Alzheimer's?
So yes, we are expecting that the vast majority of patients and staff will be opting in and receiving the vaccinations. So like any other medical procedure or shot, etc., if a patient cannot give consent for themselves, then their guardian will need to, a loved one will need to be able to give consent. And so Walgreens and CVS, working with the facilities, are working on those consents.
Next up is Boris from the Scranton Times-Tribune. Go ahead, Boris. Boris, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Here, I'm sorry. I'm wondering if you've given any thought to how quickly the vaccines will roll out in the new year. And when we might see some easing of all the restrictions in the new year.
Sure. So I can't speak to, the easing of the restrictions. We'll see how our numbers go. Again, we will have an announcement by January 4th about those mitigation orders. And we anticipate that there'll be consistent weekly distributions of the vaccine in both parts of 1A. So that includes the healthcare workers, and it includes the staff and the patients in these long-term care living facilities. We can't comment, I can't comment upon how much vaccine we're going to get. We received that information from Operation Warp Speed by the end of the week. We do know that all the people who've been immunized, they do put aside for us the exact same number of shots so that, and so everyone can get their second shot. So that's for the Pfizer vaccine after 3 weeks and the Moderna vaccine after 4 weeks. But in terms of new patient vaccinations, we learn on a weekly basis about exactly how much we're going to get. You know, as we've talked about before, it is going to take months to roll out this. I mean, if you look at the number of patients, a number of individuals that are part of 1A in Pennsylvania, it's probably 1 million or more people. That's going to take time in terms of that immunization. Then there's 1B, and now a new category 1C that will be immunized. And then phase 2 is the general public. I can't exactly say when we'll be getting to the general public. What we've said before, that we're hopeful for maybe late spring, certainly by early summer, that the general public will be able to receive vaccinations.
Boris, any follow-up?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, and our last question is from Hannah Brandt from ABC 27. Go ahead, Hannah.
Hi, yeah, thanks for taking my question. So obviously now we have the addition of the Moderna vaccine. Are we anticipating other vaccines being approved? How much would that speed up our process? And how much does the Moderna vaccine kind of speed up the process to get everyone vaccinated? I know you can't predict, and hopefully we'll get there by spring, but kind of what are you anticipating on that front?
The more vaccines, the better, but we can't put a date in terms of science. So there are 2 more vaccines that are either completing or just have completed their clinical trials. That's the AstraZeneca vaccine and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. AstraZeneca will be being looked at by the FDA, and when Johnson & Johnson finishes its clinical trials, then they will apply for their EUA under the FDA, and we'll see what the science shows us. There are 2 more vaccines in the pipeline, and I just saw a report that one of them is going to start its clinical trials soon. So can't tell exactly how long that will take, but probably 3, 4, potentially 6 months, and we'll see how it goes. The more vaccines we have that are deemed safe and effective and available for an EUA from the Federal Drug Administration, the better, and that will certainly speed up the process. But right now, it is really absolutely wonderful that we have 2 safe and effective vaccines.
Thank you, Secretary. That concludes today's briefing. A copy of this briefing will be available on pacast.com. Thank you.
And really not to get together in gatherings over New Year's Eve.
All right, everyone, thanks again so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We do appreciate all of our viewers, whether you're watching us on your mobile device, possibly watching us from TV. We do appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in as we stream you live events happening all across our country. We are waiting for those 2 candidates doing that joint rally down in Georgia. Let me just give you a quick look at what's been going on there. You can see a crowd has come out. This is, though, a drive-in rally that is being held. So let's take a little quick listen in, see if we do have anything good happening there right now.
We made that mistake when we elected President Obama. It's time for us to return to the polls and complete what we started. We cannot, we will not allow another year. We gave constructive notice on November 3rd to both Purdue as well as Loeffler that you have 2 seats that the people of Georgia seek to occupy. It is with great pride, enthusiasm, and nothing less.
All right, guys, so since this rally has gotten started, of course, waiting for those 2 candidates to step out, but we will be listening in here live. For some of you, though, we are going to take a quick break, then come right back into here on News Now from Fox.
And John Ossoff to the United States Senate. Now, why is it important that we elect these two men. It's important because nothing less than democracy is on the line in America. It's time we have people who understand the importance of democracy. It's time we have people who vote in favor of America, not go away on vacation and play golf and return thereafter while there are people who are hungry. There are people who are unemployed. There are people who are depending on you to make sound judgment decisions. That day is over in the United States of America. I urge each and every one of you to go to the polls, because not only is democracy on our ballot, health care is on the ballot. It is absolutely unbelievable to me, as a duly elected official here in DeKalb County, Georgia, that we would question pre-existing health conditions in the middle of a global pandemic, where we have people that are uninformed, ill-informed, who do not have the best interest of the people. As a public servant, we have a responsibility, and it is our responsibility to show up again and do what we've done, and that is elect both John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. Now, for anyone who didn't understand, let me tell you why I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned because, see, I'm from LA. I'm from Lower Alabama. And see, I was taught by my grandfather that people lie and numbers don't. The last time I looked at the numbers, DeKalb County, Georgia has over 400, let me get it right, 500,411 voters. Of those voters, over 300,000 came out, representing over 68% of DeKalb County voters. We set a new record. And that's, as you said, that's how we do it in DeKalb. We have garnered national attention right here because we understand the power of the vote. I stand here in Stonecrest, Georgia, where I represent. In Stonecrest, Georgia, we were one of the 3 top voting precincts in DeKalb County. Currently, we're number 2. Over 140,000 people have already come out to vote. So you see, we are not asleep in Stonecrest. If you're asleep, I ask you now to wake up, because it's time we return to the polls. So on behalf of everything that I believe in, I wholeheartedly ask you to return and let's finish what we started. It is time to elect John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock to the United States Senate. So get up, get dressed, put your shoes on, and let's go vote, DeKalb.
All right, just a reminder, we are live here in this event. A photographer picking his own shots. Sometimes that means the person who's speaking may not even be in the shot, but that is what we bring to you right here on News Now from Fox. So just want to say thanks again for being here with us this afternoon. Don't forget, coming up here in just a little bit is going to also be President-elect Joe Biden, and we also are expecting a COVID-19 update from Governor Newsom. So that's all happening here on News Now from Fox.
Cornerstone of the Democratic vote in Georgia. You can't win Georgia unless you win DeKalb County. And DeKalb County is coming for John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. DeKalb County is fired up. DeKalb County is ready. We're going to turn it up and turn it out. But let me tell you, I just came to give you a quiet message today. The whole strategy behind the Republican Party in this Senate race is based on one concept. That concept is this: that if you have 10 members in your family, only 2 members of your family will go out and vote. if you got 100 members in your sorority, their strategy is based on the fact that they believe that 80 members of your sorority will not go out and vote. If you got 20 members who are in your rap group, their strategy is that 18 of those will not go out and vote. We're standing here at New Birth in the shadow of a great pastor, Jamal Bryant, advocating for a great pastor, Raphael Warnock. I'm going to quote a pastor who's not here, and his name is T.D. Jakes. And if they believe that we're not going to go out and vote, if they believe we're not going to elect Raphael Warnock, if they believe that we're not going to elect John Ossoff, then the devil is a liar. We are going to show up and we're going to show out. So as I leave, I want you to do this for me. I want you to say, vote. No, say, vote. Ain't good enough. When y'all said vote, I want the folks in the cars to blow the horn. So, vote! That up ain't good enough. I want you to say it so loud that Donald Trump, while he packing his bags, he can hear you in Washington, D.C. Say, vote! That's not good enough. Say it so loud that Kelly Loeffler in her 52-room mansion over there in Buckhead can hear you. Say, vote! I want you to say it so loud. I want you to say it so loud that down in St. Simon's Island, that Purdue can hear you. Say, vote! I want you to say it so loud. I want you to say it so loud that your great-great-great-grandmama, that your great-great-grandmama and your great-great-grandfather who wanted to vote for a senator, who wanted to vote but couldn't vote because the law wouldn't let them vote, say it, vote! Say it for your children not yet born. Say it for your great-great-children not yet born. Say what? Vote! And this is the last one. I want you to say it for the Charlie Wilson of DeKalb County politics. That's Mike Thurman. I'm an old player, but I'm still playing. I want you to say it. I want you to say it so that the old folk like me who can't hear that well no more, I want you to say it one more time. Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what?
Hello, DeKalb. Happy holidays. And welcome to the 5th District of DeKalb, Georgia. I am Marita Davis Johnson serving you. I want you to know that DeKalb is ready to send Ossoff and Warnock to the U.S. Senate. We have 13 early voting locations. We have 34 drop boxes, and we're going to do it like the AFAs told us to do it. We're going to stroll to the polls. We're going to stroll to the polls. Okay, now why are we going to stroll to the polls? Because education is on the ballot. Health care is on the ballot. Child care is on the ballot. Climate change is on the ballot. And I could go on and on and on. So we need, this country needs, but Georgia needs Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff in the U.S. Senate. So I want to say we've already in DeKalb County have 200,000 plus that has already voted. We need you to tell your family, your friends, your enemies, your ex to come out and let's vote. So we want to stroll to the poll. We got to stroll to the polls. And we got enough locations for wherever you want to go vote, you can go. And then we have the 34 drop boxes that you can just drop your ballot in the bowl. So I say, my daughter went today to South DeKalb. She took her friends and encouraged them to take their friends. And so when I was talking to her, she was asking me, she was telling me about her friend's electric bill. It was just a little too high. So I told her to tell your friend to go vote. Because now your Blackwell is on the ballot. And he's running for what? Public Service Commission. So we need to, Commissioner, so we need to vote. If you want your utilities regulated properly, if you want your stimulus check, I say we're fired up and ready to go. What do y'all say? We fired up, we're ready to go. Fired up, ready to go. So everybody, let's stroll to the polls. Let's stroll to the polls. Let's say it, let's stroll to the polls. Let's stroll to the poll. Thank you. Vote.
Hello, DeKalb. We've all heard how important it is to vote, and I've got faith that we're going to win this election for these 2 Senate seats and for the Georgia Public Service Commission. But having faith without action is what? Not much. Dead. So I want to ask everyone here who I know you're already voting or you've already voted to please help get out the vote. I've signed up for a canvassing shift with the coordinated campaign. I've had more people knock on my door in these last 2 months than in the last 2 election cycles, or maybe more than that. I hope y'all feel the energy, but people are struggling right now. And sometimes voting it's on the list, but it's near the bottom. They got to take care of a lot of important things. So it's our job to bring our energy to their doors, to their phones, maybe a text message. Remind 3 friends, neighbors, family to vote within your circle. And then when you get that text message from the coordinated campaign to sign up for a day of action, a canvas shift, anytime between now and January 5th, do it and get others to join you. It is so gratifying to see people answer the door, all that's going on. They say, you know what, I totally forgot there's a runoff. I guarantee you we will find people out there who have forgotten there's an election. But we're here to remind them. And here in DeKalb, we are Georgia's blue wall. When we turn out, we turn Georgia blue. We did it in November, and we're going to do it again in January. Thank you all.
All right, just want to remind everyone, some of you are going to be getting a quick 2-minute break, but thank you again for being here with us on News Now from Fox.
Check, 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 check. Okay.
Are the candidates ever going to come out, or are they just going to be doing nothing? And for those of you viewers still with us, obviously this is a live event. You are getting to watch everything unfold as it happens. So thanks again for being with us here on News Now from Fox.
I thought I would get a little more love. Are we still having a good time? Yeah. Make some noise. Okay. I love that. I want to thank you, all the commissioners and everybody who just came up here and spoke. I hope that y'all were listening because they were dropping gems. Period. Okay, to start things off right, I want to introduce Atlanta native BRS Cash to the stage.
Chick. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's do it, bro. Yeah.
All right, and for those of you here with us, just want to say thank you again for joining us on News Now from Fox. Here's a live look at that beautiful tree in New York City. No matter where you're joining us from, don't forget, if you want to have a safe New Year's Eve, you can join us right here on News Now from Fox. We will be counting down to midnight with you. And I know there's a lot of people who have been restricting their way they celebrate the holidays. I know I did so with my family. We did not get to see as many people as we would have usually in a typical holiday season, but hopefully those virtual hugs and those virtual holiday wishes all got to everyone here this year. Just want to say thanks again for joining us. We do have more updates coming to you from across the country. They're going to be doing a little bit of some music during this drive-in rally down in Georgia. So what we're going to do is continue to bring you some more updates once those candidates do take the stage. Of course, we'll jump back into that event live. But until then, let's go head out to Kansas, where they had another COVID-19 update that we haven't got to bring to you yet here today.
Good morning. This is Steve Stites, Chief Medical Officer here at the University of Kansas Health System, broadcasting live with you from the Dell Simons Family Studio. Delighted to be back with you on this beautiful Monday morning. There may be a little rain and sleet and snow coming, but we got truth coming today, Hawkeye, and we're happy to be back. Welcome back for Christmas. Our guest today is Patrick Salee, the CEO of Vibrant Health. Patrick's a good friend of mine. He's done a great job helping build Vibrant Health. We hope everyone tuning in today. But we know that's not the case for everybody, including some of the good folks at Vibrant Health who worked very hard to help our community out. Patrick's going to address that. But before we get all to that, the numbers really dropped over the weekend, Hawkeye. How are they today?
Yeah, looking at the numbers around the nation and the numbers in our region, I think we have some room to be optimistic.
Yeah.
Because the numbers are dropping.
It was a Merry Christmas present, huh?
Yeah. Now, again, goes back to the weekends with there may be some delayed reporting or decreased testing, but overall it looks better. Specifically, what we're dealing with today at the health system, I think we need to be really happy compared to what we were. So 56 acute infections in the hospital.
Really much better than 80.
Yeah. Or the 100, 102, 104. 24 in the ICU, which is, a fairly good portion, and 18 on the ventilator.
Also down.
We do have 61 in that post 10-day period after their infection, so that recovery period that we talk about, with 7 still on the ventilator, but 117 total patients, so that's a lot better than where it has been.
Yeah, we got up in the 160s there, and that was kind of high, maybe even a little bit higher than that.
Yeah.
So that's definitely better. What do you attribute that to?
Hopefully it is people getting the messaging out, people doing the right things. We know that certainly there was a lot of activity before the holiday season with shopping and maybe going out, wearing the mask, not meeting in even those private homes, not meeting in those groups as they hopefully would have done in years past. Doing all those things, all those little pieces, I think add up to a total or a sum that hopefully is helping decrease the amount of new cases and of course decrease hospitalizations here. Hayes is still pretty high though, 27 total patients with 21 active and 6 in that recovery period. So that's still a good proportion of their patients as well.
I think you have to look back and say a lot of this has just got to be due to the mask mandates and things like that in the metro area and people just doing the right thing and following the pillars of infection control because they really do work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe there's some truth to all those things we've been saying the last few months. All right, before we jump into questions, let's see if there are any reporter questions today. I'm not hearing any. I think everybody's happy after Christmas. I'd also want to know, you made another good point. The numbers in the Kansas City Metro were in the 500s and 600s per day. Now, you're right. There may not have been as much testing being done, but our hospitalizations look like that curve, right?
Yeah.
We could say, oh, it's a not, but the reality is hospitalizations are an independent variable from how many people you test, because the number of people you test doesn't impact, it's the number of people who are positive and getting sicker. Our hospitalization numbers are down. The city's numbers are down. It'll be interesting to see what happens post-holidays and whether or not people really completely follow the rules of infection control. But, I was pretty impressed. The Christmas crowds, I was out shopping a little on Christmas Eve day, and I will just say there weren't quite as many people as I've seen before. And the restaurants are not as busy on the inside. The groups I've heard about are smaller. Churches aren't gathered. I mean, there are just a lot of things that say to me, this is real. People are starting to get that message. They're doing the right thing. They're bending the curve. Patrick, how do you feel about that? How are things going in Vibrant? How is your team? Are they staying healthy? What's your sense about Wyandotte County?
Well, happy holidays and thanks for having me again. Things are going well at Vibrant Health. One of the things I think is interesting that we've seen, or I guess haven't seen as much, that shows some of the trend here is we're not seeing some of the same sick visits that we normally would. So even just the standard sort of flu and cold and illness of this time of year, we're not seeing the same numbers that we normally do, which I think is attributable to schools being virtual in a number of districts and people following the guidelines as you just described. So going into the holiday, our testing was down a little bit. We just we'll probably talk about vaccine, but we're just gearing up for being able to distribute vaccine. So it's an exciting time.
So you've gotten some vaccine. Talk to us about which one you've gotten. How have folks done with it? Have you been able to vaccinate your team?
We have. So we got we got a shipment of the Moderna vaccine on Tuesday of last week, and we were able to vaccinate all of our staff that were interested on that day. And we have started vaccinating some additional healthcare workers in Wyandotte County late last week and then we'll have a big push on that this week. We're working closely with the Unified Government Public Health Department, who has a big vaccination site at Old Kmart at, I think, 78th and State Avenue, where they're starting with health workers. But the projection right now is mid-month, mid-January, I guess, will be to sort of phase B of this and being able to start with patients that are over 75 in some of those high-risk areas. But about half of our staff were interested in the vaccine and have taken it. I think we have a lot of the people that were on the fence and said they want to sort of wait and see. But we had a couple of people with small side effects, but nothing significant.
Okay, so half. So what about the other half? Why are they saying that they don't want to have the vaccine yet?
It's a combination of things. So we've asked everybody on staff to consider it and to inform us as to why if they chose not to. And some of it is they had COVID earlier in the year and felt like it was unnecessary. Some of them just generally concerned about vaccines and want to wait and see what happens. So it's a combination of things. I think a lack of understanding of what is in the vaccine and concerns about how it's going to work. So there's just a lot of misinformation out there that I think finds its way even to healthcare workers.
You know, we're running about 65% of people offered getting the vaccine. There's this one rumor out there that a bunch of people, are even up to 1 in 4, are getting Bell's palsy. Hawkeye, have we seen Bell's palsy? I don't think we've had it.
No, I don't believe we have.
We've had a little bit of flushing. We've had a little bit of kind of a metallic taste in the mouth, and maybe one person who had a semi-allergic reaction, but nothing really significant at all. And I would say, compared to a lot of other vaccines, it's been kind of, boring, which is good. So I'm a fan, and we have to remind our audience that this type of vaccine is not brand new. We have vaccinated people using the mRNA technology before, Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, 1 in 4 with Bell's palsy. I think there were 4 total in the Pfizer trial, and that's 30,000 people. So 1 in 4 is extremely high. And again, it's not new technology. They've been looking at using it for different vaccines. The platform has been there. This is the first time we've been able to ramp it up quickly because of the need around the world to do that. But really, I think it's proven and shown to be safe so far. And we'll continue to evaluate, obviously.
Patrick, so for your team, first of all, you shared some vaccine with us because you got enough that, and we really haven't had that. We've gotten a lot, but not, we have a team of 14,000. So just wanted to say thank you for that great effort. You might talk to our audience a little bit about what an FQHC, Federally Qualified Health Center, is, and the folks at Vibrant serve so faithfully. Talk to us a little bit about your mission.
Sure, thanks. And happy to share. The express message from the state when we received vaccine was make sure you get healthcare workers vaccinated. So we're trying to do our part. So as a federally qualified health center, we operate under federal guidelines on how on sort of our governance model, as well as how we interact with patients and the services we provide. So it's medical, dental, behavioral health care, adults and children. We operate out of 3 locations currently in Wyandotte County. We take commercial insurance, we take Medicaid, Medicare, and also have a sliding fee for uninsured patients. So about half of our patients, 45% of our patients, are uninsured, so they pay a sliding fee scale based on income. So our federal grant dollars and our commercial and Medicaid and Medicare reimbursement and philanthropic dollars help make it so we can take care of patients without insurance. So a lot of our patients, we served about 10,000 patients in 2019, a little bit down from that this year, just primarily due to COVID. But steady 10,000 patients, and lots dealing with diabetes, hypertension, chronic disease management. So there will be a significant push from us once we are able to open it to patients to try to get the vaccine out.
It's an interesting point you made that you're not seeing a lot of other illnesses, and honestly, neither are we. Our actual hospitalization numbers from folks who are here normally are pretty low relative to what they should be for this time of the year. And I think there's pretty good data out there saying that folks, it's not that people aren't getting sick, they're just not getting care, Hawk.
Yeah, that's true, and we've known that has happened since this started, and whether it's the routine care and the routine exams that were needed, or it's even emergent care with, maybe it's heart attacks that are light at the time, and you're not seeking medical care on your own, those things of that nature. But we've also seen certainly influenza around the nation is low as well, so people aren't seeking care for those, just as Patrick had talked about. We need everybody to continue to get their care, get those routine vaccinations, get those routine exams, those screening exams, all that stuff. And certainly if you have acute issues that you identify and are at home and need to seek medical care, continue to seek medical care, because the safest places in the region right now are the hospitals, because of all the systems and protocols that are taken in place to keep employees and patients safe.
All right. Well, Jill, let's see if there are questions out there from the community that we could try to answer.
Okay, Cindy has one. She wants to know for Patrick, if you're having a little bit of trouble with healthcare workers getting the vaccine, how are you going to get people in the DOT, patients, to take it? So, how will you educate them?
How do we educate the DOT, and are you doing it bilingually?
We are, or we plan to. So we haven't made our big public push yet on information, but it's a great question. So part of it is leading by example. So internally, we've had one of our longtime pediatricians was the first one to take the vaccine, and so we're going to do the same with community leaders taking the vaccine and sharing their experience, so that you're meeting people with messaging around people they trust and people that they know. And we also work closely with the Public Health Department and the Health Equity Task Force, which has a lot of community leaders that aren't healthcare related participating in it, and those leaders will speak to their congregation or their organizations or people they work with around their experience. And so our hope is that very much word of mouth trust and confidence will build around interest in the vaccine.
Yeah, it's not a one-day thing. This is a long-term commitment that we have to make to getting people vaccinated. And I think, Hawkeye, we're taking the same strategy. Although I will say most of my patients are anxious to get it. They're asking a lot about it. But I think that's because we've got a chronic disease population that may be a little different.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked to Chris Brown last week, and he talked about vaccine hesitancy, especially in the minority groups that have historically had other issues with healthcare and maybe not so honest means of going about doing testing and experimenting and all that. We will continue to answer the questions as needed, to continue to get the message out there, really go with what is in the news and the FDA and the CDC as far as safety, because that is important. And the hesitancy is okay, but again, continue to understand and seek those true answers and that true knowledge so that you can come to a true decision on whether you actually do not want to get it or want to get it. We also have to understand that there is that signal from Moderna that, as Patrick had mentioned, some people had it in the past, maybe earlier, and didn't think it was too bad for them. But certainly there is that early signal there that getting in that Moderna data that if you get the vaccine, you can also help reduce the risk of the spread of the disease as well, even if you don't get ill. And so that is another thing to consider so that you can protect other people in case you do come into contact with the virus again.
Hawkeye, one thing we haven't commented on yet is this variant strain that has now been found in multiple countries, including Canada. So we know it's in the United States as well. So talk to us a little bit. What are you reading? What are you hearing about it mostly?
Yeah. So again, I just looked again this weekend and this morning again with the weekend news cycle and the holiday, probably not much more, but other than it looks that it may be more transmissible. It does not look to have an effect on disease severity. And right now, it does not look like any of the vaccines are rendered useless with this new variant. I think even AstraZeneca maybe came out and said that theirs will work with it. So I think right now, as far as the vaccine goes and the new variant, there doesn't look to be any changes there. Of course, we'll be keeping up with any new information.
Yeah, and I'm with you. The weekend news cycle is a little quieter around a holiday weekend, which is great. But also, everything I read, it looks like it's more transmissible. Talk to us. Why do you think it will be more transmissible?
I think the best thing we have right now, and again, this is not just one mutation. There was an amino acid substitution at one of the amino acid sites on the spike virus itself. And it may be that it keeps it in that open conformation more at a higher rate, which means when it's open, that means it is able to actually bind to the receptor on our body. So if it's more open, more of the time, we know that with that one variant that we have seen, the D614G, one of those that came out in the spring, that it seemed to be more on the open conformation where it can readily bind to the receptor. And that might be one of the reasons that it can, is its ability to bind to our receptors in our respiratory tract to make infection easier as far as that goes. That is the best estimate that we have or best thought as to why it's more transmissible. But again, this particular amino acid substitution is also correlated and also associated with, I think, 12 or 17 other mutations within this variant as well, and a couple in particular. And we knew that with the other variant that we had seen, the D614G, that had kind of cropped up and became more predominant. There was also an association with other mutations there. So it's nothing too new. What would have happened back 50 years ago when new viruses came up, or when polio came out and was discovered? Would there have been a predominant strain? We know there was a predominant strain that occurred with SARS.
Just a heads up, some of you will be getting a quick 2-minute break.
those and identify those than we did in the past, where more was just clinical, are you sick or not? And now we're actually able to more easily take all these isolates and look at their genomes.
Yeah, so. All right.
Simone, on a follow-up question, wants to know if it's more transmissible between people, does it also mean that you get sicker faster when you get it? Does it transmit faster inside?
Yeah, I haven't seen any information, again, that it changes your clinical illness. If it's more transmissible between people, what does that mean? That means we need to continue to do the non-pharmaceutical interventions, and we know what those are. Distancing, not gathering in groups, masking, hand washing, all of those things. It hasn't changed those properties at all.
Right.
So I think that's important for people to understand.
And what I've actually, there were some early reports that maybe the disease was less severe. I've not seen any further validation of that. I'm waiting for some stuff to get published by the CDC or World Health Organization or someone to start making, but it takes a while to study those questions. You'd want to know the answer right away, but we just don't know the answer right away. I think it's also important to point out to everybody that viral mutations occur all the time.
Yeah.
So this is not new, and what you don't read are all the mutations that may make this SARS-CoV-2 a little dumber instead of a little smarter.
Right. A lot of mutations we seem to think in viruses, 90% or more, actually are deleterious or cause the virus to not be able to replicate anymore.
So we'll take more of those.
We'll take more of those. But then there are the ones that have no changes whatsoever, make no difference whatsoever. And then you have some that may make it either more transmissible or cause lighter or heavier disease severity. Again, right now we think, well, maybe it's more transmissible, maybe because of some change in the conformation of the spike protein, but right now there doesn't look to be any difference in the clinical severity of the disease.
Okay, so this person says that my brother and his wife might be long haulers. They had mild COVID symptoms, but nearly 2 months later, they have COVID headaches, breathing, and heart issues, along with reduced kidney.
All right, guys, I did want to just give you a quick little peek at what is going on right now. We are still waiting for President-elect Joe Biden. As you can see, they're getting this shot set up. He is expected to speak in the next half hour or so. So, of course, once that live event does take place, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now. I've also been keeping an eye on that rally down in Georgia. It looks like they're still doing a bit of the music portion. So we do have other live events that we will be taking you out to here in just a bit. But until then, and until this does kick off, of course, we're going to continue to be listening in to Kansas update on COVID-19, ways we can all stay safe from the virus.
Kidney functionality, is that all related to COVID?
Hard to know from just that description.
Yeah.
I mean, parts of it could be.
Yeah.
The long-term reduction in kidney function isn't really normally COVID per se, but maybe the effect of the treatment or how sick you got, or because they only had mild symptoms. It's kind of funny. I would advise someone like that to be sure you've been in touch with your primary care physician, and where needed, get in to see some specialty care and let them try and make an assessment. What you don't know is maybe again, we don't know the history. How much of that underlying disease was there, got unmasked, how much of it was COVID?
Absolutely.
I mean, there are clearly long-term cardiac effects and lung effects and brain effects from COVID in a small percentage of population, but are relatively small. But it is something that you have to contend with in the long run. And Hawkeye, we're not calling it a long haul clinic, but the COVID clinic that we're going to start here, that's about ready to go.
It is. Yep. Just after the first of the year, we'll be ready to go. And again, it's kind of like a virtual clinic, but it's going to be a place where we have those systems in place to see. Again, a lot of this is going to, just as you said, going to be directed by your primary care provider. So probably do some cursory evaluation. Maybe that's labs, maybe that's a chest x-ray checking your O2 sat. And then from all of that data, then see who you need to see as a specialist. And that's what we'll be doing here as well. But it'll be ready access to pulmonary if you have shortness of breath and cough still. Maybe it's to psychiatry, psychology, therapy if you're having that brain fog. Certainly cardiology if you need it. But a lot of that will go through the primary care provider to help direct those types of things.
Even what we know is that 15 to 20%, I think that's not that far off, of people will have a small decrement in lung function after COVID-19, meaning that let's say they normally run at 90% of what they should be running, and all of a sudden they've dropped 5 or 10%. many people will not feel that. They won't notice it unless they're a high performance athlete. But on the other hand, if you've been a smoker and you had some long-term lung injury already, and then you get COVID-19 on top of that, and you drop from, say, I'm normally 60% of lung function, now I'm down to 40 or 45, whereas Hawkeye and I Hawkeye may be more high performance athlete than I am. We may not notice that so much, but someone that otherwise will notice that. And so there's so much to that question that we just don't know the answer about. And the same thing can be true of your heart function. You know, if I ask Patrick Mahomes or the Chiefs or Tyrann Mathieu or someone like that, like, my gosh, if you drop 10% of your heart function, you're probably going to notice it because of the field of work you're in. But for most people, they may not notice it. So a lot of things to go on in that question, but there is a long haul thing that will be starting the long haul clinic. But in the long run, you're going to need to be evaluated by a pulmonary person and a heart person and a kidney person who've had experience.
All right, guys, we do have President-elect Joe Biden stepping out on stage.
The explosion that took place Friday in Nashville, Tennessee. Federal, state, and local law enforcement working around the clock to gain more information on motive and intent. This bombing was a reminder of the destructive power that an individual or a small group can muster and the need for continuing vigilance across the board. I want to thank the police department in Nashville, particularly those 5 police officers who worked so quickly to evacuate the area before the explosion occurred, risking their own lives. And for all the firefighters and first responders who jumped into action early on that last Christmas morning. Their bravery and cool-headedness likely saved lives and prevented a worse outcome, and we are eternally grateful to that law enforcement agency. And I know the hearts of all Americans are the people of Nashville as they rebuild and recover from this traumatic event. Now, Vice President Harris and I, along with our nominees to lead the national security institutions, have just been briefed by some of the professionals who have been conducting agency reviews as a part of our transition. This is a long-standing part of the orderly transition of power in American democracy. We welcomed teams from the incoming Trump-Pence administration 4 years ago, gave them access to all that we had. And over the past few weeks, teams of genuine policy and management experts, many of them previous government experience, who have gone into agencies across the government to conduct interviews with personnel, to gather information, and to assess the state of the federal government, excuse me, that we will shortly inherit. These teams worked under incredibly difficult circumstances, taking COVID-19 precautions and waiting weeks for the ascertainment, meaning that so they could go in and be cleared to go in. But they have done an outstanding job. For some agencies, our teams received exemplary cooperation from the career staff in those agencies. From others, most notably the Department of Defense, we encountered obstruction from the political leadership of that department. And the truth is, many of the agencies that are critical to our security have incurred enormous damage. Many of them have been hollowed out in personnel, capacity, and in morale, in the policy processes that have atrophied or have been sidelined, in the despair of our alliances and the disrepair of those alliances, in our absence from key institutions that matter to the welfare of the American people, in the general disengagement from the world. And all of it makes it harder for our government to protect the American people, to defend our vital interest in a world where threats are constantly evolving and our adversaries are constantly adapting. Rebuilding the full set of our instruments of foreign policy and national security is a key challenge that the Vice President-elect Harris and I will face upon taking office, starting with our diplomacy. Today, we heard from the leaders of the state and USAID agency review teams about the critical early investment we're going to need to make in our diplomacy, in our development efforts, and in rebuilding our alliances, to close the ranks with our partners and bring to bear the full benefits of our shared strength for the American people. When we consider the most daunting threats of our time, we know that meeting them requires American engagement and American leadership, but also that none of them can be solved by America acting alone. Take climate change, for example. The United States accounts for less than 15% of the global carbon emissions. But without clear, coordinated, and committed approach from the other 85% of the carbon emitters, the world will continue to warm. Storms will continue to worsen. Climate change will continue to threaten the lives and livelihoods, and public health and economics of our existence and literally, the very existence of our planet. We've learned so painfully this year the cost of being unprepared for a pandemic that leaps borders and circles the globe. If we aren't investing with our partners around the world to strengthen the health systems everywhere, we're undermining our ability to permanently defeat COVID-19, and we're leaving ourselves vulnerable to the next deadly epidemic. And as we compete with China, to hold China's government accountable for its trade abuses, technology, human rights, and other fronts, our position will be much stronger when we build coalitions of like-minded partners and allies that make common cause with us in defense of our shared interest and our shared values. We make up almost 25% of the entire economy of the world. But together with our democratic partners, we more than double our economic leverage. On any issue that matters to the U.S. and China relationship, from pursuing a foreign policy for the middle class, including a trade and economic agenda that produces and protects American workers, our intellectual prosperity and the environment, to ensuring security and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region, to championing human rights, we're stronger and more effective when we're flanked by nations that share our vision and the future of our world. That's how we multiply the impact of our efforts and make those efforts more sustainable. That's the power of smart, effective American leadership. But right now, there's an enormous vacuum. We're going to have to regain the trust and confidence of a world that has begun to find ways to work around us or work without us. We also heard from key leaders of our intelligence and defense review teams, including Stephanie O'Sullivan, former Principal Deputy Director of the National Intelligence, and retired Army Lieutenant General Karen Gibson. We talked about the different strategic challenges we're going to face from both Russia and China, and the reforms we must make to put ourselves in the strongest possible position to meet those challenges. That includes modernizing our defense priorities to better deter aggression in the future, rather than continuing to overinvest in legacy systems designed to address threats of the past. We have to be able to innovate, to reimagine our defenses against growing threats in new realms like cyberspace. We're still learning about the extent of the SolarWinds hack and the vulnerabilities that have been exposed. As I said last week, this attack constitutes a grave risk to our national security. We need to close the gap between where our capabilities are now and where they need to be to better deter, detect, disrupt, and respond to those sorts of intrusions in the future. This is an area where Republicans and Democrats are in agreement, and we should be able to work on a bipartisan basis to better secure the American people against malign cyber actors. And right now, as our nation is in a period of transition, we need to make sure that nothing is lost in the handoff between administrations. My team needs a clear picture of our force posture around the world and our operations to deter our enemies. We need full visibility into the budget planning underway at the Defense Department and other agencies in order to avoid any window of confusion or catch-up that our adversaries may try to exploit. But as I said from the beginning, we have encountered roadblocks from the political leadership at the Department of Defense and the Office of Management and Budget. Right now, we just aren't getting all the information that we need for the outgoing administration in key national security areas. It's nothing short, in my view, of irresponsibility. Finally, we spoke about the day one challenge that we're going to need to address immediately, drawing on the skill sets of the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We were briefed on the steps needed to clean up the humanitarian disaster that the Trump administration has systematically created on our southern border. We will institute humane and orderly responses. That means rebuilding the capacity we need to safely and quickly process asylum seekers without creating near-term crisis in the midst of this deadly pandemic. These are hard issues, and the current administration has made them much harder by working to erode our capacity. It's going to take time to rebuild that capacity. We're going to work purposely, diligently, and responsibly to roll back Trump's restrictions, starting on day one. But it is not as simple as throwing a switch to turn everything back on, especially amid a pandemic. We'll have to have a process to ensure everyone's health and safety, including the safety of asylum seekers, hoping for a new start in the United States, free of violence and persecution. Of course, an essential part of this will be managing the safe, equitable, and efficient distribution of vaccinations to as many Americans as possible, as quickly as possible. FEMA has an enormous part to play in this. And we heard from the former FEMA director, Craig Fugate, today. We want to make sure that our administration is poised to make full use of FEMA's domestic reach and capacity in managing our COVID response. And finally, from every briefer, I was heartened. I was literally heartened to hear about the incredible strength we'll be inheriting in the career professionals and working people across these agencies. They never stop doing their jobs and continue to serve our country day in and day out to keep their fellow Americans safe, just as they've always done. These agencies are filled with patriots who have earned our respect and who should never be treated as political footballs. I'm looking forward to the honor of working with them again, to asking for their advice and inputs to help shape the best possible policies for all Americans. I want to thank the incredible folks who've served on these agency review teams as part of this transition. They've dedicated their time and energy, their vital experience and expertise to help ensure Vice President Harris and I are ready to hit the ground running. And we look forward to the start of a new year, fresh with hope and possibilities for better days to come. But clear-eyed about the challenges that will not disappear overnight. I want to reiterate my message to the American people. We've overcome incredible challenges as a nation, and we've done it before, and we will do it again. We'll do it by coming together, by uniting after years of pain and loss, a year particularly needed to heal, to rebuild, to reclaim America's place in the world. This is the work that lies ahead of us, and I know we're up to the task. We will champion liberty and democracy once more. We will reclaim our credibility to lead the free world. And we will, once again, lead not just by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, once again, just want to say thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. Biden talking about not only vaccinations, talking about national security, foreign policy, saying they will need some cooperation with the Trump administration to get things smoothly handed over. What I want to do is actually just take a quick look at if we do have this audio from Newsom coming in well for us. So let me just listen with you live here for just a quick second.
Upon a myriad of different issues. So looking at load leveling in a more coordinated and collaborative manner, not just within the county, but more regional and obviously with the state and drawing down our federal partnerships. We're also looking at contingency care planning based upon that same consideration, same strategies. And this new team that's been embedded down in LA County is.
All right, so like I said, I just wanted to listen in earlier. They were having a little bit of static and problems, but this is a live update from Governor Newsom on the California COVID-19 numbers. They do have testing up 67% since last month. So let's listen in again live right here on News Now from Fox.
Through myriad of strategies, be it the Health Corps, be it the California National Guard and their cohorts of teams, spectrum of folks, over now 1,000 staff that have been deployed throughout 116 facilities. We also have staffing waivers. That's looking at flexibility, looking at really stretching resources. And again, absolute expression of admiration, respect for our nurses that are asked to do more with less staff and less support. It's heroic, and that needs to be acknowledged. Those staffing waivers put intense pressure on that workforce, on those individuals. And I just want to express our appreciation to each and every one of them working through the holidays and through these difficult times, particularly with these staffing waivers, now 86 waivers approved statewide. Federal resources, again, we're pulling down more federal resources. We had good news on the HHS, the DMAT teams. These were, again, looking to be redeployed from Southern California, primarily Imperial County area. We've got a new team arriving this week, arriving today, which is very, very encouraging, as well as we're seeing 75 personnel from that work. We're doing the efforts to get more DOD staff, Department of Defense staff, these 10 teams that we requested, 200 folks. We got those first 75 now being coordinated, getting ready for deployment in the next 24 to 48 hours. So more resources being requested from the feds. We've updated you last week on some of those specific requests. Just here's an update in terms of some of the requests that have been granted and have been supported. Additional work that we've been doing, just to update you as well on these alternative care sites. We have close to 2,000 beds, arguably more than that, 1,872 that would be warm beds ready to go within a 72-hour to 96-hour period, some even earlier. You can see of those facilities, those beds, number already being utilized here. We have open, no longer warm status, but we've stood up these alternative care sites, strategically deployed throughout the state of California, Imperial Valley College down in Imperial County, obviously Sacramento Sleep Train, Porterville, Fairview, and then a new alternative care site that has not yet taken patients, but now beds are being stood up. But you can see 67 patients now in these facilities, helping just modestly at this stage, to decompress the rest of the hospital system. But as we stand these up, our capacity is substantially greater. Just as an example, Sacramento Sleep Train Arena, well over 200, 220, get up to almost 250, potentially even more in that one facility. Number of patients, they're just at 11. So we're getting these sites up, operational. Key again is staffing. It's one thing to have a site, it's another to have the beds, another to get the staffing, and that remains, again, with all the issues that are compounded in stacking, the top issue as we work through this very challenging time. But nothing more challenging or nothing that underscores this challenge more than the total number of people whose lives have been lost. And this is devastating. These are lives lost quite literally in the last number of days over the holiday season, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and obviously Christmas 64. And that's a reporting. Every Monday I say this, 64 never tells a story. Those are reporting lags based upon the weekend. 230 is devastating. That's the average number of lives that have been torn apart and families have been torn asunder on average over the course of the last 7 days. Just the last 14 days, 3,238 lives shattered, lives lost to this deadly disease. And let me just give you an update on what we're experiencing in terms of just the data we've collected on how deadly and who is most impacted in terms of morbidity and mortality. Here you see just from October 1st, 65% of the ICU admissions have been a cohort of people 61 or older, but 80% of the deaths in that age cohort, 61. 60 is not that old. 61 is not that old. 61 plus 80% of all the deaths in just that age group. This is more contemporary data culled just since October 1st. That's why today we're pleased to announce a new partnership, a pharmacy partnership working with Walgreens, working with CVS. This new federal pharmacy partnership will allow the vaccination beginning today of our most vulnerable Californians, particularly in our skilled nursing facilities. There's 2 phases of this pharmacy partnership that's focused primarily on the skilled nursing facilities as the first cohort of focus. We're going to use the first phase of the Pfizer vaccines. We're going to take from that allotment a percentage. This was all part of our Plan 1A, our drafting of our vaccine guidelines. It's all part of that existing public plan. We'll use those doses, a percentage of those. They'll be sent directly by the feds to the pharmacies. The pharmacies will begin that vaccination protocol. Again, the skilled nursing facilities, the SNFs first. Their Part B, their second phase of the pharmacy partnership will be assisted living facilities, residential care, and other long-term facilities. Just to put it in perspective, so you get a sense of the cohort, the size, it's about 1,200 SNFs, 1,200 skilled nursing facilities for the first phase A, that we will be advancing in partnership. You can see the breakdown on this slide, 499 facilities working with CVS and 357 working with Walgreens. You'll also notice that that does not add up to 1,200. The pharmacy partnership is for every part of the state with the exception of LA County. There's a little differentiation in LA County, Pasadena, Long Beach, but LA County was committed to their own strategy, not in partnership with the pharmacies. They're doing their direct allocation, staffing, support, and distribution of the vaccine into their skilled nursing facilities. So this is for all of those outside of LA County, again, with the exception in Long Beach and in Pasadena. Let me just give you a little bit more of a detailed understanding of what that partnership looks like. They're going to administer the vaccine by their staff, pharmacists, technicians, pharmacy technicians. We did a waiver on that. They're going to do scheduling, coordination, all the on-site work, all the associated supplies will be done by this partnership. So we're not pulling, I guess it's a way of importance of this slide is just to say we're not using our existing staff. This is why we went into this partnership with CVS and Walgreens, is the scarcity of staff. We didn't want to use staff for key supplies and pull it away from our other efforts. So that's why this partnership is so important. We hope as impactful as it's being promoted. Again, this begins today. They're doing all the reporting, all of the cold chain management, the whole logistics, the whole thing, all done by CVS, by Walgreens. This is happening, by the way, in many other parts of the country, not unique to California. We're just announcing today that it is starting. Let's update you just briefly, and we'll take questions here in just a brief moment. Last week, our Community Vaccine Advisory Committee met to discuss the next phase of vaccine distribution. I'll remind you, we're in the current phase 1A, which is prioritizing, as I just updated you, skilled nursing facilities, congregate care facilities, and our healthcare workforce. They put out that plan, and we are implementing that plan, and this pharmacy partnership is part of that plan. Plan 1B and Plan 1C are very hotly anticipated, forgive the phrase. Everybody's wondering where they stack in terms of that plan. If they're not a healthcare worker, if they're not in a congregate facility or a skilled nursing facility and the like. So that's Plan 1B and Plan 1C. Last week, there was a very public forum, and I'll remind you, we have a guidelines work group that does the technical work, 16 members, and then you have this 60-plus member advisory committee, this community advisory committee that then has a public dialogue discussing the merits, demerits of that drafting work group plan. That is, again, on our covid19.ca.gov website, covid19.ca.gov website. You can watch the next cohort being discussed. You can watch the drafting guidelines work group presentation, and you can get a sense of the dynamic, the dialectic in terms of that conversation, the really looking at populations and subpopulations. So let's take a look at what they discussed last week in case you didn't have a chance to tune in. So here's the phase 1B, the next phase. This is next month, we hope. And this is what's under consideration. This is what was discussed last week and what we believe will be finalized as early as Wednesday. And so last week, this was what was discussed. Plan 1B, 2 tiers. You remember on our Plan 1A, there are 3 tiers. If I've lost you, you're paying attention. If I haven't lost you, you might not be paying attention, except to say there's populations, top line, and there's subpopulations. There's prioritization, and then there's categories of prioritizations within those priorities. And so this is a slide that simplifies that a little bit. These are Plan 1B folks. These are high-risk individuals that live in high-impact geographic areas that obviously can impact the spread to their coworkers and or the public. That was at least the sentiment from the drafting guidelines work group, to which was the thrust, the value proposition that went into the phase 1B guidelines. 75 and over will be the top sub priority in terms of population. Workers in education, that's our teachers, but across the spectrum. Workers in education, childcare, emergency services, food and ag, the food supply chain. And that's farm workers, grocery workers, the logistics around food, the essential workforce we've counted on, that's been there from the beginning of this pandemic, that's paid a huge price in terms of impact, in terms of spread, in terms of mortality and associated health costs since the beginning of this pandemic. So they will be prioritized in the phase 1B tier 1. Tier 2 is 65 and over with underlying health conditions, people with issues of obesity and diabetes and the like. Workers, again, in transportation, logistics, commercial sectors, critical manufacturing. We get into high risk, incarcerated individuals, homeless, and the unhoused. Phase 1C, this is under consideration. They'll be discussing this on Wednesday. They'll be approving 1B, we hope as early as Wednesday, unless there's some deviation from the current schedule. But Plan 1B should be locked down on Wednesday. Plan 1C will be discussed. That's the next phase, and that's what I wanted to socialize and provide for you, a little preview of that. And this gets to folks 16. This may include many more people watching. 16 to 64, this will include someone like myself, 16 to 64, people with underlying medical conditions, workers in water, waste management, defense, energy, you can see on this list, community service providers, IT, financial services that again are high impact. So that will be part of the conversation. The advisory committee will discuss this preliminary phase 1C plan. They'll make adjustments, we'll make accommodations, because we're getting a lot of people lobbying, a lot of people providing insight. IDD community, which is developmental disabilities, individuals, developmental disabilities that have higher, those are impactful subpopulations, and people are coming in, making sure that we don't forget critical populations in the state. Again, all with an eye on equity, all an eye on regional equity, not just racial and ethnic equity, social economics, always considered as well. And so that's the plan for the Vaccinate All discussion this Wednesday. And again, hope you tune in. Again, if I've confused you, you can have a more simplified version of all this this Wednesday on the covid19.ca.gov website. Let's talk more now about what's been done to date in terms of the vaccines that have arrived in this state and the vaccines that have actually been distributed. So let me update you on the current status of Moderna, the Moderna doses of California. We anticipate by the end of this week that we'll receive all 904,900 doses of the Moderna vaccine. We received the first allocation of 672,000 plus doses, and we anticipate 232,000 plus doses by the end of this week. So 900,000 Moderna doses by the end of the week arriving in the state of California. 858,000 Pfizer doses also anticipated to be in the state by the end of the week. We've received the 327,000, that first allocation that got a lot of attention. That second allocation that got attention because it was a little bit smaller, 40% than what we had anticipated. 233,000 that we received, and now in anticipation, 297,375 doses by the end of the week. So you add those up together, and that's 1.76 million, about 1.8 million doses we anticipate by the end of the week. You may recall in some of our early assessments, we were looking at the end of the year for planning purposes, and we were very cautious when we talked about this. We said these are for planning purposes, and these are just estimates, and it's likely we're not going to see these estimates as accurate as we would otherwise believe them to be. That's indeed turned out to be the case. It's not a point of criticism. I still think it's an extraordinary success story, and I want to just thank everybody associated with Operation Warp Speed. Thank you from the bottom of all our hearts for this heroic effort to get these vaccines into our state, into patients' arms all across this country. For that matter, the impact those efforts are having around the rest of the world. That should be acknowledged. That 1.76 million is a little shorter than the 2.1 to 2.2 million that we had anticipated by the end of the month, but not by a huge factor. But nonetheless, we're hoping to catch up. We're hoping to see more of these doses arrive in the state. But 1.76 million is what we anticipate by the end of this calendar week. Here is the update on the total number of vaccines that have actually been administered. These are the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, 261,672, 262,000 doses have been administered. And by the way, this number trails a couple of days. It's just a little bit of a report lag, particularly over the holiday, particularly after Christmas. These numbers go through 12/26. So that number is certainly well north of 300,000. And you're going to see it's more like a flywheel as these things arrive, spoke and hub. You then deliver these out more rural, remote parts of the state. Then they prepare the distribution, additional sites for distribution. And so we'll start to see these numbers begin to significantly stack up and significantly get greater. I look forward to updating these numbers in the next number of days, just as a proof point that we're going to start seeing more in that space. Speaking of more, and I'll close with this, and we'll open up to questions. Dr. Galley's with us, of course, here today as well. We are pleased that more was done to advance the cause that unites, I think, all of us across this country, across the political spectrum, and that's to get support in the hands, money in the pockets of those most in need, particularly those with food scarcity, those that are paycheck or two away from losing everything. And despite our efforts on eviction moratorium, forbearance, and other related issues across the spectrum, those pressures still are real, and they're stacking, and they're amplified, and they're made even more raw and emotional during the holiday season. So good news, finally, the president signing this COVID relief bill. I'll just remind you of what it does, and hope and expectation we'll do a lot more. But here's what it does: $600 to qualifying individuals, $600 per child for eligible families. That's the child care component we updated you on last week. The unemployment enhancements continue another 11 weeks. SNAP, that's food stamp, the old vernacular, 15% increase in the nutrition program that's so critical for another 6 months. That's going to be key. The rental assistance package, also key. That's across the spectrum, across the country, a couple $2 billion, a little less than that, be arriving here in the state of California that will provide critical relief. And we're hoping to move very, very expeditiously, working with the legislature to get those dollars out. The pandemic expansions include the PUA. That's the unemployment insurance, but for people that are the pandemic unemployment assistance that are self-employed or part of the gig economy, et cetera. And that's extended through March. And the PPP program, the Paycheck Protection Program, that gets reopened for small business, fundamental, critical. This on top of the $500 million of small business grants the states just put up, the $100 million of hiring tax credits we put up, the billions of dollars of abatement and extension on sales tax collection, and all those other small business grants and loan programs that we also stood up at the California iBank, et cetera. I encourage you, any small business man or woman watching, if you run a cultural institution, if you're a nonprofit, learn about accessing these $25,000 grants by going to the COVID-19.ca.gov website. We're going to be doing much more for our small businesses in January, but this was this transition fund that we put together with the incredible support of the legislature. And we look forward to advancing that support and partnership and make some big and bold announcements to help our small businesses with the legislature in the next number of weeks. You can see as well, there's some paid sick and family leave benefits that are also critical, that are also being extended, both the federal and obviously the work we've done here in the state. And so with that, as always, we encourage you to minimize your traveling, minimize mixing. This is an anxious period for Dr. Galley, for health officers all up and down the state, hospital administrators, all of our incredible frontline staff, because of the expectation that while we've seen a plateau and while we're seeing some good news as it relates to hospital admissions and ICUs beginning now to slow down in terms of the rate of growth everywhere outside of LA in particular, though again, in parts of San Joaquin and certainly highlighted in San Bernardino, Riverside counties, that we likely will experience in 2 weeks, 10, 14, 18 days from now, this surge stacked on top of these other surges related to holiday activities. And so we're doing everything to prepare our staffing, alternative care sites, and to really be vigilant in terms of our promotion of alternative strategies as we wait for the vaccines to mitigate spread, new PSA campaigns, which we hope you're seeing up, new billboards, new messaging, in-store messaging in grocery stores, as well as more culturally competent messaging on social media to connect with people. All these non-pharmaceutical interventions, meaning mask wearing, meaning avoiding mixing, the like, are critical at this juncture to, again, make these models mute and to bend this curve and not allow us to just be victims of fate, to be able to bend that curve by taking actions that can mitigate the spread and ultimately help expand our capacity in our system so that we can weather a very challenging January and challenging February and look forward to moving into that second quarter of this year, more vaccines, and begin to get on the other side, that light we talk about at the end of the tunnel, the other side of this pandemic. So with that, and we're on the other side of the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Jill Cohen, New York Times. Hi, Governor. Thanks so much for taking the time. I wanted to ask a little bit about enforcement, as we've sort of seen so many examples of businesses openly defying stay-at-home orders, advertising New Year's Eve specials and events. I'm just hoping you can kind of shed a little light about what the state is doing to counter that kind of activity, and specifically if the state is planning to take any action against Orange County and Riverside counties, two of the most populous and hard-hit counties where the sheriffs have said that they will not enforce the restrictions.
It's one thing to say you're not going to enforce them. It's another to have a county policy by their county board of supervisors to move in defiance. And we have a well-established protocol, if that's indeed the case, that the distribution of these discretionary COVID dollars will be distributed to counties that are serious about enforcement and are serious about public health. And we have, as you know, sent letters out to a number of different counties over the course of this pandemic, and we have leaned in on that. As it relates to the issue of enforcement, we've also leaned in on enforcement, new guidelines, operational guidelines through OSHA, and new updates in terms of of some of their latest enforcement. I'll provide you offline some details to back up some of the recent enforcement, particularly the food processing industry. We updated last week, and I'll get you some updates on the numbers we provided last week at the ABC, the Alcohol Beverage Control, and their number of visits, tens of thousands of visits over the course of the last number of months to bars and restaurants all throughout the state of California. I think the remarkable thing is how overwhelming the enforcement, well, I should rephrase that. I think what's significant is how overwhelming we have experienced, and forgive me for not phrasing this correctly, but people have been in compliance, overwhelmingly so. That's the point I want to make. It's not just the focus on the bad, it's the overwhelming number of people that are doing the right thing. And I think you'll see that, and we'll again provide you an update on the numbers we socialized last week to sort of prove that point, that the vast majority of these visits, overwhelming majority of the visits, there was no compliance needed because people were in compliance. They were doing the right thing. But there are notable people that are not. And they're thumbing their nose and they're putting their business at risk. And you're seeing that there's a lot of local enforcement that is taking shape all up and down the state of California. And there are efforts at the state level, in addition to the Alcohol Beverage Control and OSHA, that go to the Board of Cosmetology and others that are doing exactly the same. So all those numbers will provide you, but I just want to acknowledge those doing the right thing. Vast majority of sheriffs are doing the right thing. The vast majority of counties are doing the right thing. The vast majority of Californians are doing the right thing during this very trying and difficult time.
Laura Corte, Sacramento Bee. Hi, thank you for taking our question, Governor. In regards to, again, getting those COVID dollars to compliant counties, what are you doing in the budget to further incentivize the counties who maybe haven't been complying with those state guidelines?
Well, I think we've done it. I mean, the bottom line is the rules are self-evident. If you refuse to comply, you thumb your nose at the health of your constituency, the health of your community, then you're sending a message, two messages. One, you don't care about the health of your community in that respect. But number two, that you obviously don't care to get the support from the state as it relates to those dollars. And so we've worked with CSAC. That's our partners, the counties. We developed a framework, a guideline. We worked over a month-long period to work out the nuances of the language with CSAC on what that enforcement looks like, what the notification looks like, and so we're looking to advance those. By the way, those work through formally that partnership in terms of those notification requirements and distribution and redistribution of funds to the end of this calendar month, and we'll update those as we move into the new year, pursuant to your question, and be as aggressive or more aggressive into the future. Not everyone likes that, and some have been particularly critical, and I understand that. And good people can disagree. Some people just want to be disagreeable. Bottom line is, we're in the midst of a pandemic. I don't know what more evidence you need, particularly it's highlighted Riverside County, that is experiencing what they're experiencing in ICUs and hospitals and lives lost. I mean, what more evidence do you need that trying to enforce good behavior will actually save lives? It's a noble and right thing to do. To dismiss, as many have in the past, and some of the same folks that, we don't believe that, some still holding on, this is a hoax, or face coverings don't matter, continue to send missed messages. They're not helping. They're not advancing that cause. And so we will be assertive as we have been. We'll be aggressive as we have been, and we will be proactive into the future in strong partnership with the California legislature.
Angela Hart, Kaiser Health News.
Thank you, Governor. Two-part question for you. First, can you give us any indication of whether people largely heeded the orders to not travel, to stay home during the holiday, or I guess we're in the middle of it. So are they heeding these orders, or are these orders going ignored right now? What's your understanding of that? And second part is looking really at this the impact local governments and the immense responsibility that local governments have. I wanted to ask if you're going to do anything more in your January budget for local health departments, given that the federal COVID relief package includes no new money for local governments, and that's going to complicate their public health efforts.
Yeah, we've got a lot of resources that will drive through directly down to the county and local level that come from this COVID relief. May not be spelled out as local support or even state support for that matter, but substantially will draw down in terms of the partnerships and the capacity building that have been well established since the beginning of this pandemic, efforts in terms of logistics and operational challenges associated with administration of doses of vaccine, as well as other testing protocols. Those supports are not insignificant, and those supports will be spelled out in the January budget, as they have been spelled out in this new COVID relief package. That includes, by the way, substantial support for public education across the spectrum that will provide a lot of relief to communities that have large school districts, and other relief that obviously will directly impact local communities, from child care relief and food stamp relief and other relief that otherwise would have fallen as a burden on county budgets, on city budgets, and obviously on state budgets. And by the way, that also includes rental relief. So all of that reduces the stress and burden on these governmental agencies, and certainly is something that we celebrate, and something that I think should be acknowledged with this federal support. While we're disappointed they didn't provide discretionary funds as it relates to state and local support, there's certainly a lot of state and local support that is being provided in the CARES Act, in this now new stimulus. As it relates to the data on movement, this is health advisor, travel advisories that come from health agencies all across the country, from the CDC on down. Every state is providing the same. We'll get you updates, and I'll make sure my team gets you offline. The updates, we provided this, I think it was 10 or so days ago. It's actually prompting, it's an opportunity to provide some of that cell phone data that's public data, open source data that gives us a sense of some of the movement, and we'll get that data to you. But obviously, look, you need nothing more to example than the total number of passengers on airplanes nationwide that only suggest that we are going to see an increase in cases across this country, not just in the state of California, as it relates to these travel advisories that were not heeded clearly by everybody.
John Thompson, Associated Press.
Good afternoon, Governor. I wanted to first check on your status. Have you been tested since your possible exposure? And as far as you mentioned on the travel and cell phone data, but do you have any more specifics at this point, what we're seeing here locally, even if you don't have it at your fingertips? Is there data to suggest that people did or did not comply? And can you go into any more details as far as, where will you be putting some of these people? You mentioned more generally about surge beds and state facilities, but any specific plans for how to handle what you expect to be, or has expected to be, a doubling of hospitalizations? Thank you.
Yeah. So just on that front, we'll provide you, we'll get you the update. And I promise you my team is already working on providing that travel update, and we'll get you more specific, more granular response in terms of whatever evidence at this stage that we can share or that tells a real story. So we're not just working through conjecture and just loose observation. As it relates to the planning, over the course of the last number of months, you've seen, going back at the beginning of this pandemic, in early March, April, May, you saw some of the plans that we put out as it relates to capacity building within the existing hospital system, looking at existing hospital footprints, looking at surge capacity, getting thousands and thousands of additional hospital beds on the same footprint by getting tents and providing opportunities to reconstitute and repurpose rooms within the existing hospital and healthcare delivery system. In addition to that, we also have been updating you pretty consistently, including a little bit today, on those alternative care site facilities, 5 that are no longer in warm status that have been stood up, and another, 8 specific, or 7 rather specific sites that are in warm status that can be turned on very, very quickly. I'll update you, and we'll make sure our team provides you that list of those 7 additional sites plus the 5 and more details on their total capacity, which I suggested was around 1,872. But with our capacity building in the last couple of weeks, we think go well north of 2,000 beds. Just again, that's the alternative care site footprint. You've got the existing surge plans within hospital systems that get you tens of thousands of additional beds. All total, that is a direct response to your question in terms of the immediate. Staffing is the bigger issue. Physical, less of an issue, though an issue, depending on hospital. Again, each hospital tells a totally different story. But in the aggregate, the physical space is less of an issue. It's an issue, but it's less of an issue than staffing. And staffing remains our top priority. That's why we highlighted a little bit of our staffing efforts today. But long-winded, Don, so sorry for being long-winded. We have plans. We are engaged with the hospitals directly on those efforts by system, by provider, not just the hospital association. But with that, let me just ask, perhaps more cogently, Dr. Galley could also amplify and answer that question. And then I think this is an opportunity for Dr. Galley, as I turn it over to you, for us to update some of those older plans so we can socialize what we've been talking privately to our providers about.
Yeah, Governor, thank you, and thanks for the question. I'll sort of provide three types of responses. First, as it regards to travel and the impact of the regional stay-at-home orders and other things that, we always knew we were going into a tough time with the holidays and the interest and the eagerness. We've talked about fatigue to actually meet and mix and travel. And, in most of the state, we are seeing a subtle but important trend where the slope of our increase that we've been very worried about, that rate of rise, has come down a little bit in some parts of the state, and that's reassuring news. But as the governor has clearly stated, we're worried not just about what's happened over the past couple of weeks, that piece of good news, but really what's going to happen as we see the cases from the Christmas holiday, Hanukkah, coming up now with the New Year's celebration. And I'll just reiterate, it's not too late to make a change in plans. I think Californians have been paying attention. We saw maybe a month ago that only about 30% of Californians that were surveyed by some of our partners were going to make a change in their plans to not gather, to not travel. Now, more recent surveys show that number is somewhere between 50 and 60% of Californians making that decision. So we really hope that as we enter one of these last worrying periods for the foreseeable future with New Year's, that people do make the decision to stay local, stay at home, don't mix outside of their household. Because, everything that we're seeing today is that things that were a month ago or 2 months ago a low risk activity today are really high risks because of the level of COVID that's circulating in our communities. As it relates to our surge planning, Governor has it exactly right. We are less worried about the space in some of our facilities, although it's true, some hospitals are using every inch and area of space to take care of patients, and we commend that important use of those spaces. But certainly our bigger worry right now is staffing. A lot of folks look to the alternative care sites, which indeed are an important part of our response. But more than that is identifying staff, working with hospitals across impacted regions to make sure that they have the staff, either through registry and traveling staff, nurses and physicians and other providers, respiratory therapists, or some facilities bringing their outpatient staff to come help and serve in the inpatient environment. So all of those strategies help us ramp up our ability to take care of patients, both in regular hospital beds, in emergency room bays, and also in ICUs. So those collective efforts working directly with counties, as the governor mentioned, efforts focused specifically in Southern California and Los Angeles County to not just bring these staff, address issues of oxygen and ventilators, but also working to make sure that everything is as well coordinated as possible. Working with the California Hospital Association, our nursing partners, our other staffing partners, the California Medical Association, a number of these typical partners that you've seen us mention, really coming together now to make sure we put California's best foot forward, so that it's not just every hospital on their own, but really bringing together these regions, the efforts of big systems with smaller hospitals to partner to make sure that no matter where every Californian goes, they can get high quality care from staff that is, as supported as they can be anywhere in the state, so that we can ultimately save as many lives as we can.
And Doctor, just if I may, and forgive me, I'm not, shouldn't be the one asking questions, but you and we've had a number of conversations about staffing, particularly expectations on opportunities to see a modest increase in staff that first week of January from where we are today, just on the natural. Perhaps you can amplify that, just socialize a little bit of that, of what we're seeing in terms of the prospects of actually being able to access some more staff in the next week or so.
Yeah, Governor, really, really important point to amplify. We have been, working with both our own efforts to get staff into the state at the state level, but also the various hospitals that very routinely during this time expect hundreds, if not thousands, of what they call traveling nurses, traveling health professionals who go from place to place across the nation, across the globe to help support hospitals that are affected. We have not been able to get that reliable number up until now into the state. And just surveying a number of the hospitals, both big and small, our own state efforts, really looking in that first week of January, starting January 4th, where we've been told a number of traveling nurses, traveling health professionals will be arriving in the state. Some going directly to hospitals, others coming through the state and moving to various facilities that are deeply impacted. That will absolutely, as that comes through, help us not just make sure that we're able to staff some of the beds that today are available, but also open up additional beds so that our ability to surge is indeed as great as we anticipated.
Thanks, Doctor.
Kathy Novak, KCBS Radio.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. COVID outbreaks are continuing at California prisons, with about 7,500 cases confirmed in the last 14 days, according to the latest PCR tracker. Are you satisfied with the steps that are being taken to address these outbreaks? And what's your response to the continued calls for prison populations to be reduced through more releases because of these outbreaks?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Let me go to a slide here just to give you the current focused efforts. And I'll back up. We have 9,421 current cases, population plus or minus 100,000, just to put it in perspective. And obviously, we're not just monitoring CDCR, which is the California Department of Corrections, obviously monitoring the Division of Juvenile Justice. We're doing a lot better there. We have active cases that include not just inmates, but obviously concern around prison guards themselves. Here's the area that we focus most of our attention, and these are the top facilities, top in terms of their being high-risk facilities, top-of-mind facilities in terms of our efforts. San Quentin goes without saying, a lot of focus there. And we've seen cases range from anywhere from 2 to 6 in the last number of weeks. I think we went to 9 at one point, but currently 4 cases. You can see the other high-risk facilities, the number of current active cases, and this is where we are particularly focused. As it relates to the work on decompressing the system, and this goes to your specific question, we have reduced the census, the total population since March, by over 21,000 individuals, over 21,000. This is almost without precedent in California's history. And you can see some of the work we've done to do that, meaning we've looked on early release for what we refer to as non-non-nons, people that have X number of weeks, months left on their sentences, and those that are not serving non-non-nons, meaning not violent, not DV related, not sex offended. So there's a triage component to that. There's a coordinated focus in terms of risk assessment in that space, but there's also a suspension on the county intakes, which put a lot of pressure on the counties, put a lot of pressure on the sheriffs, and I want to just acknowledge that pressure and acknowledge their partnership. I respect and appreciate the challenges that are presented when you effectively look to suspension of intake. It's happened on multiple occasions since the beginning of this pandemic. We're also testing. We've substantially increased our testing protocols of staff and institutions, as well as our new aggressive mask mandates with now higher level of masks, meaning N95, not just surgical procedure masks of inmates and staff if there's any even modest outbreaks. Again, we're looking at assessing medical risk, and I, on a weekly basis, without exception, spend hours and hours and hours going through the cases of each and every individual. I simply will not en masse release people without looking individual by individual at an assessment and protocol and process. And that's the latter part of your question. And so while I respect those that want to bypass protocols, sentences, victim notification, processes, procedures, and analysis, we are moving in a different direction than that. And we have been deliberative, and we have protocols in terms of capacity building within the system, in terms of isolation and quarantine, in terms of surge capacity that have come from the experience of San Quentin that we have pre-positioned and we have pre-planned, particularly those high-risk facilities, in order to address any subsequent outbreaks as we move forward. So a lot has been done in this space. We're very vigilant in terms of our focus and the monitoring of what is occurring in the prisons. And as you may have noted in the Plan 1C, or rather Plan 1B, forgive me, Tier 2 recommendations, there is some consideration for high-risk staff, rather high-risk inmates, particularly in skilled nursing facilities, and those that are particularly medically vulnerable that are in these settings that we will look as well to prioritize in terms of access for the vaccine. So that's broad strokes, an update. And I'm very pleased with our new CDCR director, the partnership with Clark Kelso, our health administrator, meaning the federal oversight. Or mind you, the health of our prison system is being monitored by the federal government. It was taken away from the state many, many, many years ago. And we are continuing to build stronger partnership in terms of our efforts to advance our safety protocols within the system and to mitigate to the best of our ability the spread and ultimately get us through this third wave.
Jeremy White, Politico.
Hey, Governor, thank you again for giving us some time for taking my question. A lot of curiosity out there about the state's role in sort of enforcing this vaccine hierarchy as we get into the more complex, out of, sort of concentrated healthcare facilities into this more diffuse process with all these categories. So can you tell us more about what role the state is going to play in sort of monitoring that and ensuring people don't skip the line? You alluded to staffing shortages and sort of working pharmacies to regulate the process. So how can we be sure that this is proceeding in an orderly way and people aren't sort of gaming the system in terms of the vaccine hierarchy?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Jeremy. And we've been asking that ourselves for weeks and weeks. I think on at least 2 or 3 previous occasions during these presentations, I've highlighted this point of consideration and concern. And I also highlighted just a number of days ago, right before Christmas, our specific efforts working with the California Medical Association and others to look at protocols and processes to enforce and ultimately to hold folks accountable that skip the line. I just want to make this crystal clear. If you skip the line or you intend to skip the line, you will be sanctioned. You will lose your license. You will not only lose your license, we will be very aggressive in terms of highlighting the reputational impacts as well. We are going to be aggressive here, but you are not wrong in the way you framed your question. As you move into these subsequent phases, as you're dealing with millions and millions of doses, you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of points of contact and thousands of individuals. Not every individual may hold themselves to those higher ethical standards or the Hippocratic oath, which they've taken, and we are mindful of that. And so I'm not naive to the prospects that there are going to be some issues, and we're going to have to work not just as a state, but with our county partners to monitor that behavior at the local level, even at the clinic level, and to make sure someone's not passing a few vials over to their cousin or aunt or uncle, or God forbid, making a buck or two on the backs of a vaccine that should be distributed to someone who's at high risk or in higher need. And so we are looking forward to putting out details of what that enforcement package looks like, but I can assure you over the course of the last number of weeks, we've been working aggressively behind the scenes with a lot of our partners, as I say, including the California Medical Association, that is very, very desirous of making sure that their profession is not impacted by bad behavior and wants to encourage and process good behavior. We look forward to talking more about that when we finalize the details of that enforcement strategy. With that, that was a long answer, Jeremy. Let me just ask Dr. Galley, because I know he cares deeply about this as well and has been front and center in these good negotiations and discussions. Maybe he can amplify on a point or two as well. Doctor?
Yeah, Governor, you hit major points. I would just say that, you know, included in some of the state's opportunities is obviously through our ability to look at licenses, professional licenses, but then also CDPH has the responsibility of enrolling every provider through our state system into the federal system that allows you to receive vaccine to distribute. And we also have the ability to disenroll providers when, in fact, any of these violations are flagrant enough that no longer can that provider, that place that's distributing vaccine, continue distributing vaccine based on those issues. So we have those steps, as the governor said, putting that together in a package that's transparent, clear, working with our local partners. Already there's been some conversations with local partners where questions have been raised. I think the media has picked up on some of these issues already and working hard to make sure that one issue doesn't snowball into more issues, because we know that if it happens in one place, it could happen again in another. And we need to be very serious about this because many people are looking closely, not just how we do it, but they want to know when they are rightfully due to get the vaccine and that fair and equitable distribution. In California, all across our government, all across local governments as well, take this very seriously and expect this to be an area of increasing activity in the days to come.
And Jeremy, at peril of belaboring our, well, I hope was a comprehensive response and preview of those details being made public very shortly. I also just want to highlight it's one thing to be concerned, and we all should be concerned about a high-profile individual or celebrity that cuts in the line. I want to make sure that this frame on equity is also foundational, and that we put, the fact that we put together this scientific safety review committee, this drafting work group, and then this advisory committee, 3 committees, was advanced with the intention of a real commitment, a firm commitment, not a passing interest, but a firm commitment at looking at safety, efficacy, and equity. And that's the 3-legged stool here. And we have to make sure that equity component includes that distribution as intended, and that we are all held to a higher level of responsibility and in turn accountability in terms of not only rhetorically advancing that frame, but demonstrating that. And again, you make the point, I think, very, very well. It's one thing when you have a few 100,000 doses and you are focusing on a limited supply in a limited frame with healthcare workers and skilled nursing facilities. It's another when you're January, February, March, and millions of doses are now distributed and locally available, and that distribution points increase, and that accountability now is spread more broadly, and the challenge of being more transparent becomes self-evident. So that registry is a big part of it, as Dr. Galley said, but these partnerships are going to be critical, and good faith. And again, just holding ourselves to a higher level of ethical conduct is also human nature, has to also be part of any successful enforcement in this space as well.
Final question, Aiden Vaziri, SF Chronicle.
Hi, Governor Newsom. I was wondering, when you look at this plateauing of numbers, is that an encouraging sign that the stay-at-home orders are working? And a follow-up to that is, as we move past the holidays and vaccines become more widely available, how bad are things going to get before they get better?
Well, it's a sobering question and an honest question. And I think one has to be honest in response. I think, it was wonderful, at least for me, to hear this from the president-elect when Joe Biden last week, right before the holidays, was assessed things, I think, correctly, that unfortunately will get worse before it gets better. And I think demonstrably that's the case. And not only as a nation, but clearly as we work through the next 60 to 90 days here in the state of California and anticipate this surge on top of a surge, arguably on top of a surge as it relates to the holiday movement and the travel that we've experienced all across this country based upon the data that has been reported. And so we are gearing for that. We're preparing for that. We're not wasting a minute, not wasting an hour, not wasting a day, not wasting a weekend. No time off on Christmas. There's no New Year's celebration in terms of that planning. It's very sober, and we're being very proactive and looking to build more capacity, more partnerships, and leveraging existing resources, which I hope broke through today in this presentation with the teams that we are inserting in LA County in particular, and looking at load capacity between hospitals, not just systems, not just within counties, not just within regions, in a different way to be even more prescriptive and supportive in terms of our preparation and our planning. As it relates to the first part of your question, I'm going to have Dr. Galley answer that, but my sense is yes, that people have taken seriously this call, and that, I say this all the time, in our line of work, unlike baseball, you don't get credit for saves, meaning we don't talk about what could have otherwise been. We just talk about what is, and we assess that versus maybe this would have been much, much worse had we not introduced some of these interventions. I think some lazily say, well, those interventions went in place and it didn't work. I completely reject that, and I suggest that there is evidence they have worked, substantially so, and that's encouraging. And I think that's certainly the case as it relates to these numbers that are plateauing. But Dr. Galley is the doctor for a reason, and he's more prepared to answer that, I think, more substantively than I am.
Well, Governor, as usual, you did a fantastic job answering it, but I will amplify a couple points. Absolutely, we have seen this plateau. It's what we'd hoped for. We weren't sure that we were going to see it because of some of the concerns around the movement mobility data, our sense of where this was being effective and where it wasn't. And frankly, we're pleased to see a little bit of a plateau because the governor has it exactly right. If we continued to see the rate of rise through the last couple of weeks in the cases that we're seeing today, the impact that we anticipate coming from Christmas, New Year's would be even worse. And I'll remind you, we've learned so much about taking care of patients with COVID. We've learned how to treat them in hospitals, but when those hospital beds and those staff aren't available to provide care, then people don't get that care, and we have the worst outcome and more deaths than we anticipated. So the ability to continue over the next week to make the decisions decide not to mix, decide not to travel, decide to celebrate virtually with others or with your household alone. Those are going to be the things that help us keep this slight decrease downward or flattening, not even a decrease downward, just a flattening of the upward trends that help us anticipate a slightly reduced impact on our hospitals. All of that said, you asked where this is heading. We certainly anticipate that the middle of January is going to be a pretty difficult time in our hospitals, where the cases from this week and next week really start to stack on top of one another, impacting the emergency rooms, our hospital wards, and our ICU spaces. That when I speak to hospital leaders throughout the southern part of the state, they are worried about the middle part of January, the second part of January, as being the major areas of impact. And although we hope to get more staff in, as we talked about next week, and that we have these beds prepared, we also know that a number of Californians are worried. We've seen that in their behavior. It's both the regional stay-at-home order impact, but also impact from the fact that I think people are worried about what they're seeing in our hospitals. They believe more than ever that that could be them, that could be their family member. Hospitals, not just with 60, 70, 80-year-olds on ventilators, but hospitals with 25, 35-year-olds on ventilators who aren't doing well. So this is really a call to everybody, not to say, well, what's happened in the last couple of weeks? Has that regional stay-at-home order been as effective as you thought? Like the governor said, we've gotten something out of that. The trends have started to come down a little bit, but it's not enough. We need people not to let up their guard, to take this as seriously as possible so that we can get through the middle of January, the end of January, continue to get the vaccine out into our communities, get the most vulnerable vaccinated first with a lot of our high-risk frontline workers, and then into those first couple of months of the new year and really feeling more confident then. But right now, it's time to stay laser focused on what we can do in the next days to come. Because as the governor has said many, many times, we're in charge of the future. We make decisions today to not just save the lives of our family members, but our communities at large. So I think that's what we see on the horizon. It isn't already set in stone. We actually have some decisions to make that are critical over the days to come, each and every one of us.
Here. I appreciate that response, appreciate the question, appreciate all of you for tuning in, taking the time, and we look forward to making updates tomorrow, Wednesday, the rest of the week, and obviously work our way through the next very challenging month, as Dr. Galley summed up, I think, quite well. Final point, just point of clarification. Yeah, I think, Don, you asked, and I didn't answer, forgive me, tested multiple times, negative. I can't even recall how many. And so that's my testing status to the extent anyone cares. Anyway, look forward to updating you very shortly. Again, hope everybody stays safe and does what they can to mitigate the spread of this virus during this very, very challenging time. Some encouraging early signs that we may be plateauing in many parts of the state. Very, very sober reality in certain parts of the state, particularly Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino County. We'll take care, everybody, and we'll look forward to circling back and updating you the next day.
Public Health in 3. To start, Austin Public Health Director Stephanie Hayden will first say a few words, followed by Dr. Mark Escott, Interim Austin Travis County Health Authority, then Janet Pichette, Austin Public Health Chief Epidemiologist, TXN 3. To start, Austin Public Health Director Stephanie Hayden will first say a few words, followed by Dr. Mark Escott, Interim Austin Travis County Health Authority, then Janet Pichette, Austin Public Health Chief Epidemiologist, followed by Cassandra De Leon, Interim APH Assistant Director, Disease Prevention Health Promotion Division. We will then open it up to the pool reporter who will ask questions on behalf of the media. Stephanie, over to you.
Good morning. As we transition to leave,
the year of 2020, I want us to really think about how we can safely have a celebration at home with our family. How can we think about what is going to be the best way for us and our family to create these new traditions? My hope is that you use and be virtual with your friends and family. I also hope that you don't have others that don't live with you in your home. My hope is that you don't have any gatherings in your home. We want you to be safe. The vaccine is here. We are continuing to see individuals to receive the vaccine. We are very excited about that, but we've got to stay the course. We must continue to wash our hands, watch our distance, make sure that if you're not feeling well, to stay home if you're not feeling well. We also need you to wear your mask and continue to do that. Even for those that may have received the vaccine already, we want you to continue to do those things as well. We have to keep Austin safe. It is everyone's responsibility. We've done so well this year, and my hope is that we continue to do well by pulling together. We are stronger together. I'll transition over to Dr. Escott.
Good morning. Unfortunately, the last week has brought us a worsening situation in Travis County and in many parts of Texas. Over the past 3 weeks or so, since the beginning of December, our admissions on average are up 106% since the beginning of the month. Our hospitalizations are currently 365 on average, 404 yesterday, an increase of 67% since the first of this month. And unfortunately, we've seen even more significant impact on our ICUs with a 62% increase in ICU utilization in the past week alone. Our projections forward into the new year continue to look worse and worse day after day. And I think right now it appears that we are going to enter 2021 in
All right, guys, thanks again so much for being here with us. All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We are going to jump out to the Senate floor in Washington, D.C.
Asking for here again this evening. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from California, the Speaker of the House, Speaker Pelosi.
The distinguished Speaker of the House is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his masterful work in not only bringing this legislation to the floor, but working in a bipartisan way to have so many important initiatives in the COVID and the omnibus bill that the President happily for us signed last evening. I thank him for his initiatives that are job creating, that stimulate the economy and help meet the needs of the American people. I'm interested in the comments made by Mr. Brady because he said we could be putting more money into small business, and we do indeed, in the COVID package, around $300 billion. And I think it's important to note, Madam Speaker, that that brings it to about almost $1 trillion since March 27th, 28th, when the president signed the CARES Act. About $950 billion for small business, nearly $1 trillion. Very important. Small business is the heart of our economy. What could be more optimistic for anyone to do but to follow their dreams, start a small business, create jobs, create wealth, carry capital? So important. We see the importance of that to the tune of about $1 trillion, just under $1 trillion in these past several months. But if you want to talk about job creation, I hope the gentleman will join us when we go forward to do state and local, our healthcare workers, honoring our heroes. They're at risk of losing their jobs. While they risk their lives to save lives, they may lose their jobs, and over 1 million of them have. We're talking about healthcare workers. We're talking about police and fire, our first responders. We're talking about transportation, sanitation, food workers. We're talking about our teachers, the custodians of our children for a large part of their day. They are at risk of losing their jobs because of the failure of the Republican side of the aisle to support funds for state and local government to honor our heroes. We want to honor them. When we cheer them, we applaud them. Let's give them pay. Let's let them have job security. Let's give them PPE, the equipment that they need to do their jobs. So if we want to talk about saving jobs or growing jobs for the purpose the distinguished gentleman from Texas mentioned, how we're going to focus on the distribution and the administration of the vaccine. Where do you think that happens? But in city and county and state hospitals in large measure, by healthcare workers in those places, wherever it is distributed on a individual basis. But they are the heart of the matter. And that is why we need to go forward with another bill that invests in our state and local governments, not to talk about government, but to talk about services, healthcare services, education, transportation, making our lives possible, making our very existence possible by what they do. And without them, how do we function? So again, let's create jobs, let's save jobs, let's grow jobs by administering this vaccine as fairly, as equitably as possible, and free to everyone in our country, because if we're not protected, none of us is, unless all of us are protected, none of us is protected. So this $2,000, which thank you for bringing to the floor on Christmas Eve, was roundly rejected by a Republican. They could ask for unanimous consent. This could already be exist as a law if that had happened, but it didn't. So now today we have another chance. Some of the Republicans said, oh, if they really wanted that, they would have called for a vote that day. That wasn't true. It's important to note that was a pro forma session, and you had to have the consent of the Republicans to bring the bill to the floor. They withheld their consent. So here we are today in a legislative day where we just act with the majority to bring the legislation to the floor. I hope it will enjoy a strong bipartisan support. The President of the United States has put this forth as something that he wants to see in terms of, and part of his signing the legislation yesterday. I hope that that view will be shared by the Republicans in the Senate, because we will pass this bill today, either under suspension or under a rule where it just requires a majority vote. Under suspension, as you know, 2/3 vote requires a large number of Republican votes, which I hope we will have, because I do think that the American people would love to see that unity on their behalf. We are a consumer economy. Putting money into the hands of the American people is a boost to our economy. Not much. This isn't a big stimulus package. The COVID bill is a emergency supplemental, but this piece will make it something very important to sustaining our economy. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the work that your committee did. Brandon, thank him, and the others for putting in the dependent clause that people if otherwise you had 16 years and under would get the direct payment. But I mean, as a mother of 5 and grandmother of 9, I know that children are dependent after 16 years of old, especially if they're still in school. And there are others who are dependent because of, for one thing and another, some physical challenges that they may have in life. Who knows what goes on in a family? But nonetheless, if they are dependent, they will be receiving the direct payment. Another important boost for America's working families, another important boost for our economy as we go forward. So let me again thank the chairman for his work. It's a simple vote. We put more money. Our goals have been crush the virus, honor our heroes who help us crush the virus, and put money in the pockets of the American people. Today, we would be doing that right now. Legislation will be a lifeline for millions of Americans. It improves on the previously passed relief bill by including dependents, ensuring that families with children in colleges, adults living with disabilities, or elderly family members can also receive relief. Republicans have a choice. Vote for this legislation or vote to deny the American people the bigger paychecks they need. To reject this would be in denial of the economic challenges that people are facing, and it would deny them, again, the relief they need. And with that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote for the aptly named Cash Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California, the Speaker of the House, yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I just inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from Texas has 9 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Massachusetts has 3.5 minutes remaining.
So, Madam Speaker, we are prepared to close. And with that, I would yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is yielding himself such time as he may consume. The gentleman is recognized.
First, let me congratulate the Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal, for working so closely together on our bipartisan priorities. Ending surprise medical bills when you go to the ER or you have a scheduled medical procedure, ensuring starting at the end of next year for the first time, when you go to that doctor's procedure, you have a true and honest bill in advance of that will be so crucial for so many patients. And I also thank the chairman for working so closely in a bipartisan way on the COVID tax relief provisions and the first reforms of our temporary tax provisions in 5 years. So Chairman Neal, I applaud your work and enjoy working with you. The previous speaker talked about essential workers, our firefighters, our healthcare workers, others, manufacturers who've done such an amazing job. We had an opportunity earlier this year to help them. President Trump, in his executive order, proposed a payroll tax holiday for nearly 5 months for these workers. That would have meant for those essential workers, that firefighter, that hospital worker, that nurse, that they would have kept, a family of 4 would have kept an extra $5,000 in their paycheck throughout the holidays. If we really wanted to help essential workers, our Democrat friends would not have blocked that payroll tax holiday and would have adopted our bill to make sure that those taxes, payroll taxes, were forgiven. As for state and local governments, they too, even though I disagree with many of the decisions, deserve our thanks. And thankfully, because this was the most rapid labor market recovery following a crisis in history, and we recovered more than half the jobs we've lost. State and local revenues this year are almost even, down a mere less than 1%. Thank goodness Congress came together in the CARES Act to provide more than $150 billion to those state and local governments to be able to address these needs and continue to function. I will tell you too that, again, I speak only for myself. The best way to help struggling families is to get them back to work.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Our small, medium-sized businesses more help than we have. This bill does neither. I think it is correct when the earlier speaker said this is not a stimulus. It is not. And it does nothing to help get people back to work. I worry that as we spend another nearly half a trillion dollars so hastily, that we're not targeting this help to the very the Americans who are struggling the most and need that help. I will also point out that, as I said earlier, Congress has come together to provide a family of 4 with one unemployed parent now just a little short of $40,000 of federal money in their traditional state unemployment because we knew they were struggling. Now is the time to get them back to work. That is my personal objection to this bill. I urge Congress to pause for a moment, to assess the vaccinations over the next few months or year, to determine where next we need to weigh in, if at all, on this recovery as we continue to work together to defeat this virus. With that, Madam Speaker, I am honored to be here today, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I want to acknowledge the good efforts of Ranking Member Brady on the energy front in the tax package as well. A series of compromised measures. He did a terrific job, I think it's fair to say, on surprise billing, and not to mention USMCA. Those were very substantive accomplishments that the Ways and Means Committee led on in the 116th Congress. He mentioned that, as he was closing, he mentioned that this measure he did not want to see treated as stimulus, and he's right. This is not about stimulus, this is about stability. This is about building a bridge for those people who are really hurting as we turn the page on this year. This is about those who are wondering how they're going to make the next rental payment, sustenance for the American family, how they might repair that automobile that sits in the garage idle because they couldn't afford it. That's what this is really about this evening. I started with Charles Dickens and A Christmas Carol and the lessons of Jacob Marley. But let me conclude with a very simple description in the epic America. When asked what it was that set America apart from the rest of the world, it was suggested it was a habit of the heart, a kindness and a decency and a goodness. And let me close the debate on that basis and urge passage of the Cash Act and $2,000 for the American people. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9051? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, purposes of the gentleman from Texas rise.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the conference, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 965, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Great job, Danielle.
Corrected that to 20. She'll correct it in the record. Yeah, I said.
All right, just want to say thank you again for being here with us on News Now. That again has gotten postponed here, so we are going to continue to always keep you up to date on the latest that does happen up at the Capitol as we all wait anxiously to see what's going to happen with the COVID-19 relief package. Now, stocks did rise today. They rallied as the COVID-19 package is still being discussed in Capitol Hill. And because this is something that many of us are still dealing with here today, we're seeing those cases continue to rise in many of our states across the U.S. I want to continue to give us more updates that have been happening here across the country. I know we had kind of started, we only got about a minute into it before we jumped out to that House floor. So what we're going to do is go back to our Austin COVID-19 update from health representatives.
TXN 3. To start, Austin Public Health Director Stephanie Hayden will first say a few words, followed by Dr. Mark Escott, Interim Austin Travis County Health Authority, then Janet Pichette, Austin Public Health Chief Epidemiologist, followed by Cassandra De Leon, Interim APH Assistant Director, Disease Prevention Health Promotion Division. We will then open it up to the pool reporter who will ask questions on behalf of the media. Stephanie, over to you.
Good morning. As we transition to leave the year of 2020, I want us to really think about how we can safely have a celebration at home with our family. How can we think about what is going to be the best way for us and our family to create these new traditions? My hope is that you use and be virtual with your friends and family. I also hope that you don't have others that don't live with you in your home. My hope is that you don't have any gatherings in your home. We want you to be safe. The vaccine is here. We are continuing to see individuals to receive the vaccine. We are very excited about that, but we've got to stay the course. We must continue to wash our hands, watch our distance, make sure that if you're not feeling well, to stay home if you're not feeling well. We also need you to wear your mask and continue to do that. Even for those that may have received the vaccine already, we want you to continue to do those things as well. We have to keep Austin safe. It is everyone's responsibility. We've done so well this year, and my hope is that we continue to do well by pulling together. We are stronger together. I'll transition over to Dr. Escott.
Good morning. Unfortunately, the last week has brought us a worsening situation in Travis County and in many parts of Texas. Over the past 3 weeks or so, since the beginning of December, our admissions on average are up 106% since the beginning of the month. Our hospitalizations are currently 365 on average, 404 yesterday, an increase of 67% since the first of this month. And unfortunately, we've seen even more significant impact on our ICUs with a 62% increase in ICU utilization in the past week alone. Our projections forward into the new year continue to look worse and worse day after day. And I think right now it appears that we're going to enter 2021 in a state of emergency. I can't stress enough the importance of us taking note today, us changing our behavior today, choosing to stay home, choosing to decrease gatherings and interactions with individuals without our masks on, continuing to choose to use social distancing and to avoid touching your face, washing your hands often. These simple things, these non-pharmaceutical interventions are the key to managing this disease. Our future right now indicates to us that, in the next several weeks, we may run out of hospital beds. We may run out of ICU beds. And it could happen a lot sooner than that, as early as a week to 2 weeks from now. This is serious. And we've got to realize that we have the opportunity to save lives now. We have a vaccine, and there are thousands and thousands of vaccines being put in the arms of Texans and Central Texans every day. So let's stay the course. Let's tighten the belt a little bit. Let's continue to promote that vigilance from ourselves as well as our family members, and we can get through this together.
Good morning. I'm going to just mainly talk about what we anticipate over the next week. And some of that will be the impact of our holiday gatherings on our case counts and our hospitalization rates. And so we don't know what to expect. This week should be a very telling week for us. And so as we prepare for the New Year's, we are encouraging people to continue to gather within their home and with those people in their household. If for some reason you continue to choose to gather outside of your household, or you participate in non-essential activities such as shopping and being out and about, we ask that you do three things. And one is to cover your face, make sure your face is covered. Make sure the person who you're with has their face covered as well. You need to avoid confined spaces. So if you're outside, that's better. We've had some beautiful weather here in the Austin area over the last few days, and it's better to be outside where there's plenty of air circulating and you're less likely to be exposed. And the third thing is to avoid crowds. This is going to be a challenge during the New Year's Eve activities and holiday parties that continue on, but you need to make sure that you're practicing those activities, making sure if you are having any symptomology at all that you stay home because you may be ill with COVID. You just don't want to be spreading this about, and you don't want to get it from somebody else as well. So again, my 3 points: cover your face, avoid confined areas, and avoid crowds if all possible.
And good morning. We are very excited to see our vaccine starting to roll out within our community. Glad to see many new providers coming online as vaccine providers. And that offers us a lot of choice for our varying different population groups that are slated for these first initial phases. We know in the coming weeks, more and more vaccine will become available, and we encourage everyone to take part in that. As they are notified that they are eligible to get vaccine, we hope that folks will take advantage of that opportunity. We're also excited to hear that there is so much interest in vaccine, and so that's very encouraging. In the meantime, vaccine is a tool that we can use as it becomes available. But in the meantime, we've got to continue those preventative measures, because it's going to require that we use all of those things: our hand washing, masking, social distancing, to make sure that we can tamp down the curve and get us to a space that this disease is no longer a threat in our community.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to transition to our pool reporter who will ask questions on behalf of the media. Alicia?
Good morning. First question is from Univision. Question first is, since stage 5 began to take place in our area, how has it been with participation of businesses? Any citations?
The department is working very closely across the city with code compliance, the fire marshal's office, and our environmental health services, as well as Austin Police Department. Those efforts will continue to be in place, typically, throughout the holidays. The thing that is really important is that if you decide to go out with others, and if you see some things that are inappropriate, we would appreciate that you would call 311, and we will definitely have a team that can respond to those 311 complaints.
I'll just add, again, as we've been saying throughout this pandemic, we can't enforce our way out of a surge. It requires each of us, as individuals, as businesses, to understand that the threat is real and that it means hospitalizations and it means the potential loss of life. I don't know something that we could take more seriously than what we're seeing right now. And we certainly encourage folks to follow the regulations, whether they're city, state, or county regulations, because they're meant to protect our health and protect people from hospitalization and death in particular. We're asking our business community, we're asking our restaurants and bars to follow the guidance, to do their part so that we can have a brighter 2021.
Second question from CBS Austin. Governor Abbott has said he expects.
All right, guys, we're all about live events, and I do see we have another live presser happening right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to be bringing it to you out of Illinois. It's about the deadly shooting that happened at the bowling alley. Here it is. Okay, and we do see our audio's having a little bit of trouble coming in. Hopefully that gets fixed here in the next minute. So just give us a second here. It's not on our end here with News Now from Fox, but on the person who's at this press conference. Going to try to communicate with them, let them know that we're not receiving audio at this time. As soon as we do get that, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox.
These charges are based on the following facts. On December 26, 2020, at about 6:55 p.m., Rockford Police Department officers responded to Don Carter Lanes, located at 4007 East State Street in Rockford. They responded to an active shooter call. Upon arrival, officers learned that multiple persons were shot. The building contains a bowling alley on the first floor and a bar on the second floor. A witness who was on the first floor during the incident told police that he heard multiple gunshots and saw the defendant, Mr. Webb, with a gun. That witness identified the defendant, 37-year-old Duke Webb, to the police. A 16-year-old female was sitting at a table on the first floor with 3 other teenagers when the defendant began shooting at their table. This female suffered a through-and-through gunshot wound to the shoulder. She survived her injury. A 14-year-old male was shot in the face. He is alive but hospitalized in critical condition. 65-year-old Thomas Furseth was on the first floor when the defendant began shooting. Mr. Furseth began running toward the stairs when the defendant shot him in the torso. He was able to run up the stairs before he collapsed. He was dead at the scene when police arrived. The defendant then went upstairs to the second floor of Don Carter Lanes. Approximately 20 to 25 people were on the second floor. The defendant fired several shots at the people in the bar. He shot 73-year-old Dennis Steinhoff in the torso. Mr. Steinhoff's body was recovered on the balcony just outside the bar. 69-year-old Jerome Woodfork was on the second floor when the defendant began shooting. Mr. Woodfork's body was found in the parking lot below the balcony. He suffered a gunshot wound to the neck. A witness saw him fall to the ground from that balcony. He was deceased when officers arrived. A 62-year-old male was in the bar on the second floor. The defendant shot this victim in the left eye, back, neck, groin, and buttocks. This victim is alive but still in critical condition. Police officers located the defendant inside the building and took him into custody. The entire incident was captured on video surveillance. The defendant admitted to the shootings and directed officers to the locations of the firearms that he used. 2 firearms were recovered in that location. They were located behind a bag that belonged to the defendant. The firearms were a Glock 40 caliber and a Glock 380 caliber. Multiple 40 caliber and 380 caliber shell casings were found at the scene. One question that's arisen is, why was Mr. Webb in Rockford, Illinois? He was originally from Florida. He was here on leave visiting family. At 1:30 today, Duke Webb appeared in court. The charges identified were presented to the court and to Mr. Webb. At this hearing, the judge denied bond for Mr. Webb. As such, there is no amount of money Mr. Webb can post to get out of jail. A few closing remarks. I want to thank law enforcement and all those agencies that have aided in this investigation, and particularly the Rockford Police Department. Our thoughts and prayers are with those recovering from the gunshot wounds. And finally, our condolences go out to the loved ones of those who lost their lives on Saturday night. Any questions?
The mental health, the defense attorney told us that there would be a mental health evaluation that was scheduled to take place. Does that mean then that it's possible that Mr. Webb might not be mentally fit to stand trial?
So I'll leave that question to the defense attorney. In a court proceeding, yes, a defendant can be found unfit to stand trial, and there's a lot that goes into that. So that could be a possibility, but I can't comment as to whether that's going to happen, when it's going to happen, or what would be the outcome of that.
You mentioned that there were 2 guns recovered. Were those service weapons?
So based upon our information, they were not service weapons, no. In other words, they were not military issued firearms.
The 2 teens that were injured, are they related?
So I'm not sure. My apologies. I don't know if they were related or not. I know that they were together, sitting at the same table. I don't know if they were related. Any other questions? Sure.
Did your findings find that this man went there with the intent on doing this?
So I can't comment as to the defendant's intent or what his plans were when he arrived at Don Carter's.
Okay. carrying 2 weapons? Isn't that kind of odd for?
Again, I can't comment on the defendant's intent.
The bag that was recovered, what was inside the bag?
Again, I'm not willing to share that right now. Just procedurally, so this statement was actually read to the court and it is filed with the court. And so in other words, that's what's made public. And as you can tell from my comments today, that's pretty much the extent of what will be made public. Anything further? Obviously the mayor and chief are here, but I was hoping the questions would be directed primarily towards me. Do you have anything you want to say, Mayor? Okay. All right, well, thank you. Again, Rita should pass out the press release and those materials to you. If you have any questions after the fact, you can always follow up. Thanks.
All right, so once again, just going to reiterate what we do know at this time with this story. Just give me a quick second because we did have to bring you that for you on a different news source. So I just wanted to bring up his mugshot picture that we did get from the sheriff's office. So this is the suspect there, right? Florida resident Duke Webb. Now he's 37 years old. He is the one who we were just listening into all the new charges after this deadly incident happened. So once again, he is in Winnebago County Jail without bond. We did just learn that he was denied bond by a judge, and Webb had attempted to hide his weapons. Cops did take him into custody, and he did share where he had hid those weapons. We do know at this time 3 people had died and 3 were injured. And again, these weapons were not believed to be military firearms. They just gave that update as well. So we just wanted to bring you that latest that we do know. Of course, that was live happening out in Illinois as they gave us that update. And so we're going to continue things along here, always bringing you the latest and breaking news that happens across the country. That's one of the great things about News Now from Fox, is we can always jump around, go from one thing to the next as we have these live events pop up here on our board. So going to head back out to Austin, getting their COVID-19 latest update.
Has said he expects there to be enough vaccines for the general public by March. Did you agree with this timeline?
I certainly hope that that's an accurate timeline. I think March, April is certainly a very realistic timeline. But remember, when we talk about the general population, we're already seeing the state approving utilization of COVID-19 vaccine for the 1B group, which is part of the general population. That's individuals over the age of 65 or individuals between 16 and 65 that have underlying health conditions. So I think we're going to see a steady increase in those vaccines that are available. I want to applaud Commissioner Hellerstedt for a letter that he sent out last week saying, if you've got vaccine, get it in people's arms. We've been focusing on the 1A group, our healthcare infrastructure and first responders. But in many of those circumstances, we have to stagger the doses so we're not doing entire sections of the departments or the hospitals. In that circumstance, we need to get that vaccine out to other people if we have to roll that in over time. We're seeing that part of the general population is going to be vaccinated this week. In particular, our nursing home and long-term care facility residents and staff. As we start to increase the percentage of individuals over the age of 65 and those with underlying health conditions, the threat of COVID-19 in the spring starts to diminish very quickly.
And I'd like to add, our goal is to vaccinate folks as quickly as we can, following the phased approach, as Dr. Escott alluded to. Additionally, noting that timeline, we're hopeful if we can get enough vaccine out throughout our community so that there's access by March or April, that's wonderful news. However, I think it's important to note that even as vaccine rolls out, we still have to be vigilant with all of the other prevention measures to protect us from additional disease spread.
Next question from the Austin American-Statesman. Question for Dr. Scott. Hospitalizations in Austin, Travis County are now at an all-time high. So how soon do you expect hospitals to overflow? Do we have spare beds and staffing for when this happens?
So those projections are updated on a regular basis, and I can tell you that every time they're updated, they seem to get a little worse. But it's certainly possible that within a week we can run out of ICU beds. We've seen dramatic increases in the ICU utilization in particular over the past week. And that, of course, is where we have the most limited resources. Once again, we have the hospital spaces, we have the equipment, there are plenty of ventilators. The issue is the staffing. We've got a limited number of critical care staff, a limited number of hospital staff, and that's where we're going to face the challenges, particularly since Dallas and Fort Worth are leading the surge right now in Texas. We've got San Antonio right behind them. We've got Houston behind San Antonio, and we are following Houston right now. So we're talking about the major metropolitan areas in Texas all surging at the same time. That's going to place significant stress on the redundancy of healthcare workers in the state. And we're very concerned that those additional staff may not be there when we need them.
Next question is from Patch.com. Did you attribute recent illness spikes to Thanksgiving gatherings, and has this been traced accordingly?
I can start on that, and Janet may want to add in. Again, after Thanksgiving, we saw our case investigation and contact tracing indicating lots of spread associated with Thanksgiving gatherings, where one person in the family was positive and then multiple people. In some circumstances, everybody at the Thanksgiving gathering then developed COVID-19. Then, of course, we see those people who got it from Thanksgiving spreading it to other people. So that cycle is continuing. And that's why we continue to see increases in cases, increases in hospitalizations. And, once again, it's a reminder that we've got to stop the cycle. We've got to break the chain of transmission that's happening. And, we just had Christmas last week. We've got New Year's coming up this week. We've got to decide that now's the time to stop it. Now's the time to protect this community, to protect our families, to protect one another, because we have a vaccine and it is rolling out every day into arms of people in our community. Now's not the time to take chances. Now's the time to protect ourselves, maybe more than we ever have before, and to really make the hard decision to stay home. And if you choose to go out, if you have to go out for essentials, wear a mask, distance, wash your hands, don't touch your face. It's really that simple. Those methods work, and we've got to continue that advocacy for those simple measures in order to break that chain.
And I will just add, and I've said this before in previous media briefings, is that we definitely saw an impact from our case investigation and contact tracing, the result of the Thanksgiving holidays. I have no reason to believe, I imagine we're going to have similar spike in cases probably occurring this week, and then following the New Year's Eve celebration and New Year's Day celebrations as well. So as Dr. Escott said, it is more important than ever now to protect yourselves and your family and your loved ones who may be at risk for developing illness, especially those that are elderly, so that we can have an opportunity to vaccinate them so they don't become ill. But we still need to use those prevention measures that Dr. Escott mentioned, and that is making sure we're covering our face, social distancing, staying home if you're sick. Even if you have sniffles and things like that, you should be even ever more vigilant about washing your hands and avoid touching your face and covering your cough and colds so that you're not impacting anybody else.
Next question is from KOOP Radio. Dr. Christakis, in his recent book, Apollo's Arrow, suggests that an effective NPI is proactive school closures as they reduce social mixing, keep students from acting as vectors, and force parents to stay home. As we enter indoor sports season, would you recommend curriculum of high school sports?
So with the transition to stage 5, we did make the recommendation to our superintendents to cancel or postpone extracurricular activities because that's where we're seeing transmission associated with schools. In the circumstances where they can't postpone or cancel, that they institute a proactive testing process for those extracurricular activities. But yes, that is the number one place we're seeing transmission of COVID-19 associated with schools. It was football. Now we're seeing that transmission happening in basketball. We're going to see it in other winter and spring sports as well. So that is step 1. The next step is to identify other opportunities to decrease risk. And the discussion that I've had with our superintendents as well as the TEA is that would start with transition of high schools to virtual education, then middle schools, and then elementary schools as a last resort. I think if we continue to see the transmission increases, the hospitalization and ICU increases that we have over the past week, that I will make the recommendation that our schools transition middle and high schools to virtual for the week to 2 weeks following the break.
And I would just like to add that even if these activities are curtailed in the school and because of extracurricular activities are curtailed, it is going to be all the more important that if you have people at home or children at home, that they are limiting their exposures outside of their home. That means not having sleepovers, not having social gatherings in your homes, and not doing those things, avoiding non-essential activities like going out and shopping or eating out, especially during stage 5. Those are the types of activities that are going to continue to help us flatten the curve here in the Austin area.
Next question is from KBUE ABC. Does Austin Public Health know which long-term care facilities will start receiving vaccines today?
That information can be received from the Health and Human Services Commission. And so reaching out to them or looking at their website, you may be able to get that information from there. We will continue our efforts with our long-term care incident management team. That team is working very closely to ensure that all long-term care facilities are connected with a provider, so they will get their vaccine. In the event that one of the providers has not signed up, Austin Public Health will assist them with getting their vaccines.
This question is from Fox 7. Now that we have reached stage 5, what is it going to take to get out of this?
Well, it's going to take us flattening the curve. It's going to take us reversing the trend. Right now, last week, looks like the data's suggesting that our positivity rate went up again from 9.6 to 10.6%, with even higher changes in our surrounding counties, with places like Caldwell County having more than double our positivity rate. This is a statewide issue right now. The state is surging, and we've got to change the trend for not only Austin and Travis County, but everywhere else in Texas. And that's going to mean people understanding the seriousness of this disease, understanding that there are many, many people suffering from COVID-19 right now and dying from COVID-19. They need to understand that while most often it is older people and people with underlying health conditions, that this also does strike younger people, healthier people, and that it's a terrible disease. It is a disease that causes individuals to suffocate progressively over time. And, you know, I think it's going to take all of us to make the decision to stay home, to decrease our risk so that we can get over this hump, get people vaccinated, and save a lot of lives. I know people are tired, but we've got to push through that. We've got to rally one more time. And really, I think it's really one more rally for a few weeks to get us over this hump, to start the decrease in cases, and to allow folks to get vaccinated and, again, save many, many lives.
This question is from CBS Austin. Are you in contact with TABC to get them to closely monitor bars on New Year's Eve? How concerned are you about bars being packed for New Year's Eve, since we've been seeing videos and pictures of them being packed on a regular weekend day?
Yeah, so again, I'm a little disappointed that bars have been allowed to reopen despite executive orders to the contrary. And again, there's a loophole that allows them to do that. But that's our number one concern heading into New Year's Eve, is the bars that are operating as restaurants. They have been packed. People are not masked. And again, this has been the focus of our enforcement efforts over the previous weeks. Those enforcement efforts will continue this week as well. We need them to close. We need them to understand that they are putting public health at risk by being open. And, you know, again, we are deeply concerned about people getting together over New Year's Eve. We know that's more likely to be people in their 20s and 30s and maybe 40s. And maybe those people aren't going to have a severe course by and large, but some of them will. Some of them will end up in the hospital. Some will end up in the ICU. Some may die from that, but they will spread it to other people. They'll spread it to people in their 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s who will have a severe course, who do have a much higher chance of needing ICU or dying. And that's not a risk that we can afford. Of course, you know, if we continue to see an upward trend, then we are going to have further discussions about the possibility of a curfew towards the end of this week to try to help mitigate that risk. Again, we don't have much capacity left in our hospitals and our ICUs to take a lot of chances this weekend.
This question is from KXAN. Last week, health officials said there will be stronger enforcement for COVID-19 violations, with more citations being issued. Is this happening? How many bar establishments were cited over the past week?
All right, some of you are going to go to a
At
quick
this
break. We have
time,
more
we do
here
not
on News Now from Fox.
That have been issued. However, we do know that our staff across the city of Austin have worked across the city to continue the enforcement efforts, as well as in the county area. Those efforts will continue. But as Dr. Escott stated earlier, we know we cannot enforce our way out of this issue. What is going to be very important is that you can think about doing something today by staying home over the next couple of weeks and not going out to bars to celebrate, whether it's New Year's Eve or New Year's weekend. So our hope is that you will make a better choice and not go out to be in that type of environment. And if you do decide to go out, our hope is give us a call at 311, and we'll do what we can to address the issue.
Thank you. This question is from KUT. There are reports of Chief Brian Manley testing positive for COVID. Do you know how he's doing? And what is the timeline for Austin Public Department and Austin Fire Department to get vaccinated?
Unfortunately, we did hear the news about Chief Manley. Of course, we won't discuss the condition of Chief Manley or any patient due to confidentiality. Regarding the timeline for immunizations, Austin Fire and Austin Travis County EMS began the process of vaccinations already. I understand that the EMS department is about halfway through vaccinating folks who want vaccines. They'll continue that this week. And that's, due in part to our great partners at the University of Texas Dell Medical School, our partners at Ascension Seton, who've had some vaccines to offer our first responders. And that process will continue. We also have our Austin Public Safety Wellness, who has a vaccine allocation, and they will continue to vaccinate Austin Fire Department, EMS, and then some of APD. Again, the focus is on our first responders and those individuals who have a higher risk for severe disease. So those over 65 or those with underlying health conditions. I anticipate that it's going to take another week to 2 weeks to get through all of our public safety folks. But again, we're excited that process has begun and look forward to protecting our first responders who do dedicate themselves to protecting us.
This question is from the Austin American Statesman. Dr. Mark Escott mentioned possibly beginning 2021 in a state of emergency. What would that state of emergency look like? When would it place into effect? What will be required under a state of emergency?
When I say a state of emergency, I mean we may start 2021 with our hospitals full or nearly full. And we're talking about the possibility of within the first 2 weeks of 2020 of further exceeding that capacity. We're talking about the possibility of needing to call in trailers to store additional bodies if we have an uncontrolled surge like that which happened in El Paso and Lubbock. This is a real crisis, and we are at the beginning of that right now. And whether or not we actually face that, whether or not we exceed our capacity of our healthcare system to care for people, is up to us. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Now is the day to change the risk so that we can avoid that state of emergency.
All right, some of you going to be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you. This question is from patch.com. Will minorities disproportionately impacted by coronavirus be vaccinated first when the vaccine becomes available for the general public?
Austin Public Health is a safety net provider. We know that Hispanics as well as African Americans are disproportionately represented in the data of individuals with COVID-19 and our hospitalization and our death rates. So it is going to be very important for us to ensure that communities of color do receive their vaccine from us as being the safety net provider. So that is our commitment. We're definitely going to work with community-based organizations and advocates to ensure that we set up clinics to ensure that we are providing the vaccine in our community.
This question is from KOOP Radio. Last week, you reported that we know we don't have enough vaccine, particularly to protect the country's 80K healthcare workers. What has changed since then to permit the inclusion of APD officers this week?
So again, we're pleased that vaccine continues to roll out in our community. Part of that allocation has been to our Public Safety Wellness Center. Now, of course, in the 1A group, we have our EMS and our firefighters who are certified medical professionals in providing care to people. We also have Austin Police Department as part of that wellness program. Those police officers are often the first responder. While they may not be medically certified, through as EMTs, for instance, they are providing first aid to people. They are providing help and support to our EMS providers and firefighters. And again, the focus on the APD individuals right now is going to be focused on those who are at higher risk. So those who are in the 1B group who either meet the age criteria or criteria based upon other health factors. Again, it may be some time before all of APD can get vaccinated, but our hope is that our reassurance from the state has been that vaccine will continue to come into our community so that we can vaccinate more and more people every week.
This is the last question from KBU. Last week, Dr. Escott mentioned if things don't get better, morgues will start to overflow. What is the capacity looking like now?
So was the question about morgues?
Yes.
So right now, there's capacity in the morgues, similar to the fact that we have some capacity left in our ICUs and in the hospitals. The concern is that we may accelerate that growth in terms of hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths. As we saw in El Paso, that acceleration can happen very quickly, and we can go from being okay in terms of capacity in the hospitals and morgues to being, grossly overrun. And that's why we have to prepare for that. We have a team which is dedicated to mortuary services that are continually assessing that capacity. And, if there are projections that we will exceed capacity locally, then they will make the request for additional resources, including refrigerated trailers.
Okay, thank you to our pool reporter. At this time, we will take closing comments, starting with Stephanie.
Thank you. As we turn to close this year of 2020, my hope is that you are thinking about how can I have a new tradition. Maybe it was something that you did for the Christmas holidays, or maybe it was the way you celebrated for Thanksgiving that was safe, that was with the people that you live with, that you used technology, that you picked up the telephone and called folks and checked on them. Whatever you decide, my hope is that you take the lowest risk possible, that you think about how can I do this in my home with the people I live with. That is going to be the safest thing. As we think about, most of us, including myself, we establish New Year's resolutions. What is going to be your New Year's resolution? Are you going to be safe? Are you going to make good decisions? Those are things that we can easily check off by saying, I'm going to stay at home and I'm going to be safe and I'm going to think about others as well so I don't bring COVID-19 into my home and so my child will not take COVID to their school. Those are things that I really want you to do as you are reflecting over 2020. My hope is that you continue to wear your mask, wash your face, watch your distance, designate an individual to go to the grocery store. My hope is that you continue to support businesses by ordering curbside and pick that food up or have it delivered and have it at home. But please be safe for the New Year holiday, but also continue to be safe as we transition into 2021. Thank you.
Once again, our cases are on the rise, our hospitalizations and ICUs are on the rise. We are beginning to run out of capacity. Today, the Department of State Health Services reported there are 41 ICU beds available in the 11 counties surrounding Austin. It is not an unlimited resource, and that resource is growing smaller and smaller every day. So please take action today to stay home, to decrease risk, decrease social gatherings. Don't interact with people without your mask on. It's those simple things that will help us through this next couple of weeks, get us past the hump, start the decline of cases so that we can have a better outlook for 2021. But it takes all of us doing our own part to stop the spread and flatten the curve again. With that, I'll pass it over to Janet Pichot.
Yeah, as we ring in the new year, I just, all these things that both Dr. Escott and Stephanie has said are just vitally important so that we have a healthy and safe 2021. Again, wearing a mask, social distancing, washing your face and your hands, and avoid touching your face, washing your hands, and making sure that you stay home when you're sick. These are the things. My hope for 2021 is that you don't have to hear me say those 4 things ever again, that it is just inherent in what we do every day. I mean, it's prevention that works, and I'm hoping that everybody takes that to heart. They're probably tired of hearing us say it, but we know these things work. And so again, if you do happen to go out and are involved in any kind of non-essential activities, you need to make sure that you follow the 3 C's too. Cover your face, avoid confined spaces, indoor activities, get outdoors if you can, and avoid crowds if all possible. And I hope everybody has a very happy new year.
And finally, just to reiterate, as we look ahead to 2021, we all have a part in thinking about how we can make 2021 a healthier and safer year for all of us. This is a time that many of us set New Year's resolutions to make healthier choices, whether it's to stop smoking, get more exercise, eat healthier. Preventing COVID can be a part of those healthier choices. And so thinking about in your New Year's resolutions and those plans, are you going to get the vaccine when it becomes available? Are you going to continue to practice those protective measures in your home, in your workplaces, and out in the community? I hope that we can all look ahead to 2021 and see that we will conquer this disease and we will have a healthier and safer new year and other years to come.
Thank you. That concludes our media.
All right, some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. We have more to come right here on News Now from Fox. And just to see, we do have the House still voting.
Designated by Ms. Bustos pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bustos will vote yay on HR 9051.
And this is going to continue to happen as we do have the votes still coming in. The representatives have elected many people to put their vote in for them. So that will happen periodically here as we talk about this COVID-19 relief that they are voting on currently.
Designated by Ms. Davis pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Davis will vote yes on HR 9051.
So President Trump's Sunday night decision to sign the combination COVID relief government spending plan averts that shutdown for tomorrow night. The government's now funded until 11:59 Monday, but Mr. Trump's signature does mean government now funded through September 30th of 2021.
Services of the gentlewoman from New York rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Velázquez will vote yes on HR 9051.
House Democrats had made this bill to provide $2,000 payment checks. It came on the floor here late Monday, and at this stage, Fox News is told the House will subject this to a 2/3 vote for passage. We're going to be watching to see here if Republicans do align with the president now or toe their line. By handling this
California
bill.
rise. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu of California pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Chu will vote yes on HR 9051.
And as I was saying, by handling this bill as a suspension measure, which is a process that speeds the bill to the floor but requires
What purposes does the gentlewoman from
Illinois means approving the plan isn't guaranteed. But Fox News is told by a member of the House GOP leadership that the measure should secure that 2/3 vote. Of course, as I mentioned, many people standing up to make sure that their voice is heard, and this will show you who's voting yes for those increases of those COVID-19 relief checks that would go out to the Americans, and who's going to vote no.
Inform the House that Ms. Finkenauer will vote yes on HR 9051. As a member designated by Mr. Davis, Danny Davis, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Danny Davis will vote yes on HR 9051.
This is the gentleman from Massachusetts rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on HR 9051. As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on HR 9051.
Now, Democrats did craft the bill in a way to make the implementation of $2,000 checks cognate on the president signing the combo COVID-19/government funding plan. So once the president saw the opportunity for the $2,000 with the House planning a bill, he then agreed to sign the plan. And so if the House passes the bill, it will then be on to Senate. And there's been a lot of people putting in their votes. As you can see, we do have that live tally up there on the screen for you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mucarsel Powell of Florida, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mucarsel Powell will vote yea on HR 9051. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on HR 9051. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on HR 9051.
So the question is whether the Senate can handle such a package. The bill could be subject to one, if not two, filibusters. One just to start a debate on the bill, the other to finish the debate on the bill. Now, both steps do require 60 votes to neutralize a filibuster, and if the Senate does it by the book, the measure could take several days to process. However, if the Senate has the cooperation of all 100 senators, then it could move very fast. However, one senior GOP source had doubted that the Senate could tackle the plan once it comes over from the House, and Trump's maneuver puts GOPers in a tight spot. Support his plan and flip their position just because he said so, or do they stand their ground and face the president's?
And as the member designated by Representative Lee of Nevada, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yes on HR 9051.
And just a reminder, if President Trump had not signed the package, Washington was headed towards a government shutdown.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on HR 9051.
The gentleman from California rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gottheimer pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote aye on HR 9051. As a member designated by Mr. Thompson of California pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote aye on HR 9051. As a member designated by Ms. Eshoo of California pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote aye on HR 9051.
And thank you again for watching this here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. So, of course, we are going to keep our eyes on this and bring you the latest news as soon as we do see if that stimulus package does pass, or what does the outcome happen here. So just a reminder, you can watch News Now from Fox on many different devices, Samsung TVs, maybe even on your mobile device. We're going to continue to roll things along. Going to be giving you an update out of Houston in just a moment. All right, so once again, we are going to keep our eye on that House floor, bring you the latest news as soon as we do see if that does pass, and then again, it will go on to the Senate. Until then, though, we want to continue to bring you more updates, keep things moving along here for you on News Now from Fox. Going to head out to our Houston update from the mayor and his team that happened just a little bit earlier here today.
Large gatherings, and that's whether you're going out or whether or not you're holding events at your home. Let's not gather in large numbers for the New Year's Eve celebration. So let's celebrate differently, but let's do it safely. So I know everyone will be glad for 2020 to be gone, and I'm certainly ready for 2020 to be a part of our history. But I do want to caution people not to engage in the traditional celebrations for New Year's Eve. Let's not do that. Let me also say to you, please bear in mind that fireworks are not allowed in the city of Houston. And I know Chief Pena can certainly echo that sentiment. So let me just remind people that fireworks are not allowed inside the city of Houston. So, even during these past several days, a lot of fireworks were going off all over the city of Houston, even in close proximity to where the mayor lives. Even a few houses from where the mayor lives. So I don't want to have to leave my house and go outside and tell folk no fireworks allowed. So fireworks are not allowed in the city of Houston. So please bear that in mind. Look, while we celebrate the arrival of the vaccine for key City of Houston employees, we do feel a sense of hope about the pandemic ending next year, but we still have a way to go. And so we must continue to do the same things that we've been talking about for the last 9 months, and that's keep these masks on, the social distancing, washing your hands, all of those protocols that we have been talking about repeatedly. The virus is still prevalent in our community. Today, the Houston Health Department reports 765 new cases, 765, bringing Houston's total to 116,043. And unfortunately, we are reporting one additional death as a result of COVID-19. That brings our total to 1,544. If I can put it in these terms, even though the numbers are high in terms of the number of people contracting, getting the vaccine, the virus, the death number still remains relatively low, and when you compare it to other locales throughout the country. Houston's COVID-19 positivity rate for this week is 11.6%. Last week when we reported it, I think that percentage was 11.2. And again, that's a 14-day moving average. It fluctuates daily as the testing data is received. We report the 14-day moving average for the previous week every Monday. So again, I don't want to necessarily get too caught up on it, only to say that we need that positivity number to start going down. And so it's going to require us working together in order to do that. I would love to report, even in this holiday season, I would love to report next week, next Monday, January the 4th, that positivity rate is going down, even ever so slightly. So please work with us. Let's work together to bring the positivity rate down, to reduce the number of people that are contracting this virus, to move us put us in a much better state. Today is a big day for Houston in the ongoing battle against COVID-19. Houston has received a potentially life-saving gift just in time for the holidays and before the start of the new year. This morning, the Houston Health Department and the Houston Fire Department each received 3,000 doses of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. That's 3,000 each. The shipments are part of the Texas Department of State Health Services Week 2 allocation. You just witnessed the first Health Department staff members received the first dose of the vaccine, and this afternoon, the Houston Fire paramedics are also getting vaccinated, and Chief Pena will explain more in a few minutes. They qualify for the vaccine under Phase 1A of the Texas Vaccine Allocation Guiding Principles. They are public health staff directly involved in the administration of COVID testing and vaccinations. And since March, the Houston Health Department staff has operated testing sites and laboratory services serving all Houstonians. I certainly want to thank Director Stephen Williams for his efforts, for his leadership. I want to thank Lucretia Limbrick for her overseeing the distribution of vaccines for the Houston Health Department. I want to thank Dr. Purse, the Chief Medical Officer for the City of Houston. And of course, standing with me is Chief Pena with the Fire Department and Chief Satterwhite with HPD. It's my hope that starting next week, that we'll start vaccinating even more people, even beyond the health department itself and EMS workers. So look, we're certainly taking steps to get on the other side of this vaccine. But until we get to that point and more people are vaccinated, simply just want to remind people to be very mindful of your behavior, your gatherings, to keep the mask on, to do everything we need to do in order to blunt the progression of this particular virus. So at this point in time, I tell you what, let me call on Director Williams and then maybe followed by Lucretia Limbrick or Dr. Okay, Dr. First.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking my staff. With Lucretia Limbrick, the Assistant Director, and her staff who ensured that the day we got the vaccine, we would start vaccinating people who qualified. That certainly saved me a phone call from my boss. As Mayor Turner said, the people we're vaccinating today are actually in the Phase 1A of the Texas Vaccine Allocation Principles. These are people that are directly involved in healthcare related to COVID. In the Houston Health Department, we have over 260 individuals who are in this Phase 1A. And all of those staff people have been notified, and we're hopeful that they will, in fact, get vaccinated. Over the next
I just wanted to break in real quick just to let everyone know here that the House has voted to increase COVID checks to $2,000, sending Trump's request now to the GOP-controlled Senate. So once again, House has voted to increase COVID-19 checks to $2,000. We're going to head back out to our COVID-19 update from the Houston mayor and his health official team.
In fact, get vaccinated. Over the next few days, we will be offering vaccine to over 365 HISD and Pearland ISD school nurses who currently qualify. All of those are in Phase 1A. We've coordinated with school districts and school nurses who actually qualify or are being notified by their employers. We're also coordinating with home health care agencies, long-term care facilities, EMS providers to serve Phase 1A population that are not yet connected with vaccine providers. Although everyone who wants to get vaccinated will eventually be able to get vaccinated, initial doses are for critical populations as identified by the Texas Department of State Health Services. As vaccine becomes available, availability increases in 2021, we will be able to get you'll be able to get vaccinated in your doctor's offices, at pharmacies, at hospital, and usual sites. The Houston Health Department will play its traditional role. We will serve as a safety net provider, offering vaccines in our multi-service centers based on vaccine allotment and availability. We will also monitor vaccine uptake to identify potential gaps and deploy strategies to ensure vaccine is available to all Houstonians based on vaccine allotment and availability. And what this means is that we will use the same principles and strategies that we use for testing, mobile testing sites, strike teams, to ensure that there is sufficient vaccine uptake in vulnerable communities especially.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Williams. Just want to underscore some of the things that have been said. First of all, this is a great day. This is an important day because it is the beginning of the end. Now, again, this is the beginning of the end, so we still got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of work to do internally as a community to make sure that we get vaccine out. We've got our hospital partners have gotten a lot of vaccine. They've been working diligently getting vaccine into those frontline workers. And we've seen the big lift they've had to, and we've been able to experience it here within the Houston Health Department with Decretia Limerick, and Chief Penny's been talking about all the work that Chief White has been doing with EMS and making sure that those folks get vaccinated. And I would like to take this opportunity to encourage everyone who is eligible in phase 1A, tier 1 or tier 2, that if you get contacted, whether it be your employer or a hospital, whether it be the Houston Health Department, whether it be the Houston Fire Department for our firefighters, when your opportunity comes, please feel comfortable, get vaccinated. It's going to help you personally because it will help protect you. And then let's remember, we've been saying this time and time again, that when someone gets infected and they run the risk, obviously, of becoming seriously ill, and unfortunately, we still are seeing that some people are dying from it. But also remember that the person that you are most likely to infect is a member of your very own family. So when your opportunity comes up to get vaccinated, I would jump on that. I would also point out that we've got a lot of things going on globally in terms of the virus, and there have been some changes, and so this is not the time for any of us to rest our laurels. This is a time for us to jump on this opportunity aggressively. And if you can get vaccinated, get vaccinated. I don't meet the current criteria, so I can't get vaccinated today. That would not be proper. But as soon as I can, I will get vaccinated. I assure you that. And I would really recommend that anybody else who has the opportunity to get vaccinated, when you get that phone call, I would respond in the affirmative and get yourself there when they tell you, and just be really happy that you're one of the few who get it early. And eventually, we will get to everyone. It's going to take some time. This is a big nation. This is a big community. There's a lot of folks. We will get to everyone. Everyone will get the opportunity. But let's take advantage of that opportunity when it knocks.
Well, I just want to say that this day has been a long day coming. We consider it Vaccination Day, and I'm extremely excited that we now in the city of Houston can officially say that the Houston Health Department has started vaccinating those phase 1A individuals. Certainly want to echo Dr. Peirce's comments and saying that when it's your time to get vaccinated, strongly encourage you to step up and get vaccinated. It's the way that we get to the end of this pandemic. For us in the city of Houston, we have taken the baton, and now it's time for us to run us to the finish line. So again, thank you to all of the staff that make this day happen. We have some months ahead of us, but we're committed to ensuring that we protect the H.
And the Houston Fire Department, EMS, they've received 3,000 doses. That's in addition to the Health Department. So Chief Pinion, give status of the Fire Department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first start with the good news. I am extremely excited that we received our first batch of 3,000 vaccines from Moderna this morning, earlier today. And we're extremely hopeful that this vaccine is going to make a profound positive impact on the safety of our personnel and this department who's been ravaged by the effects of the coronavirus. We've had thousands of exposure incidents. We've had over 400 firefighters test positive since the pandemic began. And just within an hour ago, I was informed that one of our firefighters has reported to the emergency room with respiratory difficulties and has tested positive for coronavirus. So we're excited to have this vaccine. We expect this vaccine to provide the safety that our firefighters and our first responders need in order to serve this community. Since the 20th of this month, we've made the vaccine available through Methodist Hospital, and our first responders, our firefighters have responded to that more positively than we had expected. We expected maybe 20 to 30% to take advantage of the vaccine, and reports from staff is that over 50% of those that have responded have said that they will take the vaccine. And that's a credit to our command staff. Again, I want to echo what Dr. Peirce said earlier. Our command staff has been working really, really hard to ensure that we're providing the tools, that we're doing our due diligence to request these vaccines and to become a provider. And I want to thank them personally for the efforts that they've made to ensure the safety of our firefighters, especially one of my assistant chiefs, Chief Matt White in EMS Division. He's been working long hours to ensure that we have the tools available. As I mentioned, the vaccine has been available to our first responders, those in emergency operations, since the 20th. We received 3,000 this morning. We will be prepared to administer those vaccines and provide another option for our firefighters. And as soon as we can, we will step into the next phase, phase 1 Bravo, and immunize those that are in the support functions. That way, our hope is to get all our firefighters vaccinated within the month if we could. To date, as I mentioned, currently we have 192 firefighters that are in quarantine for coronavirus. We've had 465 firefighters test positive for coronavirus, and sadly we've had 3 fatalities. And just today we were informed that we have another firefighter in the emergency room. So again, I highly encourage our first responders, our firefighters, that when this opportunity becomes available, that they take advantage of this vaccine. It is our job to serve this community, and this vaccine can only make their job safer for themselves and for the people that we're serving. Thank you, Mayor.
Chief Larry Satterwhite with HPD.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a great day. About 9 months ago, we stood in front of you and we were celebrating our first major testing site at Butler Stadium with the mayor and everyone. And, to get people tested so that they could be safe. And of course, we could kind of trap this virus and hopefully stop it in its tracks. We've lost a lot of people since then. So this is a great day because now we stand before you with a vaccine coming to us. So that is a wonderful thing for the city, for the public, for all the nation and the world. So for that, I really am thankful. HPD has always been in support of the health department and the fire department and everyone else for setting up sites for testing. And now we're in support of setting up sites for vaccination, which is something that we couldn't be more proud of to be a part of. And eventually, yes, all of our people will get vaccinated too. We're not in the first phase, but we will be vaccinated, I'm certain, soon, our people. So with that, it's a great day. I do want to take a chance, Mr. Mayor, to talk about New Year's Eve and the celebrations. We want everybody to have a fantastic time and celebrate 2021 because we're all praying for a much better 2021 than what we had in 2020. But please be safe. Every year we have a real problem with people who have celebrated too much and go out on the road and they're impaired and they're a risk to themselves and they're a risk to the general public. So please celebrate small, celebrate at home, celebrate and don't drink and drive, please. I also want to take this chance to talk about a problem we face every year, which is celebratory gunfire. Please do not go out and celebrate by firing into the air. Whatever goes up will come down, and every year we lose people from that, and people get seriously hurt. So please do not do that. We will be out in force. I will be out there. I know Chief Acevedo will be out there. A lot of us will be out there, hopefully trying to protect the public, and all we'll have is great news for the first day of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the other essential workers is in 1B.
All right, just a heads up, some of you are going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Can take questions from any of you.
There's been some anecdotal reporting around the country about so-called extra doses, and so different hospitals or health providers like yourself who get these quote-unquote extra doses, where do they go? Do you have any thoughts about that? Are you anticipating having excess doses that once you get to all of city employees?
Yeah. Well, I would rephrase that. I don't think there's any such thing as an extra dose, but there are entities that are going to be receiving the first wave here more dose in a week than they can administer in a week. And so there may be some leftover dose from 1 week to the next. But the point is that we need to try and get that vaccine out as close as, so every entity that receives vaccine, whether it be a hospital, a fire department, an EMS agency, a health department, a doctor's office, a clinic, we're expecting that they will adhere to the tiers and try to get through those. But even last week, Dr. Hellerstedt, the state health commissioner, came out and said, when it looks like you're getting to the end of your 1As, then go to the 1Bs. And if it looks like you're running out of the 1Bs, then start, move on from there. And the point is that nobody wants there to be any dose sitting around waiting when so you need to have 3 things. You need to have vaccine, you need to have somebody able to administer it, and you need to have somebody willing. So if you have all 3 of those, the vaccine should be moving. But there may be a time when you got more vaccine than you have people that are, you don't have enough people available to inject. And I suspect there was a little bit of that perhaps in the beginning. But as the hospitals, because they got the largest doses, they've really ramped up. They really have now got, I don't know what the right term to use, but they've got really sophisticated, aggressive systems to get a lot of dose out quickly. And then, of course, you have to have people willing to take it. So right now, we probably have what we're hearing, certainly in the fire departments, we're hearing more people who are interested in taking the dose from the first responder community than we had anticipated. So that's a good thing. So I don't know about extra doses, but at any point you could, all those three things are not going to be at the same level at the same time. So there's going to be a little bit of moving back and forth with that. But yeah, those will move.
And just a heads up for those of you with us on some of our streaming devices, it's going to end, but don't worry, you can always continue to watch the latest news and updates happening on NewsNOW from Vox Online with us. All you have to do is watch on your TV, maybe your Apple TV, Samsung TV Plus. All you have to do is search for that channel 1006. You can also watch on your Android or your iPhone and on your computer too. All you have to do to find where you want to watch NewsNOW from Fox is head on over to newsnowfox.com.
Local health department, we're not in a position to be able to have great vision on what's happening from one provider, vaccine provider, to the next. Those who got vaccine told the state who they intended to give it to.